Chapter 884. What are you talking about? Chen Chen, Nun Jing-yi scolded. Chen Chen stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. Nun Jing-fan looked at the pitiful dream and raised her head to ask, "Sect leader, what do you think? Ren Xiaoyao's chances of success are?" "What chance?" Nun Jing-gang sneered. "Not even one chance. Not to mention that the disciples of Mo Xian Palace have already wiped out all the wild beasts in the testing love forest. With his injured body, how can he kill 100 blood wolves?" Nun Jing-yi also smiled bitterly. "Marriage is predestined by the heavens, but it depends on Zixia's luck." Nun Xuezhen glanced at the dream and said with some hesitation, "Sect Master, I know some things that happened back then. I reckon that Sect Master is also very emotional now and intends to help Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao be together. Since you've already asked Mu Jun to spare Ren Xiaoyao's life, then, why can't you lift your hand again and show mercy outside the law this time?" "Show mercy outside the law?" Nun Jingyi looked coldly at Nun Xuezhen and thought for a while. After a while, she said, "Junior sister Xuezhen, you're good at everything except for one thing." Nun Xuezhen was stunned and said in a low voice, "Sect leader, please teach me." You just like to be a good person too much." "Sect leader, this is reconciliation again. Is it not good to be a good person?" "Of course it's good to be a good person, but you can't be a good person too much. You can't be a good person who has no principles and doesn't care about the sect's rules." Nun Jingyi sighed and said, "Let's talk about what happened just now. Ren Xiaoyao broke into Mo Xian Palace, which is in accordance with the sect's rules. He only needs to fight from the bottom of Lingxiang Peak to Mo Xian Palace. Mo Xian Palace is not within the sect's rules. I let Mu Jun fight just to test his status and martial arts and see where he came from. Ren Xiaoyao can't even take one move from Mu Jun, which is exactly because he comes from a small sect. He just got lucky and has great strength, but he doesn't know anything about moves. At this time, I can naturally be a good person and ask Mu Jun to stop. But the 3 tests of love were set by the ancestors and recorded in the sect's rules. Even if there's no chance of survival in the 3rd test, Ren Xiaoyao will still have to pass it. At this time, if I do as you say, show mercy outside the law and be a good person and easily let Ren Xiaoyao go, then what about the people who failed to pass the tests? Is it fair to them? And in the future? In the future, if someone wants to challenge the trial again, tell me, what should I do? Will I still show mercy outside the law? If I show mercy outside the law, won't that be unfair? But if I show mercy outside the law again, what about in the future? Won't I have to show mercy outside the law again? If this happens again and again, won't it become a habit? Won't the 3 tests of love gradually become decorations? Will the disciples of Mo Xian Palace be taken away so casually? When Nun Xuezhen heard this, her forehead was covered in sweat. She quickly said, "This subordinate is stupid, I didn't think it through." Nun Jingyi shook her head, "It's not that you didn't think it through, it's because you're a good person to begin with. You didn't think that such a simple and laughable action of yours would fundamentally shake the sect's rules. And the consequence of shaking the sect's rules is the collapse of the sect's disciples' beliefs. In the end, the sect will be wiped out and forgotten. At that time, the one who will die won't be Ren Xiaoyao alone." Nun Xuezhen immediately stood up and said with shame, "You're right, sect leader, this subordinate knows her mistake. Perhaps, from your point of view, you may not be wrong. After all, you did it out of kindness." Nun Jingyi said with melancholy, "But, from my point of view, you made a big mistake." She then smiled, "This is the difficulty of being a good person. You must be a good person within your duty. As long as you cross your boundary and challenge the foundation of the church, then you must restrain your impulse. Even if you can save a life, you must not stand out because the consequences of doing so will implicate the dignity of the church and will implicate the lives of even more people. This is the difference between being the sect leader and you being the sect leader. She then waved her hand and gestured for Nun Shuizhen to sit down. She then smiled at Peacock. Peacock, do you understand? Peacock nodded and said, being a good person seems to be a trap. It may look tempting and there are plenty of reasons to do it, but once you fall into this trap, you will lose your principles and cross the line. You will break the rules of the cult and in the end, you will mess up the entire fragrance cult. Sect leader, do you think this disciple is right? Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and said, this child is worth teaching. She then looked at Chen Chen and Yuyan. Chen Chen spoke first, sect leader, I will only be a good person within my duty. What do you think? It's okay, of course it's okay. Yuyan said shyly, I will control my desire to be a good person and see the consequences of being a good person. Then, I will decide whether to do it or not. It's okay. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. She looked at Yuyan who was distracted and said, it's still early. Chen Chen, tell me what happened in the inheritance room. Chen Chen liked this kind of thing the most. He described it vividly and did not forget to ask, sect leader, how did you know that Senior Peacock was the first to understand it? When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will know. It's still too early to tell you now. The three of you are lucky. The three of you did not choose the same technique. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Peacock already knows the secret of the legacy chamber. However, this secret must be kept a secret. You cannot tell anyone else, or else you will fall into the trap of the good guys. Everyone shuddered and nodded. Peacock smiled and asked, sect leader, do you still want to teach me why this is a good person's trap? Previously, I have already said that in the inheritance of the immortal Tao, cultivation methods and aptitude are only one aspect, but the most important aspect is still opportunity. When you enter the secret inheritance room and choose a cultivation method, it is an opportunity. Perhaps you will be able to choose a cultivation method that suits your own cultivation, or perhaps several people will choose a cultivation method of the same attribute. But in the secret inheritance room, there are only 5 types of primordial stones. If everyone knows, then they will definitely choose the same place. In that case, no one will be able to comprehend it, and everyone will be delayed. Wouldn't the direct selection become a decoration? Won't the inheritance of the incense sect be for nothing? I understand. Peacock said respectfully. Actually, this is because the way of immortality has been destroyed. If it was 10,000 years ago, this good person. Anyone can do it. In Mo Xian Palace, everyone was talking about the secrets of the incense sect. If it was any other day, Meng might be able to listen in. However, her heart was tied to Zhang Xiaohua. She was worried about Zhang Xiaohua's life and death. How could she listen? She stood alone and did not say a word. Her eyes were looking at the door from the corner of her eyes. Even her ears were pricked up, listening carefully to the movements outside. Meng did not know how long she had been suffering. Then, she heard noisy footsteps outside. Meng was startled. It's time for a result. The first to enter was not Zhang Xiaohua. However, when she saw a few male disciples from Ruijin Palace holding bloody wolf tails in their hands, Meng was so happy that she almost cried. Even Nun Jingyi was curious. Mu Jun, I don't think 3 incense sticks of time has passed. Ren Xiaoyao is back already? Sect leader, it's exactly 2.5 incense sticks of time. Good. Nun Jingyi was overjoyed. This is a match made in heaven. I have nothing to say. Yes, passing all 3 trials was the most difficult one. He completed the task before the time was up. Wasn't this fate bestowed by the heavens? What else could she say? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter last, Meng's face was filled with shyness. However, she did not go forward to greet him. She only looked at him with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered Mo Xian Palace. Before he could greet Meng, he immediately felt a divine scent sweep over him from head to toe. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. He silently chanted the incantation. However, his face was nonchalant and looked exhausted. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Meng's side and nodded at her with a smile. Then, he turned around and bowed, "Sect leader, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When I entered the forest, I encountered a pack of blood wolves. I didn't dare to be careless and used all means to kill them all." Nun Jingyi nodded and said to Peacock, "Peacock, give Ren Xiaoyao some Yuhuandan pill to control his injuries first." Then, she asked her subordinates, "How many blood wolf tails did Ren Xiaoyao bring back?" The male disciple from Ruijin Palace respectfully said, "Sect leader, no more, no less, it's exactly 100. Nun Jingyi was stunned and asked curiously, "No more, no less?" "Yes. Ren Xiaoyao, is it this number?" "Sect leader, I also found it strange. After exterminating the pack of blood wolves, I realized it was the right number. Therefore, I came back as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaohua pushed all responsibility away. "Well, all of you can leave." After the disciples from Ruijin Palace left, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, Zixia, you passed the 3 tests of love. I have nothing to say and allow you to be together." Zixia was happy and immediately bowed. Zhang Xiaohua also bowed and said, "Thank you for your gift, sect leader." "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Isn't the marriage given by the heavens enough for you to be proud of? What right does my sect have to interfere? Even the others won't interfere." Nun Jingyi pointed out. Nun Jinggang did not say anything, but Shi Mujuan's face was a little ugly. "Then. I'll leave now and go down the mountain to recuperate. My injuries are not light after running around just now." Zhang Xiaohua bowed and was about to leave. "You still want to go back to Lihua Palace?" Chen Chen was surprised and said, "If you go back to Lihua Palace, what about Zixia? Don't tell me you still want to run up and down the mountain." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also scratched his head. How would he know what to do next? Meng's forehead was full of red clouds. Chapter 885. Nun Jingyi smiled. Lingering Fragrance Peak hasn't had a disciple as courageous and responsible as Ren Xiaoyao for many years. Ren Xiaoyao has set a precedent. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao was born with divine strength. Ever since he joined our fragrance order, he has made great contributions in a short period of time. It is because the heavens have blessed our fragrance order that we have decided to choose Ren Xiaoyao as our protector disciple. What do you all think? Nun Jingfan clapped her hands after hearing this. Leader's decision is great. The protector Skunda of the Dalan Temple's legend has divine strength in both arms and wields a demon-subduing pestle. Ren Xiaoyao has the same divine strength and the sword embryo in his hand is similar to the demon-subduing pestle. He is the most suitable candidate for this protector-disciple position. Nun Jinggang shook her head. Ruijin Temple's disciples are all peak protectors. I have never heard of a protector disciple. Based on junior sister Jing Fan's words, this protector disciple's position is higher than both peak protectors and sect protectors. How can we accept this? Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are good, he is still lacking compared to Hu Ben and Ming Qing. Not to mention Hu Ben, he is not worthy of this protector position. Nun Shuizhen also expressed her opinion. Ren Xiaoyao's position as an alchemy disciple of distant fire hall is too low. It cannot be compared to his position as a disciple of Xia Mo Nong Palace. Leader's decision to make Ren Xiaoyao a protector disciple is to fulfill his wish. I think it is appropriate. Nun Jingyi looked at Peacock and the rest and asked, "What do you all think?" Peacock thought for a moment and said, "Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are limited. His position is higher than others and I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the others. However, this protector-disciple position can be set as an empty position and be incorporated into Mo Nong Palace. It will only be under the leader's jurisdiction. It does not have any real power and does not command other disciples. Its position can be lower than that of a protector disciple. Nun Jingyi smiled. Yes, Peacock's suggestion is good. Let's do it this way. Ren Xiaoyao will be a protector disciple of Fragrance Order and be included in the ranks of Mo Nong Palace's disciples. He will only be under the leader's orders and will not interfere with the affairs of other halls. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. Wasn't it just an easy job? She could still meet the dream frequently and do nothing. Wasn't that the Peacock's intention? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, sect leader. Alright, since you know how to be grateful, then you need to practice martial arts more in the future. I see that you are still young. In the past, you didn't have the opportunity to practice profound internal energy. Now that you have entered Mo Xian Gong, you can read all the martial arts manuals of the fragrant cult. I hope that you will soon succeed in your martial arts and contribute to the fragrant cult." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave Mo Xian Palace when she suddenly thought of something. She unconsciously walked in front of Nun Jingyi and asked, "Esteemed hierarch, this disciple has something that I don't know if I should say." Nun Jingyi was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Let's hear it." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then cupped her hands and said, "This disciple missed Meng Xian so much that the way I found her was a bit inappropriate. I didn't tell Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nya the truth. I only told him that I admired the fragrant cult's martial arts and wanted to devote myself to martial arts. Valley Master Nya, he had no choice but to help this disciple, so what?" Nun Jingyi said coldly, "So you want the cult to reduce the punishment for Rejuvenation Valley? Rejuvenation Valley has been sheltered by the fragrant cult all these years. I don't know how many dangers they have safely passed through in Jianghu. Rejuvenation Valley should have fulfilled their duties and provided qualified medicine boys to the cult according to the agreement. But this time, because of you, they have engaged in malpractice for personal gain. Although this kind of behavior is the behavior of a good person, it has broken the rules. When the mountain opens next time, they will be severely punished." Zhang Xiaohua said in shock, "Esteemed hierarch, this disciple is stupid. This is all my fault. I used your kindness to threaten Valley Master Nya. I hope esteemed hierarch will reconsider." "Reconsider?" Nun Jingyi said coldly, "What's there to reconsider about this kind of thing? Your kindness to Rejuvenation Valley is a private matter between the two of you. You shouldn't drag the fragrant cult into it. You have little experience in Jianghu and don't know the rules of the fragrant cult. You can be considered not guilty because you don't know. But how many years has Rejuvenation Valley been in Jianghu? Don't you know this kind of common sense? Maybe it's because the fragrant cult hasn't spoken much in Jianghu all these years that they feel lucky and have slighted us." Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. According to Nun Jingyi's words, she was angry that he was able to sneak into the fragrant cult. She seemed to want to make an example out of Rejuvenation Valley. If that was the case, wouldn't he have implicated them? Wouldn't little fish Nya be like in the fantasy realm and be? Meng Xian's heart ached when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's forehead sweating. She didn't dare to speak and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Peacock opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Sect leader is indeed wise." She then changed the topic, however, Ren Xiaoyao and Xianxia are the destined marriage of heaven. It should be heaven's good intention to send Ren Xiaoyao to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although Rejuvenation Valley made a mistake, it is still according to heaven's will. Disciple just thought that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't made a mistake for thousands of years. Why would they have to make a mistake when it comes to Ren Xiaoyao? Perhaps that's the reason. Lord Sect Master is wise and will naturally be able to comprehend the will of heaven. This disciple will not say more. Moreover, Lord Sect Master said just now that to be a good person, one must do it within one's duties. Rejuvenation Valley's punishment is unavoidable. If Lord Sect Master is a good person, then wouldn't it be even better? If it was someone else who spoke, Jing Yi Nun might not have listened. However, Peacock had just received her inheritance and was a candidate for the next sect leader. Jing Yi Nun had some training, so she had to listen to her words. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "Peacock's words are true. If Rejuvenation Valley didn't play favoritism, how could we be happy today? How could Xianxia have met Ren Xiaoyao? Fine, I'll be a good person just this once." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed, "Thank you, sect leader." "Thank you, Lord Kong. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me." Jing Yi Nun waved her hand, "There will be punishment, but you have to bear the lighter part. After all, you were the one who caused this." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "That's right. Disciple is willing to accept the punishment. Go back first. We'll talk again after you've recovered." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Exan left Xian Palace. There were disciples to take care of Zhang Xiaohua. Not long after, Jing Gang and the others also came out. Only Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan stayed in the palace. Presumably, Jing Yi Nun had something else to tell them. Xian Palace was full of female disciples. There were probably no male disciples like Zhang Xiaohua. However, he was now a guardian disciple of Xian Palace. There was a problem with his placement. However, there were many courtyards in Xian Palace. It didn't take much effort to find one near Ruijin Palace. The good thing was that this remote courtyard was actually quite close to Meng Xian's residence. If it wasn't intentional, then no one would believe it. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful to Nun Xuezhen, who was in charge of this matter. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua stayed in Xian Palace's courtyard to recuperate, Jing Gang and Shimujuan sat quietly in Ruijin Palace. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Shimujuan looked different from before. However, this difference was not something that could be seen by ordinary people. His face was as calm as water, his forehead was still wise, and his bearing was still graceful. It was exactly the same as usual. Nun Jing Gang coughed and said softly, "Mujuan." Shimujuan did not answer. He waited for Jing Gang to call him a few more times before he came to his senses. He smiled and said, "Master, why did you call me?" Nun Jing Gang was a little worried. "About Xianxia. Since the hierarch has given his approval, let her go. Actually, I think you should have made preparations beforehand. This matter has been delayed by the hierarch for so long, so it's normal for there to be some changes. Moreover, Xianxia knew Ren Xiaoyao before she entered the fragrance cult. You're not fated to be with Xianxia." Shimujuan's eyes narrowed and he was a little jealous. "But Ren Xiaoyao, how? How can he be worthy of junior sister Xianxia?" Sigh. Jing Gang sighed. "I knew you couldn't let it go. However, even if he's not worthy, as long as the hierarch says it's okay, then it's okay. You should give up." "But, no buts." Jing Gang was resolute and decisive. Moreover, that Ren Xiaoyao shouldn't cause trouble for her in the future. The hierarch had warned him in Xian Palace just now. "Master, don't be nervous. I know my limits. I won't do something so boring." Only third junior brother would do something like this. "Oh, right. Where's Shuchuan? She hasn't shown up for a long time. Could something have happened? Wait for something to happen. Could it be that she got into some trouble and ran away because she doesn't dare to stay at Lingxiang Peak? Trouble? I haven't heard about it." "Humph, when you hear about it, it'll be a big deal. Master, you should think carefully. Why don't you send someone out to take a look? Third junior brother hasn't been seen for many days. It's obvious that the trouble he's caused is not small. It's better to plan ahead and make plans early." Jing Gang was displeased. Zhuchuan may be playful, but he knows his limits. There were some disputes in the past, but it was all consensual. What's there to blame Zhuchuan for? I don't believe that he can cause any trouble this time. Humph, if he can also fight his way up Lingxiang Peak and win over that peacock, I'll. Master, Peacock is now an inherited disciple. You should be careful with your words. Even if third junior brother provoked her, I don't think the hierarch would let him go like Xixia. Oh, Master, speaking of which, third junior brother provoked Zhang Pinger from distant fire palace before the new year. Do you know about it? Jing Gang sneered. She's just a girl who doesn't like to talk. He heard about it from his disciples. Why? Could it be that Zhuchuan is hiding with her? Shi Mujuan shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that the girl had some things to say to Zhuchuan. Ever since secluded orchid twilight refinement, she has been cold. A few days ago, I heard some rumors and went to distant fire palace to look for third junior brother. What do you think I saw? Jing Gang was curious. What did you see? I saw that Ren Xiaoyao and Zhang Pinger were very intimate. They were walking side by side on the mountain path. There are more chapters. Chapter 886. I know. Jing Gang said with great hatred, this Zhang Pinger is the Zhang Pinger that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned to cult leader in front of the hall today. At that time, I felt that this name was familiar, but I didn't expect it to be the Zhang Pinger that has some connection to Zhuokun. That's right. Master, do you know that Ren Xiaoyao has always been used to interacting with women and using them to achieve his own goals? Didn't you see the third miss of Rejuvenation Valley? Wasn't it because he accompanied her from 1,000 miles away? A single man and a single woman together during the day and at night. Didn't anything happen? Otherwise, that Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley isn't a fool. How could he send him to spreading fragrance cult? The whole story definitely wasn't what Ren Xiaoyao said. It should be that Valley Master Nye saw that he didn't have any reputation in Jianghu and recklessly married his daughter, which would provoke ridicule from Jianghu people. Therefore, he thought of a way to send him to my spreading fragrance cult. After he accomplished his skills and achieved a good reputation, he could smoothly take in a son-in-law. Previously, he met Zhang Pinger at the Valley Orchid Dusk. First, he was subdued by her beauty. Second, how could Rejuvenation Valley compare to the fiery hall of the inner sect? This time, he changed his mind and sought Zhang Pinger's heart. I don't know what method this guy used to make Zhang Pinger, who already had some interest in third martial brother, change her mind. He only persuaded Hall Master Yin and then incited cult leader to let this guy come to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Strange. Didn't they say that Yin was seriously ill and couldn't refine pills without a type of spiritual grass? Zhang Pinger's life was saved by the spiritual grass that Ren Xiaoyao picked in the Valley Orchid Dusk. Yin was grateful for her saving his life, so he transferred Ren Xiaoyao to Firely Hall. Who knows what happened in the Valley Orchid Dusk? We still don't know who picked the spiritual grass. This time, the Valley Orchid Dusk suffered heavy casualties. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are good, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, I heard that there was a precedent like this in the Pill Expanding Hall. Our Lingering Fragrance Peak only bestowed a martial arts cultivation method and that was it. How could we be like Zhang Pinger, transferring a disciple from the outer sect to the inner sect? Who would believe that there's nothing fishy about it? Ren Xiaoyao said that he and Xixia knew each other a long time ago, but that's only the words of the two of them. Martial uncle Jing Xian has already passed away, and there's no third person who knows about it. Isn't that just letting them talk nonsense? Disciple is sure that I don't know what methods this Ren Xiaoyao used or how he met Xixia and entered the alley. Alas, Disciple originally thought that Xixia was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could? Jing Gang Shirtai frowned slightly. Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Lingxiang Peak for a few days. Why did he do so many things? Even the heart of a female disciple from Mo Xian's palace was taken away. Mu Jun, your words are a little unreliable. Moreover, the sect leader has already approved Xia and Ren Xiaoyao's relationship. You'd better not think too much about it. Alright, Master. Mu Jun stood up and saluted. Disciple wishes to take a few days off from Lingxiang Peak and go out for a walk. Master, please take care of the matters in the hall. Jing Gang Shitai smiled. Go. You're always in Rui Jin Hall and haven't left Lingxiang Peak for a long time. It's good to take a breather. Remember, when it's time to let go, don't be too stubborn. Understood, Master. Disciple is preparing to pack up and leave. Alright, take it as a farewell now. Jing Gang Shitai was very willing for Mu Jun to leave the mountain. She even exhorted, go out and walk around. Also, look for Zhuchuan while you're at it. Ask him to hurry back. Is there any trouble on Lingxiang Peak that I can't handle? If the sect leader finds out that he's hiding like this, it'll be bad instead. Disciple understands. Mu Jun bowed and took his leave. Looking at his still tall and straight back, Jing Gang Shitai sighed for no reason. The full moon hung high in the sky, the croaking of frogs was endless, and the alluring night breeze brushed against one's face from time to time. Under a small pavilion under the tall weeping willow, there were two people sitting. One was dressed in a brocade robe, her thin figure elongated her shadow under the moonlight. It was Zhang Xiaohua. The other person, needless to say, was dressed in a light green palace robe. She had pleasant features and a pair of big watery eyes that were filled with affection. She stared straight at the full moon in the sky, as if she was thinking about something. Meng, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the beauty under the moon and smiled. Could it be that you're still praying for something? How did you know? Meng's eyes moved as she turned around and smiled. Are you really praying? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, aren't I already by your side? What are you still thinking about? Pfft. Meng laughed and said shyly, you don't know how to be shy. You really think too highly of yourself. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, that's for sure. If not for that, how could you still remember me after so many years? In your dreams. Meng rolled her eyes at him, then raised her head to look at the full moon that was almost within reach. She mumbled, fate in this world is really strange. I didn't know that the meeting 5 years ago was still so vivid in my mind. I only saw you once, and it was engraved in my heart. I can't forget it. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and reached out to hold Meng's soft hand. A faint coolness came from Meng's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly, but smiled, this is a marriage bestowed by the heavens. Then, he also stood beside Meng, side by side. He raised his head to look at the full moon and said, my heart is only yours. I'm the same as you. Since I saw you by the river, I can't forget you. I think about you day and night. Don't you think it's strange? Really? Meng raised her small face and said with slight anger, what about that little girl called Little Fish Nye? Haven't you thought about her? Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. He raised his hand and swore, in all honesty, I really only think about you. I've never thought about anyone else. Luckily, there was no real content in this oath. It didn't matter even if he said it thousands of times. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng anxiously. Meng glared at him, haven't you seen that Xiaoxia from the Jianghu? He's willing to travel thousands of miles for a girl. If it's not for her beauty, what else can you explain? Besides, they're a single man and a single woman. Who knows what happened? In all honesty, Zhang Xiaohua used this word for the second time, Little Fish Nye is like a 12-year-old child. Everything, Meng caught him again, look, you know she's like a 12-year-old child. Tell me, what haven't you seen? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. At this moment, he did think of Nye Qianyu. He could only smile apologetically, isn't there still Little Orange? Even if I wanted to do something, would I dare? You've revealed your fox tail. Admit it. Say the truth in your heart. You. Or do you want to do something? In all honesty. Zhang Xiaohua used this word for the third time. I'm just making an example. Ha ha ha. Meng laughed when she saw Zhang Xiaohua so embarrassed and nervous. She laughed so happily that tears almost came out of her eyes. Her white and pure smile was like a blooming flower under the moonlight. Zhang Xiaohua also had a smile on her face as she happily looked at the face that she had missed day and night. After a while, Meng also held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said faintly, "Xiaohua, I feel like it was yesterday when I saw you, but this happiness is something I haven't felt in a long time. I really hope that I've been as happy as today for the past 5 years." Don't tell me you haven't been as happy as today for the past 5 years? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Sigh, yes. I only felt a little happy when I saw you half a month ago. Then why? Zhang Xiaohua blinked and smiled. Don't tell me you've been thinking about me all the time. Meng didn't blame Zhang Xiaohua this time, but shook her head slightly. After a while, she bit her lips and said, I don't know myself. I only feel that when I think about you, it's a kind of pain, but sometimes it's sweet. Of course, this is only one aspect. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She held Meng's hand and said, I know, I feel the same way. I miss you so much, but there are some indescribable feelings. In addition, don't think too much about it. You've already told me about Abbess Jingxian's matter. This matter isn't something you can do alone. In the past, when I wasn't by your side, your heart was tormented. In the future, when you have me, let me shoulder this matter. You must not do the same foolish thing as last time. Just thinking about it is dangerous. If I didn't have telepathy with you, how could I have killed my way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? If you take that guy's purple phoenix hairpin, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. You don't blame me, I've clearly seen you, and I still want to. Meng's voice became softer. You saw that guy threaten me, and you're afraid that I'll be hurt. Moreover, you did this for your master's revenge. How can I bear to blame you? Zhang Xiaohua said lovingly, but in the future, even if I'm dizzy, I can't do such a stupid thing. Otherwise, even if Lingering Fragrance Peak is Shirtai's master, I'll still turn it upside down. Do you have that ability? Meng smiled and then murmured, if only you had that ability. Humph, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry. Do you look down on me because my martial arts are not as good as that guy's? I'll go find that guy and have a duel. She was about to take her hand away from Meng's. No, Meng knew that she was pretending, but she was flustered for no reason. She clenched her hand and smiled. Xiaohua's martial arts are the best. Others may not know, but how can I not know? Of course, with me by your side, you can go anywhere in the world. I know. Meng laughed out loud, but then there was a hint of sadness. How could Zhang Xiaohua not see it? She whispered, it's okay, Meng. Hierarch His Excellency just asked me to go to the ruins of Huanyu to have a look. It's not a punishment. I'm not thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, then what is it? Meng hesitated and said, Xiaohua, have you ever had any strange dreams? Dreams? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head, I haven't dreamed for a long time. You've never dreamed before? Meng Da asked curiously. I have a dream in my heart. Who would still want to dream? Chapter 887. Meng stomped her feet and rebuked, Xiaohua, I'm serious, don't interrupt. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, okay, you say it. However, she said again, I'm serious, I'm not interrupting. I haven't dreamed for a long time. Meng looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "You're a strange person. I've never heard anyone say that they don't dream." "Ah, if I don't dream like you, how good would it be?" "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. "What kind of strange dreams do you have? Why are you so scared?" Meng bit her lips and said, "Actually, I don't remember these strange dreams very well. I just feel that the dreams are very real. For example, when I kill someone, I can feel the smell of blood." "Hee," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Can you kill someone? I think you don't even dare to kill a chicken." Really, Meng was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe her, so she said, "Not only killing people, there are many other things." "Well, I know." Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand tightly and nodded, "I believe you, Meng. It's said that what you think in the day, you dream at night. It's true. Maybe because you think too much and can't do too much, what you think in the day will be brought into your dreams." "Really?" Meng didn't believe it. She thought carefully and nodded, "Maybe. Master. I had a lot of dreams in the days after Master died. I miss Master so much that I can't wait to catch the murderer who killed Master." "Well, I know, Meng. You don't have to worry about Shirtai. I have sworn to God that I will catch the murderer with my own hands. No. I will kill the murderer with my own hands to avenge Shirtai. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had seen Deputy Hall Leader Su of Tuadan Hall and Yan's illness. She had a faint feeling that there was some inevitable connection between them and Shirtai's death. Maybe it was the doing of the spring equinox and Jingjia organization. She didn't plan to do anything to them before because she didn't have a good impression of the fragrant cult. Those people muddying the water, on the contrary, was beneficial to her actions. But now, the hated Zhong Pei was unexpectedly struck to death by lightning. She met Meng as she wished and was even with her now. She didn't have to worry about the Shixin Peak because Zhang Xiaohu was there to take care of it. She basically had nothing to worry about. Besides, Shirtai had saved her life. If these people had something to do with Shirtai's death, how could she not intervene? Alas, Meng still couldn't believe her and sighed, "Of course I meant it, but your kung fu is too weak." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. He wanted to tell her the truth, but when he was about to say it, he had an idea: if I say it now, Meng's heart will be at ease. But after all, there is still no clue. If I kill the murderer with my own hands in the future and give her a surprise, wouldn't that be great? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged again and said, "Don't worry, in the entire Lingxiang Peak, only you and I truly want to avenge Shirtai. Her spirit in heaven will definitely bless me and let my kung fu improve by leaps and bounds. And, she will also give me the ability to communicate with spirits and tell me who the murderer is." "Huh, I know." Meng smiled, knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was comforting him. He only said, "You should practice martial arts in a down-to-earth manner. I only hope that one day, you can catch up to that Shimujuan. I'll be satisfied. That tramp is nothing. TSK, how can he be my opponent? If I wasn't afraid that he would lose face in front of the hierarch, I would have broken his nose long ago." Meng couldn't help but laugh, "Only you can brag." "Hee, as long as you like it," Zhang Xiaohua said in a silly manner. "Oh, right." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He looked around and whispered, "Meng, do you think it's strange?" Meng's curiosity was piqued and her melancholy was swept away. "What's strange? Don't you think it's strange?" "Damn, how would I know if you don't tell me?" "Alas, don't you think that a month ago in Mo Xian's palace, we passed, it was too easy?" Hee, I thought you were going to say something." Meng covered her mouth and laughed, "I thought you felt good. I didn't even think about it. Of course, I have a little bit of self-awareness. At that time, I thought it was because the hierarch doted on you. Later, I felt that it wasn't entirely true. Maybe there was something I didn't know. Shoo. Meng heard this and a strange expression appeared on her face. She looked around and whispered, later, I secretly asked senior sister Chen. She didn't know either. However, you also know that she is very curious. Later, she secretly asked Abbess Jing Fan. After listening to senior sister Chen's words, I found out that the hierarch was really merciful that day. Zhang Xiaohua was also very surprised. She lowered her voice, quickly tell me. Ahem, Meng looked around and coughed twice. Alas, these few days of practice have been very tiring. My waist and shoulders are also sore. There are some things that I can't remember clearly. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and pulled Meng to the stone bench. She smiled and said, Oh, senior sister Xia, it turns out that you are tired. Earlier, I learned some massage techniques outside. If senior sister doesn't mind, I can give you a massage. Meng nodded slightly, at least you have good eyesight. Well, come and try it. I want to see how much you have learned. Of course, I am the smart Zhang Xiaohua. I can learn it easily. Zhang Xiaohua said and stretched out her hands with a strange smile on her face. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Meng couldn't help but laugh. She was almost out of breath and said intermittently, this is, massage. Of course, it is the authentic Zhang's massage. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Okay, I admit defeat. I will tell you the reason right away. Meng couldn't help but beg for mercy. At this moment, he heard Zhang Xiaohua exclaim, What is this? Why is there a bulge in your armpit? What is it? And it is soft. Meng said shyly, Your hand, where are you putting it? Quickly take it away. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. He exerted a little force in his hand and immediately knew where he was touching the dream. Zhang Xiaohua was still young and was not very clear about the relationship between men and women. Even when she was chatting with Peacock and Chen Chen in the refining heart cave, it was, how should she put it, she touched Meng from the front. At this time, she only scratched Meng's armpit from the back. How would she know that there was something shameful in the front? Zhang Xiaohua quickly let go of her hand and said with a red face, I didn't do it on purpose. Meng's face was also burning. After a long time, she whispered, It's okay. That's right, quickly tell me, why did the leader let you go that day? Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. Meng laughed, actually, it is related to the leader's past. How should I put it? Back then, when the leader was young, she was a famous beauty in Mo Xian Palace. In the Greenwood Palace, there was also a handsome disciple who was skilled in martial arts. Senior sister Chen didn't mention his name. This disciple had been admiring the leader for a long time. At that time, the leader hadn't received the inheritance yet, so she had a good impression of this disciple. The two of them were together under the moon, so there is no need to talk about it. Later on, that disciple found out about the story of the fragrant religion's Lingxiang Peak and discussed it with the leader. They fought from Lingxiang Peak all the way to Mo Xian Palace. At that time, the leader understood. Although she was very reluctant to part with our leader, she had to follow the precedent and let them pass the 3 tests. What was the result? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. What result? Right now, the leader belongs to the leader. What good result can there be? Meng said in annoyance. Could it be that the leader went back on her words and didn't jump off the sacrificial cliff? Zhang Xiaohua asked. The martyred love cliff's leader naturally jumped, but... At this point, Zhang Xiaohua naturally already knew, and said regretfully, Sigh, could it be that that brother was like me, encountering Orchid Twilight, and the disciples of Mo Nong Palace killed all the beasts in the testing love forest one step ahead? Meng was surprised when she heard this and asked, Killed all the beasts? Xiaohua, then, Then where did your 100 blood wolf tails come from? Is there even a need to ask? Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, our marriage is a gift from the heavens. I'm the blood wolf's tail. Keep bragging. Meng rolled her eyes at him and continued, the year your Greenwood Palace's disciple entered the Passion Forest wasn't the year of the orchid's late refinement. It's just that. Alas, it's just a pity. Although there were many wild beasts in the Passion Forest, but your disciple only managed to kill 99 blood wolves in the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. No way. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of surprise. That's 99 blood wolf tails, but there's only one left. Yes, that's right. Meng nodded with certainty. It's because of this last tale that the leader didn't get together with that disciple. Then, what about that disciple? Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. Now, is he still in the Greenwood Palace? No, that disciple failed the 3 tests and felt that it was the will of the heavens. He was disheartened and stayed in the Lingxiang Peak for half a year, then went down the mountain. No one knows where he went. The fragrant cult is only so big, so we couldn't find him. And according to the disciples, when the Jinghai Lake opened, we didn't see him go out. He just mysteriously disappeared like that. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought of Yuzhuachuan, whose body he destroyed. Didn't the leader try to find him? Of course he did, but in the 2nd year, the leader passed the direct selection and received the inheritance. He didn't have the time or the opportunity to find him. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's because the leader has such a regret in his heart that he values the marriage given by the heavens so much. That's right, otherwise, how could we pass so easily? Meng murmured. Chapter 888. With the red sun hanging high in the sky, Zhang Xiaohua, dressed in a brand new outfit, walked out of the small courtyard with Huanhuan in one hand and the Prajna sword in the other. Outside the small courtyard, Meng was standing with a smile. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her, he couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say goodbye yesterday? You don't have to send me off. I'm just going out for a walk. The hierarch only asked me to find someone to help me. It's not dangerous. Meng tilted her head and frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I feel reluctant to part with you. So I'll send you off. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said nervously, this. Isn't it too ostentatious? Will the other senior sisters in Mo Xian Palace be jealous? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's exaggerated look, Meng almost bent over with laughter again. She covered her mouth and said, little Xiaoyao, who do you think you are? Which other senior sister will like you? Don't feel so good about yourself. Zhang Xiaohua touched his flat nose and said seriously, I don't want others to be jealous of you. It's just that they will be jealous of our marriage. Meng pursed her lips and said with a smile, all right, don't talk nonsense. Although there isn't much danger in this trip to the ruins of Huanyu, if you can make some contributions, firstly, it can prove that the hierarch has a good eye and that you're a competent guardian disciple. Secondly, it can be considered as redeeming yourself by making contributions. The greater the contribution, the lesser the punishment Rejuvenation Valley will receive. Valley Master Nye has already given his daughter to you, how can you bring disaster to him? Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. He had explained Nye Qianyu's matter clearly to Meng during this month, but Meng always joked about it. Meng could joke about it, but he didn't dare to take it seriously. If he even slightly joked, Meng would immediately change her face. She was even more powerful than Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about what to say, but Meng didn't listen to his explanation at all. She walked forward and adjusted his clothes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. It seemed that only his mother cared about him like this before. Meng, really have nothing to do with Nye Qianyu. Meng was stunned and asked curiously, you've said that 472 times already. I believed you a long time ago. Why are you bringing it up again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. But didn't you just, Dream said, I'm just saying. Is there a relationship between you two? If there's nothing between you two, why don't I talk about it? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words and wanted to explain again. However, Meng said, let's go. It's already late. You should leave early and come back early. I want you to come back at night. Evening. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and thought to herself, although I haven't been to the ruins of Huan, it seems that it will take a few days. How can I return at night? When they walked out of the small courtyard, they still held hands. But later, more and more disciples came. Not only Meng, but also Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. These beautiful female disciples, whether wearing a veil or not, all looked at them with a smile. It was not admiration, but jealousy. Meng hid in Zhang Xiaohua's remote courtyard and enjoyed the nourishment of love. She was free and unfettered. Now that she was surrounded by so many people, although she was proud and stubborn, she still had the mentality of a little girl. Besides being slightly happy, she was abnormally shy. She only walked half the way and blushed and ran away. Behind her, Zhang Xiaohua's face was also burning. She complained secretly, I told you not to come, but you came to see me. It's like watching a monkey. After Meng left, Zhang Xiaohua was emboldened. No matter who looked at him, he stared straight at them. This trick was really good. The female disciples all bowed their heads and left under his stare. When Zhang Xiaohua was complacent, he saw a female disciple in a lavender palace dress looking at him from a distance. Zhang Xiaohua squinted and thought, there is really someone who doesn't know what's good for her. He also tilted his head and stared at her. Unexpectedly, the female disciple didn't avoid him and came straight to him. Oh, I actually met a rival. Who is so thick-skinned? When the female disciple came closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw her clearly. He quickly lowered his head and saluted, Greetings, Lord Chen. Wasn't it Chen Chen? Although Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head, he muttered in his heart, when did this girl dress up so elegantly? I almost can't recognize her. Chen Chen said in a low voice, He, junior brother Ren, you are now a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Although, you don't need to call me Lord Chen. You can just call me senior sister in the future. Yes, Lord Chen. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Oh, senior sister Chen. I wonder where senior sister Chen is heading to. Oh, I woke up early this morning and just happened to see you. Looking at your new clothes and the 4 odd beasts, I guess you are going down the mountain to Huanyu. So I came over to give you some instructions. Yes, I am going there. Senior sister Chen, please instruct me. Cough cough, actually, it's nothing much. The ruins of Huan is a forbidden area of my fragrance sect. I'm sure the sect leader has already told you about it. Your martial arts are limited, especially your Qinggong. Inside the ruins of Huan, you must not go too deep, you only need to wait outside for the disciples of Mo Xiangong. About Rejuvenation Valley, I've told senior sister Kong about it. Right now, Lord Sect Master is still angry, so it's not suitable for her to speak directly. After this period of time, I'll have senior sister talk to Lord Sect Master. After all, she was also the messenger who went to Vow City to offer sacrifices last time. Also, there is a female disciple among the disciples going to Huanyu this time. You should be familiar with her. She is Xia Qing, who entered the fragrant cult with us last time. They have been there for a long time. Maybe they had some adventures. If you meet her, tell her. Maybe she will give you some benefits. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt warm in her heart. This expression was somewhat similar to the illusion in the refining heart cave. After hearing Chen Chen's words, she bowed and thanked him. Well, go. Go and come back early. Don't let Junior sister Xianxia worry about you. Chen waved his hand and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said with a smile, remember what I told you at Shixin Peak. If you have any secret marks on your body, check it as soon as possible. Don't wait for little fish Nya to come and make trouble for you. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She looked at Chen's back which was shaking with laughter. She opened her mouth and did not know how to answer. After exiting Mo Xian Palace, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Ruijin Palace. Coincidentally, he ran into Ruijin Palace's senior martial brother Wei. Thinking about how he had broken Ruijin Palace's sword and snatched his waist token, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. He stepped forward and shouted, Senior Martial Brother Wei, please wait. Senior Brother Wei was leading people down the mountain to patrol. When he heard someone calling him, he naturally turned back. However, when he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, his face immediately became awkward. He turned back and saluted. Junior Brother Ren, you. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and also saluted. Senior Brother Wei, that. I'm really sorry about last time. I was also in a hurry to go up the mountain, so I made a move. That, I hope Senior Brother can be magnanimous and forgive me. What could Senior Martial Brother Wei say? Zhang Xiaohua had barged into Remnant Fragrance alone with a sword and had long caused a huge commotion. He had turned Ruijin Palace Hall into a complete mess. Nanjing Gang did not say anything, but Shi Mujuan had scolded everyone. Although he could not punish these disciples due to the teachings of Remnant Fragrance cult, he reckoned that they had suffered quite a lot. It's fine. Junior Brother Ren's courage and insight are astonishing. His martial arts are also superb. In addition, he is unswervingly loyal to senior sister Xiao. He is our role model. I can't wait to be envious. How can I blame you? Since Senior Brother Wei said so, I can rest assured. If there is a chance, I will tell the group of senior brothers in Ruijin Palace that I will apologize to them. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a waist token and handed it over. This is what I used last time. I'm returning it to Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei took a look and reached out to take it with lightning speed. He smiled and said, this waist token has already lost its effect. To think that Junior Brother Ren still remembers it, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and secretly said, it's already lost its effect. Why are you in such a hurry to take it back? Senior Brother Wei was naturally unwilling to travel with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, the Ruijin Palace disciples they met all had the same expression. They were jealous, envious, and a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaohua did not mind. She sat on Huan's lap and cupped her hands when she saw some familiar faces. She had already offended them a lot. Zhang Xiaohua was still aware of these trivial etiquette. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind the mountain rocks on the mountain path. It seemed like the person saw Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen it. It was Zhang Pinger from Lihua Hall. Looking at this place, they were already in Lihua Hall's territory. Zhang Pinger must have something to do. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's protrusion and stopped. She looked at the mountain rocks by the mountain path and thought for a moment. She felt that she had something to say to Huan, but if she really said it, it would be unnecessary. She sighed and wanted to go down the mountain. However, she saw Zhang Pinger peeking out from behind the mountain rocks and looking down the mountain. When she saw that there was no one at the foot of the mountain, it seemed like Zhang Xiaohua had gone far away. Zhang Pinger then leaped out from behind the mountain rocks. However, when she turned her head, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing beside her awkwardly. She couldn't help but blush. However, it only lasted for a moment before Zhang Pinger's face turned cold. She was the ice beauty of Lihua Hall. Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips and cupped her hands. Junior sister, Zhang Pinger quickly stopped him and said coldly, senior brother Ren is wrong. It's better to call her junior sister Zhang. Your surname isn't Zhang, so calling her junior sister is a little too much. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said softly, Junior sister Zhang, I think, it's useless for me to say anything unnecessary. Actually, I didn't know that Xia was at Lingxiang Peak, so I never had the intention to make use of junior sister. If junior sister has misunderstood or caused some trouble for junior sister, then I will apologize to junior sister now. I don't dare. Senior brother Ren is the protector disciple of Mo Xian Palace. How could I, a disciple of Li Hua Palace, compare to him? Even if we were used, it would be our honor. How could I dare to complain? How can I complain and dare to accept the apology of a disciple of Mo Xian Palace? Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uncomfortable with this vague sense of unfamiliarity. Chapter 889. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua continued, also, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely give Deputy Hall Master Yin an explanation for the trouble I've caused. No need. Zhang Pinger was resolute and decisive. Master said that there's a saying in ancient times, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Although senior brother Ren didn't go too far, for the sake of the marriage between you and senior sister Xia, it's also God's arrangement for us to receive some punishment. Seeing Zhang Pinger's indifference, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to say and could only cup his hands to bid farewell. Junior sister, perhaps you won't like what I say, but I'll remember everything that junior sister has done. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Forget it. Zhang Pinger's face was frosty. Senior brother Ren, you'd better take care of senior sister Xia first. As she spoke, she took out a jade box from her bosom and handed it over. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously and didn't take it. This is the origin returning grass that senior brother Ren asked for when you came to the distant fire hall. I asked senior brother Ren for it from Martial Uncle. Please accept it. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. Junior sister, I was just joking with you. You, really took it seriously? Zhang Pinger's expression changed greatly. She threw the jade box into Zhang Xiaohua's arms and said angrily, Senior brother Ren, I'll say it again. Please call me junior sister Zhang. Also, there are some things that can't be said and some things that can't be done. Since I said it and did it, then I have to take it seriously. I'm stupid and can't distinguish between what senior brother Ren said and what senior brother Ren said. Therefore, I take everything seriously. If senior brother Ren has the leisure to joke with me next time, please tell me in advance. Then I'll be in high spirits and joke with senior brother Ren. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua's reaction and walked to the other side of the mountain path. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, which did not even turn back, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what she was feeling. She patted Huan's protruding horn and walked down the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. It did not take long for them to reach the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak. The protective array of the peak was still there, but when Zhang Xiaohua entered and exited, there was a world of difference. The rough stone tablet at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak was still the same. It stood there quietly by itself. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the towering Lingering Fragrance Peak and smiled. She released her divine sense and wrapped it around the rough stone tablet to observe it carefully. Unfortunately, after observing it for a while, there were no clues. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan and walked down one of the many mountain paths at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak. In Mo Xian Palace, Nun Jingyi held a scroll in her hand and read it with great interest. A disciple quietly walked in and stood by her side. After a long time, Nun Jingyi did not raise her head and asked, Ren Xiaoyao has left the mountain. Yes. What has this disciple of Mo Xian Palace been doing during this period of time? Reporting to sect leader, Ren Xiaoyao has always been with senior sister Xianxia. There's nothing strange about them. Looking at the two of them, it seems that they have known each other for a long time. It's impossible for them to be so close after just a few days. It seems that what they said was true. This Ren Xiaoyao is really infatuated. He actually chased her all the way to Mo Xian Palace from Jianghu. Moreover, our fragrant religion's rules are so strict, yet he was able to coincidentally come to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see Xianxia. If our religion does not fulfill his wish, even the heavens will be angry. Sect leader is the most benevolent, we all know that. The disciple smiled and said, if Ren Xiaoyao met other sect leaders, he might not be able to fulfill his wish. This Ren Xiaoyao is also a genius. His martial arts are not good and his moves are not good, but he is blessed with divine strength. It's really rare. It's just that, when he heard that Xianxia had died that day, he still held his sword and threatened our religion. He still has a rebellious side to him. I hope this trip to Huansu will make him suffer a little and let him know the dignity of our fragrant religion. The disciple smiled and said, sect leader is right. No matter what, Ren Xiaoyao has only been in our fragrant religion for a short period of time. How could he know the background of our religion? Using his sword to threaten the sect leader is also a great disrespect. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. Why would our religion lower itself to his level? Oh, right, where's Shimujuan? This child was agitated. He wouldn't do something stupid, would he? That's not true. The day Ren Xiaoyao stayed in Mo Xian Palace, senior martial brother she left Lingering Fragrance Peak and went out to travel. What travel? He's only in the fragrant religion's small territory. Where can he travel to? However, he's also tactful. Actually, when Great Elder came to me to talk about this, our religion felt that it was inappropriate. Xianxia clearly doesn't have Mu Jun in her eyes. In addition, Xianxia wanted to take revenge for junior martial sister Jing Xian on her own accord and created this scene. How can Mu Jun keep his face? Mu Jun still knows when to advance and when to retreat. It's all because of Great Elder Jing Gang's teachings. Oh, right, where's Yuzhuachuan? There's still no trace of her. What kind of trouble did this fellow get into? Even you don't know. You all have the same master. Why is there such a big difference between the two? The female disciple was embarrassed. This time, this disciple really doesn't know. After junior martial brother Yu returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak, he only showed his face once and disappeared without a trace. It can't be the Tenryu sect or that strange power, right? The female disciple shook her head. It can't be ruled out. After all, many things have happened in our fragrant religion recently. The Vice Hall Masters of Pill Sprouting Hall and Cleansing Jade Hall, as well as more than 10 outer sect disciples have all disappeared. And, with the addition of Wandering Orchid and Mulyen, it's really hard to say. However, the possibility of it being junior martial brother Yu isn't high. After all, he has a legacy artifact from our fragrant religion. Although he can't use it proficiently, it's still possible that he could use it to escape. The Vice Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall. This guy actually sneaked into the fragrant religion without our religion knowing. If he hadn't provoked the Tenryu sect and poisoned him to death, it would have been hard to find him. Oh, the Vice Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall should also have a jade talisman. However, Shuo-kun should have an offensive jade talisman, so he should be able to escape. Right, speaking of the Pill Sprouting Hall, go and inform Sage Herb. Who went to Rejuvenation Valley last time? Cripple his martial arts and demote him to an ordinary disciple. Yes, I'll do it right away. But what? I think that senior martial sister Peacock went to Sorrow City to offer sacrifices last time. She was the head emissary, and that person was the vice emissary. If we crippled that person's martial arts, won't senior martial sister Peacock lose face? Oh, you're right. Peacock's status is different now. If it was before the inheritance, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, we still have to save some face. That disciple is lucky. Demote him to an ordinary disciple, but don't cripple his martial arts. Yes, head emissary is wise. Also, inform the fragrant religion disciples in the Jianghu to not stand up for Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. Spread this news to the Jianghu as well. Instead of doing things for our fragrant religion, they actually dared to play favoritism. It's their good fortune that we don't destroy them. Yes, head emissary is merciful. The female disciple bowed. Seeing that Nun Jingyi didn't say anything else, she quietly left. Zhang Xiaohua went down Lingering Fragrance Peak and headed towards Huanshu. However, after walking for half a day and passing a few forks in the road, his brain couldn't keep up. He had asked for directions, but he was a person with no sense of direction. He only knew that the sun rose from the east and was careless about everything else. He could only stand at the side of the road and prepare to play left, right, and left. At this moment, he heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. When he turned around, a strange smile appeared on his face. What do you think, head emissary? Dragging along the dust that filled the sky, the ones that whistled over were precisely Yu Shuochuan's group that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered when he had arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak the last time. It was still a dozen pure black horses that were abnormally arrogant. Of course, Yu Shuochuan was not in this group at this time, and the leader had changed to someone else. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was an old acquaintance, he urged the four odd beasts to make way for them. When the group of Rui Jinhal's disciples came closer, he smiled and prepared to greet them. However, when he raised his hand, one of the disciples shouted, "Io, it's Ren Xiaoyao." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he had become famous after breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Others might not know, but the disciples of Rui Jinhal remembered him well. When he turned around, he saw that it was the reckless disciple that he met last time, junior brother Feng. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior brother Feng, are you well?" Then, he looked around and smiled. "Where's senior brother Yu? Why don't I see him with you?" "Senior brother Yu, long time no see." Just when junior brother Feng opened his mouth, someone beside him berated, "Junior brother Feng." Junior brother Feng realized that he had blurted out, so he shouted, "Why are you looking for senior brother Yu? When you broke into Lingering Fragrance Peak, we weren't around. Even senior brother Yu was busy. Otherwise, how could you have broken through so easily?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Actually, it was all thanks to the kindness of the senior brothers and martial uncles of Rui Jinhal. They saw my painstaking effort and let me go. Others might not know, but I know very well. I really have to thank them." When the disciple heard that, he didn't have any good intentions. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Ren's words have caused the sect leader to misunderstand. If she knows about it, she will think that the disciples of Rui Jinhal are slacking. Some punishment will be unavoidable. Martial Uncle Ming, Martial Uncle Hu, and Martial Uncle Su will also be punished." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, hee, then, just treat it as if I didn't say anything." The disciple frowned and sneered, "If that's all junior brother Ren wanted to say, then I didn't hear anything. Junior brother Ren, please make way. Let's part here." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Oh, I was ordered by the sect leader to go to the ruins of Huanshu. I don't know which path to take here. Senior brother, please guide me." "Ruins of Huanshu?" The disciples looked at each other in surprise. The disciple in front muttered to himself and pointed with his finger, "Junior brother Ren is wrong to go to the ruins of Huanshu. He has to take this path." After listening to the disciple's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It turned out that he had already taken the wrong path. Chapter 890. In the middle of a mountain covered by green trees, there was a huge peach tree beside a small lake. At this moment, thousands of pink peach blossoms were blooming on the peach tree. Under the peach tree, a middle-aged man in white was holding a long sword and waving it slowly. His sword moves were so slow that it was like an old man training in the morning. His footsteps were also ordinary. His footsteps were not light nor heavy, just like an ordinary person walking. However, every time the long sword danced, there would be an undercurrent in the air that would follow the long sword's movements. Although many of the fallen petals under the peach trees did not follow the movements of the person's footsteps, they were eager to give it a try as the long sword stretched and retracted. Not long later, the middle-aged man's sword moves were so slow that it was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. The surrounding fallen petals gradually jumped and were unwilling to turn into spring mud. They danced in the air following the changes of the long sword. This was still not considered shocking. After a long time, even more peach blossoms flew down from the peach tree and joined the dance. Moreover, there were more and more of them, and in a moment, the hundreds of peach blossoms condensed into the shape of a person and rapidly danced in the air. Suddenly, the middle-aged man shouted and pointed the long sword in his hand into the lake. The human-shaped peach blossoms flew into the lake. Before the peach blossoms could get close, a loud sound came from the lake. A huge wave of several feet high was created by the long sword and the peach blossoms were directly smashed into the lake. When the lake was covered by the falling petals, the middle-aged man slowly withdrew his long sword and smiled as he muttered to himself, "The sword light is restrained and returned to its original state." As the saying goes, the shapeless sword chi can harm people without them noticing. I have practiced for many years. I did not expect that I would succeed in this disheartened and lazy state. Sigh. The middle-aged man's forehead was full and the ground was round. He had a graceful appearance. Wasn't he the eldest disciple of Rui Jin Palace, Shimujuan? The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless flowing water is heartless. Looking at the countless peach blossoms floating in the lake, Shimu Jun could not help but feel sad. A trace of hatred appeared in his eyes as he shook his long sword. His figure rose from the ground and swiftly rushed down the mountain like a horse. As for the dozen or so disciples of the Rui Jin Palace, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua heading towards a fork in the road, they also turned around and patted their horses to head in another direction. After a short time, one of the disciples looked back and saw that they were far away from the fork in the road and whispered, "Junior brother Yang, this Ren Xiaoyao, how can he be so bold? First, he offended Fiery Palace's Zhang Pinger, infuriating senior marshal brother Yu to the point that he wanted to go down the mountain and kill that bastard. Then, he hooked up with senior marshal sister Zi Xia of Mo Xian Palace and drove senior marshal brother Xi away. It's already been more than a month and there's still no trace of him." Junior brother Yang smiled and said, "This is where he's smart, stepping on people one by one. However, we're stepping on our own senior marshal brothers, while he's stepping on our senior marshal sisters. Tisk tsk, I also want to step on them, but there's no junior marshal sister for me to step on. By the way, junior brother Yang, didn't senior marshal brother you say that he wanted to go down the mountain to kill that bastard? Why did he disappear? Tell me, did senior marshal brother you go or not? Aren't you talking nonsense? If senior marshal brother you went, how could that bastard survive? How could there be a story of him charging into the remnant fragrance with a sword? Wouldn't senior marshal sister Zi Xia and senior marshal brother Shi be on the same level? However, senior marshal brother you went out in a huff and then disappeared without a trace. Could it be what? A voice came from the side. The disciple was startled. When he looked up, he revealed an awkward smile and bowed, "Senior marshal brother Shi, you're back." "And, I'm back." "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "This." The disciple hesitated. I said that senior martial brother Yu went out in a huff after talking to junior martial brother Yang and then disappeared without a trace. Maybe Ren Xiaoyao did something evil to him. That might not be the case. The disciple gritted his teeth and finished his sentence. Third martial brother Yu hasn't returned yet? Shi Mujuan asked curiously. Then, he said, you're right. It makes a lot of sense. However, why didn't you say anything when I asked you earlier? The disciple said innocently, Senior martial brother Shi, this is just nonsense from me. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are far inferior to senior martial brother Yu's. How could he do something evil to senior martial brother Yu? That might not be the case. Ren Xiaoyao is extremely strong. If third martial brother Yu didn't notice. Shi Mujuan said with a smile without looking away. Yes, senior martial brother Shi is right. With Ren Xiaoyao's strength, even senior martial brother Hu would be defeated. It's hard to say if senior martial brother Yu was careless. The disciple smiled apologetically. Alright, remember this. When I look for you in the future, don't forget that there's still you. Yes, senior martial brother Shi. I understand. Junior martial brother Yang nodded. Alright, go ahead. Look for me when you're back. Shi Mujuan stood up and was about to leave. However, he thought of something and asked, why did you suddenly think of Ren Xiaoyao? The disciple pointed at the fork in the distance. Senior martial brother Shi, we bumped into Ren Xiaoyao at the fork in the road. From what he said, he actually received an order from Lord Hierarch to go to the ruins of purification. But he took a wrong turn and went that way. Shi Mujuan nodded. Yes, I understand. Lord Hierarch's orders must be important. That slow-witted fellow actually lost his way. Sigh, it's obvious that he's not a diligent person. Forget it. Since Lord Hierarch thinks highly of him, what does it have to do with us? You guys go ahead. I'm about to return to Rui Jin Hall. Oh right, is everything alright in the hall? It's nothing. Senior martial brother Shi, you should head back first. Lord Hierarch has been nagging about it for a long time. Alright, I'll head back now. Go ahead. After Shi Mujuan finished speaking, he executed his movement technique and headed toward the fork in the road. When he reached the fork in the road, he opened his eyes and ears. When he saw that there was no one around, he bent down and headed in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Just as Shi Mujuan was heading toward Zhang Xiaohua's fork in the road, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Her left hand formed a seal and it was the technique of the Hand of Karma from the Heavenly Tao. However, the technique was extremely profound. During the month when Zhang Xiaohua was recuperating on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she had been trying to comprehend it. However, she was still unable to comprehend it. She didn't even gain the slightest bit from it. She could only use her left hand to form the technique. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't surprised when she saw that the technique on her left hand was ineffective. The Tao of Karma was so profound that the technique derived from it was naturally of a high level. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, even the technique of the innate divine restriction couldn't be compared to it. How could she possibly comprehend it in just a month? However, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that although her Hand of Karma couldn't calculate the reason, since her heart was moved, something unfavorable must have happened to her. The most important thing was to take precautions first. Speaking of precautions, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously took out the small shield in her arms. Other than the jade piece, Zhang Xiaohua's defense was also the robe left behind by Elder Hua. Speaking of the robe, Zhang Xiaohua was also depressed. It wasn't right to say that the robe was useless. During this expedition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use the Immortal Tao technique. Along the way, she was attacked by the disciples of Rui Jin Palace. She didn't know how many long swords had pierced her body. If it weren't for the robe, she would have been injured long ago. However, this robe was still on her body and she didn't know how to activate it. Along the way, although the sword tips were blocked, a lot of the force was transmitted to her body. Zhang Xiaohua's serious injuries were mostly due to this robe. Presumably, this kind of defensive celestial tool could only resist the attack of genuine qi. It was useless against pure force attacks. Of course, the most important thing was that this robe was close-fitting. If the defense was ineffective, it would directly hit Zhang Xiaohua's body. She would be the one suffering the pain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to refine this small shield so that she could use it in the future. In front of Mo Xian Palace, Zhang Xiaohua had witnessed Nan Jingyi's powerful divine sense. Although he didn't know what level of qi refining or foundation establishment Nan Jingyi was, just her divine sense alone was more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. How would he dare to show any signs of being an immortal Dao practitioner in Mo Xian Palace? Only after leaving Lingering Fragrance Peak did he dare to have any ideas about this small shield. Huan's legs were strong. By the time the sky turned dark, they had already traveled a long distance and arrived at a mountain forest. Zhang Xiaohua occasionally looked back with his divine sense and attention. He looked left and right, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. On the mountain path, they met a few outer disciples. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua's clothes, they knew that he was an inner disciple. They were all very respectful and didn't dare to be negligent. How could it be as unexpected as Zhang Xiaohua thought? After entering the mountain forest, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huan's back. He patted Huan's protruding horn and took the great wisdom sword with him. When he came out, he was in a valley. Looking around, Zhang Xiaohua didn't find a good place to hide. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense. He threw the small shield in his hand and it floated in the air. The restriction in the small shield was still there. As long as his divine sense tried to force its way in, it would immediately be ejected. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Zhang Xiaohua formed a spell with his hands and used a few common sacrificial spells from the Refining the World to see if it would be useful. Unfortunately, when the spells entered, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There wasn't any sound. The small shield was still floating in the air, and only a vague outline could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to put the small shield back into his money pouch, his heart suddenly stirred. Another extremely familiar hand seal appeared in his left and right hands. Once the true qi was absorbed, Zhang Xiaohua waved his right hand and hit the small shield. Suddenly, the small shield moved slightly and even emitted an extremely faint fiery red brilliance. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He thought to himself, the sacrificial spell of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. How can it be used to refine this small shield? It turned out that the spell Zhang Xiaohua used was the sacrificial spell he learned from the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Could it be that this small shield was also refined by an expert of the incense cult, just like the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace? Zhang Xiaohua guessed. Chapter 891. However, such guesses were meaningless. Zhang Xiaohua only needed to refine the small shield. The way of immortals had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. Even if she knew who had refined it, would she return it to its rightful owner? However, refining the shield was not as easy as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It seemed that only the first few incantations had some effect. Later on, they were not very effective. The faint red light emitted by the shield had also disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua had wanted to stop, but she was unwilling to give up. Hence, she came up with the idea of treating a hopeless situation as a last resort. The vital energy in her left and right meridians could support the entire set of incantations without a problem. Even the incantations for refining the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were all applied to the shield. This method was somewhat effective. Occasionally, Some of the incantations were applied, and the small shield had some reaction. The faint brilliance gradually increased, and when the last incantation was applied, the shield's brilliance flickered and then disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, which was covering the shield, immediately sensed a small crack in the restriction. Using her divine sense to scan the inside, Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. She saw that the method of refining the shield had been transmitted to her mind. When Zhang Xiaohua finished reading the method of refining the shield, she could not help but feel discouraged. This small shield had a nice name, Crimson Spirit Protection, and its effects were extremely powerful. However, refining it was not an easy task. The Crimson Spirit Protection was divided into different stages, and the incantations for each stage were different. Even the vital energy required for each incantation was not something Zhang Xiaohua could achieve at the moment. What Zhang Xiaohua could do now was to activate the most basic and most primitive defensive function. Well, to put it bluntly, she could only use the Crimson Spirit Protection to block attacks. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to put away the Crimson Spirit Shield. They were currently in the wilderness, and although they were in a valley, the light emitted by the Crimson Spirit Shield would spread far and wide. It would not be a good thing if it attracted the attention of the disciples of the School of Fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua placed a jade talisman around her and set up a restriction. Then, she sat down cross-legged and began cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. The night passed silently. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. However, she jumped onto a tree and looked carefully. She didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that there is great danger ahead? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't rush the itinerary for the day. She just let the horse reins and let the four odd beasts Huan move forward at a leisurely pace. A few more days passed and nothing unusual happened. Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who was alert and secretly kept an eye on things. One day, they arrived at a hill. She saw that there were some swamps on the left side of the hill. The leaves were rotten and the mud was rotten. It was a place where few people went. Looking up at the sky, it was noon. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself, "I've mastered the Crimson Spirit Protection formula these days. I've also accumulated enough Xianxia. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to use the simplest method to refine it." It's noon now and the sun is shining brightly. The fiery red light of the Crimson Spirit Protection formula shouldn't attract attention. Since the sun is shining, it should be very bright. Presumably, she would leave Huan at the side of the hill where there were many trees. She would ride the wind and head towards the depths of the swamps. There was a lot of mud in the depths of the swamps and there was also a rotten smell. It was something rarely seen in the fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and found a dry spot. She landed and found a place with abundant sunlight. She sat down cross-legged and calmed her mind. She took out the Crimson Spirit Protection formula from her bosom. The small shield was incomparably exquisite. The fine patterns seemed to be flowing. Zhang Xiaohua lovingly caressed it and then threw the Crimson Spirit Protection formula into the air. The Crimson Spirit Protection formula that she had practiced countless times in her mind was executed by Zhang Xiaohua. She methodically hit the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. The Crimson Spirit Protection formula emitted a faint brilliance which became increasingly dazzling. In the end, it turned into a ball of scarlet red light. The shield's original appearance was long gone. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Crimson Spirit Protection formula in front of her and her heart was already blooming with joy. It was just the most basic refinement and it already looked so good. Was there a need to doubt it? It was definitely a good item. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and drew out the last strand of true qi from her body. The last seal in her left hand was already formed. With a wave of her left hand, a clang sound was heard and the seal hit the brilliance. The brilliance was like the rising sun. Zhang Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua did not spit out the natal true qi after the seal. However, it was no longer a problem. After the brilliant brilliance, the Crimson Spirit Protection formula returned to its original appearance. It was a small shield floating in the air. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she could control the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the strand of true qi in her body to strike the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat and a strong sense of danger emerged from her left side. Oh no, is there a ferocious beast? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately kept the Crimson Spirit Protection formula and took out the Chasing Dream Sword. Her left hand took out a piece of primordial stone. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi in her meridians was exhausted and she was unable to use the Earth Escape technique. She could only use the ethereal steps and quickly leaped onto a large tree with luxuriant foliage. She carefully looked to her left side. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. From time to time, there would be the chirping of cicadas and the chirping of birds. Even the mountain wind was blowing the leaves, making a rustling sound. Where Zhang Xiaohua looked, the leaves were undulating and the chirping of birds was still the same. It was not different from the surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua stared for a long time but did not see any abnormalities. She could not help but wonder, could it be that I am being paranoid? If this happens often, won't I end up with a nervous breakdown? Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, Ren Xiaoyao, you. Are you looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua cried out in surprise and almost fell from the tree. Which senior expert is this? He can actually hide from my divine sense and eyes. When Zhang Xiaohua steadied herself and focused her gaze, Shi Mujuan was standing on a large tree a few feet away. He was dressed in embroidered robes and casually holding a long sword. He was standing on a tall branch and his figure was moving up and down along with the branches, undulating up and down. Shi Mujuan. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes narrowing. Why is this fellow here? No wonder I have been feeling uneasy these past few days. It seems like this fellow has been stalking me for a few days. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was already aware that he was in the martial world. Even though he did not have such a strong feeling before, he was not naive enough to think that Shi Mujuan was only here for the winding path to seclusion. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put on a smile and jumped down from the tree. She looked rather clumsy as she cupped her fists and said, Senior Brother Shi, oh, right, Senior Brother Shi, may I call you Senior Brother Shi from now on? Humph, Shi Mujuan scoffed coldly and said coldly, mud will never be able to support a wall. I have already said that you are not fit to call me Senior Brother Shi. That was the case in the past and it is still the case now. What about in the future? Of course it is. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was slightly awkward and nervous. The small sword in her hand moved unconsciously and she smiled, since that, does not allow me to call you that, then how should I address you? Once she finished speaking, she smiled as if she was trying to curry favor, since I've been staying at Lingering Fragrance Peak for so long, there will be a time when we will meet again. Shi Mujuan looked at her with interest and laughed coldly, perhaps we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked perplexed. She raised her head and looked behind Shi Mujuan. She raised her voice and said, my dear friend, I heard some strange movements over there just now. It doesn't seem to be the work of humans. I wonder if Brother Ren saw it. Shi Mujuan did not even turn his head. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings and smiled, there's no need to look. This is just a smelly swamp. Even the immortal birds of the fragrant fragrance cult won't come here. How could there be any movements? Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then I can rest assured. This place is remote and wild beasts should come here often. If I'm not careful, won't I be attacked by a ferocious beast? You should look around more. Don't get killed by a fly that flies over. Shi Mujuan mocked. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua looked around in surprise and asked, by the way, my dear friend, it has been more than a month since I last saw you at Imo Xian Palace. May I know where you have gone? Why did you suddenly appear here? Shut up. Shi Mujuan was annoyed when he heard her and said, who are you to call my dear friend? This? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders in fright and said anxiously, then how should I address you? You should at least address me as such. In this case. Why don't you address me as the great disciple of Rui Jinhao? Shi Mujuan stood up and directly used his qinggong to fly 20 feet away. However, he stopped. His body continued to move up and down along with the branches as he stood steadily. The smile on his face was already clear. However, there was a trace of joy in this smile. It was not the joy of being in a good mood, but the joy of seeing a plaything. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously took 2 steps back when she saw Shi Mujuan approaching. She smiled charmingly and said, great disciple of Rui Jinhao, may I know how you got here? Don't tell me you are also heading to Ruinshuan under the orders of the cult master. Ruinshuan. Shi Mujuan laughed out loud. You want to go to Ruinshuan with your skills? Wait until you are alive. Then, he snorted coldly. Don't use the cult master to remind me. There are many things that the cult master does not know about in fragrance cult. Even if I kill you on the spot, who will know that I am the one who did it? Moreover, the ruins of Huan is the forbidden area of the fragrant cult. For thousands of years, countless disciples have never come out of the ruins of Huan. Even if you don't come out of the ruins of Huan, do you think the cult master will look for you? Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and waved her hands. Run. Great disciple of Rui Jinhao, the cult master only asked me to go to the outskirts of Ruins Huan to receive the disciples who are heading there. He did not say that I must go in. Chapter 892. Ha ha ha. Shi Mujuan laughed heartily, as if he had never been this happy before. The tree branch beneath him moved up and down even more frequently. Shi Mujuan's fingers were trembling as he laughed. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, talent. Talent. Only now do I know that junior brother Ren is a talent. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, this. Didn't you not allow me to call you senior brother? Why are you still calling me junior brother? Shi Mujuan held back his laughter with great difficulty and said, I already knew that you were a scheming person from the start. I really don't feel ashamed to be associated with you. Now, it seems that not only are you scheming, even your thick skin is admirable. Therefore, I unconsciously wanted to call you junior brother. However, this is because I think highly of you. If you want to call me senior brother, then, it's still not enough. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that this is the legendary saying, only officials are allowed to set fires, but commoners are not allowed to light lamps? Zhang Xiaohua's innocent face made Shi Mujuan laugh heartily again. Zhang Xiaohua also looked on with a smile and did not move. Ren Xiaoyao, oh Ren Xiaoyao, you're really good at playing the fool. Oh, did you use this glib tongue of yours to trick junior sister Zi Xia into joining you? The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled into a slight smile when Meng was mentioned. He cupped his hands toward Shi Mujuan and said, speaking of which, I would like to thank you for thinking highly of Meng. There are not many disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak who have the same judgment as you and I. Shi Mujuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He leaned the long sword in his left hand against his back and looked around. Junior brother Ren, don't you think that your appearance in the fragrant cult and Lingering Fragrance Peak is very inappropriate? Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to reply, he continued, if it wasn't for your appearance, Xianxia would have already accepted my token. Not long after, she would have become the lover of the first disciple of Rui Jinhao. Although Rui Jinhao's status is lower than Mo Xiangong's, she has received my protection. When I become the Hall Master in the future, her happiness will be just around the corner. Even if Peacock obtained the inheritance of the incense religion, how could she compare to her? In the future, you'll just be an old grand aunt, and you'll never know the feeling of love. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He pointed at Shi Mujuan and said, You're insinuating Lord Cult Master. So what if I say it directly? Shi Mujuan laughed sinisterly. Do you think you still have the chance to complain to Lord Cult Leader? Even if you go back and complain, do you think Lord Cult Master will believe you? Or will he believe me? Brother, do you think I have nowhere to run? Zhang Xiaohua chuckled coldly at this moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sudden change in attitude, Shi Mujuan was stunned and said, What? Have you thought of a good way to escape? Then, he looked left and right. I already know your Qinggong. I'm not afraid of making you feel inferior. Even if I give you an hour's head start, it's enough for me to catch up to you within 6 hours. So, your delusion of delaying time and looking for a way out is completely useless. Then, he drew his sword from his back and drew a few strokes in front of his eyes, saying, Actually, I originally planned to wait for you to return to Lingering Fragrance Peak before killing you openly. However, I really couldn't hold back this anger in my heart and wanted to put you to death by my sword sooner. That's why I followed you here. Sigh, I still don't have enough self-cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and couldn't help but ask, Brother, Lord Cult Master has ordered you not to make things difficult for me. Why do you want to kill me openly? Ha ha ha, Shi Mujuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua in amusement. I have many ways to kill you. However, since I've blocked you here, there's no harm in telling you. My third junior brother has been out for a long time and he hasn't returned. I heard from the disciples of Rui Jinhao that when he left, he said that he was going to find trouble with you. Since he didn't do so, he naturally died in your hands. I'm avenging my junior brother and investigating the real culprit. Since you didn't cooperate and stubbornly resisted, it's reasonable for me to kill you. Even if third junior brother comes back in the future, I'll just offer my humble apology and be willing to be punished. What can I do? Clap clap clap, Zhang Xiaohua applauded and said, Brother, you have a good plan. Using senior brother use departure as an excuse to kill me, even if the cult master punishes me, it'll still be because of my relationship with Zhang Pinger. You can also defend yourself. How wonderful, how wonderful. Sigh, Yu Lao-san, since he said that he was going to find trouble with you, why didn't he go and find trouble with you? If I had killed you earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The third rule of Rui Xiang cult forbids fratricidal fighting. How did senior brother you dare to do it? He, the ancient said that, a doctor can't be punished. Haven't you heard of it? With my master, Abbess Jing Gang, as a backer, what can't be covered up? I understand. Brother, you have the same plan at this moment. How could that be? Junior brother Ren thinks too highly of himself. I only need to kill you. How could I let anyone know? Not to mention letting the cult master know. Tisk tsk, Zhang Xiaohua bowed and saluted, thank you for teaching me, brother. Oh, that's right. Brother, you've talked for a long time. Is your mouth dry? Yes, if it was me, I would definitely kill you from the start. Why would I dawdle for so long? Ha ha ha, Shi Mujuan laughed again and leaped down from the tree, saying, I've already said it. Junior brother Ren, don't think too highly of yourself. Even if your junior sister Xia's lover, even if you broke into Lingering Fragrance Peak alone, even if Hu Ben, Ming Qing, and junior brother Su were all defeated by you, but in my eyes, you're just an ant. If I want to kill you, I only need one strike. Do you understand? Just one strike. Thinking back to that day, if it wasn't for the cult master stopping me, I would definitely have stabbed you with my sword. Sigh, how would you know all this? Only when our strengths are swapped can you understand how I feel at this moment. I almost want to crush your bones and scatter your ashes, but I just can't forget the humiliation you gave me at Xian Palace. If I don't vent this anger, it'll be detrimental to my future cultivation. Who knows, it might even become my inner demon. Sigh, what's the use of telling you all this? Could it be that my inner demon has become stronger because my martial arts have improved? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded, yes, I can understand Brother Ren's feelings. If that bastard Zhong Pei was here, I might have to dawdle with him for a long time before making my move. Zhong Pei? What does he have to do with you? Shi Mujuan was stunned. Because, I'm the same as you. I want to kill him. Zhang Xiaohua enunciated each word clearly. Ha ha ha, Shi Mujuan laughed so hard that he bent over. It's really, really funny. With that little bit of strength of yours, you can only fight with Hu Ben. Others have countless ways to kill you. Oh, right, where's that sword embryo of yours? Why did it land on the David's deer? It's a pity. As Shi Mujuan spoke, the long sword in his hand was the same as before. He waved it lightly, but suddenly, he exerted force in his hand and threw the long sword out. Zhang Xiaohua was about 20 feet away from Shi Mujuan. She could not reach him with her divine sense, but she had already released it to protect her body. When she saw Shi Mujuan attack without any warning and the way he attacked was exactly the same as a flying sword, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. She held Shi Mujuan's nose and said so much because she wanted to absorb more vitality from the vitality stone so that she could deal with Shi Mujuan using the way of the immortals. However, how could she not be shocked when she saw that Shi Mujuan was also an expert in the way of the immortals? Fortunately, Shi Mujuan threw the long sword at Zhang Xiaohua like a waterfall. Then, Shi Mujuan stood up and used his lightness skill to chase after her. Just as he said, he was much faster than Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps. He caught up with the sword in a few leaps and grabbed the hilt of the long sword before thrusting it at Zhang Xiaohua. My God! What kind of technique is this? When she saw Shi Mujuan's technique clearly, Zhang Xiaohua wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. As long as it was not a flying sword from the way of the immortals, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, even though Shi Mujuan did not use his flying sword, his sword was extremely powerful. It was similar to the sword that Zhang Xiaohua had used in front of Mo Xiangong. She felt as though she was being enveloped by a huge cage. No matter how she tried to dodge, the long sword would pierce her head. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed loudly. She took out Zhu Meng from her bosom and leaped forward to collide with the tip of Shi Mujuan's sword. Since there was no place to dodge, perhaps she would have a chance of survival if she met the attack head-on. As expected, Shi Mujuan was slightly taken aback when he saw Zhang Xiaohua taking out a small sword. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua charging towards the tip of his sword, he was even more surprised. His technique, Feng Lai Yi, emphasized on striking first to gain the upper hand. If it was purely for defense, he would be at a disadvantage. This technique was the same one that Shi Mujuan had used to stab Zhang Xiaohua in front of Mo Xiangong. However, it was more powerful and his inner energy was more restrained. The murderous intent in it was also more intense. Seeing that she was about to collide with the long sword, Zhang Xiaohua thrust out the small sword in her hand. She used her divine sense to find the tip of the long sword and tapped it. However, just as she was about to touch the long sword, the tip of the long sword trembled and became blurry in her divine sense. The short sword was unable to touch it. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, she swung her right arm and the short sword sliced towards the long sword, hoping to touch the long sword. However, even though it was such a short distance, Shi Mujuan's long sword still sank 2 inches and dodged Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. The tip of the long sword strangely jumped upwards and pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Too powerful. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. This swordsmanship was indeed beyond the imagination of someone like Zhang Xiaohua, who had only been in contact with martial arts for 4 to 5 years. After being forced into a corner by Shi Mujuan, Zhang Xiaohua could only float and use the levitation technique. She forcefully moved her body 2 inches to the side and used the small sword in her right hand to block the long sword. With a loud clang, the 2 swords collided. Shi Mujuan knew that Zhang Xiaohua's strength was shocking and didn't plan to compete with her. He borrowed the force of the long sword and floated back. He stood on the grass and frowned. What? What kind of qinggong is this? Chapter 893. Shi Mujuan had already used this move in front of Mo Xiangong. In his mind, Zhang Xiaohua had no chance of dodging it. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua did not even have the time to react. However, he was shocked to see that Zhang Xiaohua was able to identify the weakness of his sword move with just one look. Furthermore, she had used a lightness technique that he did not know of to move her body 2 inches in the air. When she heard Shi Mujuan's surprised question, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "I am not like Brother Ren. I have never been interested in teaching others. Even if I were to kill someone, I would not give him a chance to refute. Forgive me for not answering your question." Shi Mujuan was furious when he saw Zhang Xiaohua mocking him. However, he immediately sneered, "So what if I tell you 10,000 times? You want to anger me? You have no chance." As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Zhang Xiaohua and slowly extended his long sword. He seemed to be chatting casually with a good friend. However, the long sword had already condensed inner energy, causing the surrounding air to flow. A faint breeze blew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see it with his eyes, he could sense it with his divine sense. Unknowingly, his expression changed drastically. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Even the bronze elder in the underground hall didn't have such a profound sword technique. Seeing the inner force brewing and the sword stabbing out, even some divine abilities of the immortal Tao couldn't compare. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. Without hesitation, she tossed the small sword and formed a seal with her hands. She controlled Chasing Dream, and from top to bottom, it pierced towards Shi Mujuan's face like a bolt of lightning. A flying sword. Shi Mujuan was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He no longer had the leisure from before. He no longer cared about stabbing Zhang Xiaohua with his sword. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it towards Chasing Dream like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She activated her Dharma spell again and her consciousness drove Chasing Dream. It leaped continuously like a dancing snake, stabbing at Shi Mujuan from different angles. However, Shi Mujuan's martial arts were clearly superior to the bronze-masked old man. Perhaps it could be said that his experience in dealing with flying swords was far greater than the latter's. His figure did not change as he stood steadily. Although his face was green and red, his wrist was extremely steady. The long sword in his hand was like a magnet. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Dream arrived, the long sword would immediately point out. It was precisely the tip of the small sword. Every time it collided, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense would be shaken. It was as if this was the incense cult's unique method of dealing with flying swords. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and the small sword stopped in midair. She rubbed her chin and acted as if she was thinking. Seeing that he was free, Shi Mujuan stopped and raised his long sword slightly. He mocked himself, "I didn't expect Junior Brother Ren to be a cultivator of the immortal Tao. Sai, you've really hidden yourself well. Even I have been fooled by you." He, not only that, even the sect leader has been fooled by you. What am I? However, with junior brother Ren's methods, how could he be a nobody? Could he be a junior brother of the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her chin and said disdainfully, I've already told you that I won't answer your questions. Don't waste your time. Is that so? Shi Mujuan looked at the small sword in the air and said, then I won't ask anymore. I hope you can still be so stubborn in front of the sect leader. What? You don't intend to kill me? Zhang Xiaohua mocked. Kill? Why would I want to kill you? You're obviously a disciple of the Tenryu sect and have come to Lingxiang Peak for another mission. Deceiving junior sister Xixia's feelings is also for the sake of the Tenryu sect. I only need to capture you and send you to Mo Xian Palace. Do you think junior sister Xixia will still believe you? Sigh, it's a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua praised, but can you capture me? Why not? Shi Mujuan said proudly, although you're a cultivator of the immortal Tao, you're still young and your flying sword technique is rusty. You haven't received the true teachings of the immortal Tao. You're a far cry from my master, not to mention the sect leader. Abbess Jinggang. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Nun Jinggang was probably the same as Nun Jingyi. Both of them had received the inheritance. It was just that Nun Jingyi was one step ahead of them, just like Peacock and Chen Chen. Moreover, with the changes in the world's vitality, only my Xianxiang sect is blessed by the heavens to have the palace of inheritance to pass down the teachings of the immortal Tao. You. I'm afraid you're not a disciple of the Tenryu sect. The disciples of the immortal Tao trained by them wouldn't be able to barge into my Xianxiang sect's tiger's den like you. Their techniques wouldn't be as rusty as yours. At this point, greed appeared in his eyes again and he smiled, you're really a delicious cake sent to my door. TSK, if I send you to the sect leader, I'll also get the chance to enter the palace of inheritance. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, that's strange, why don't you ask me? You even want to send me to the sect leader. Humph, your immortal Tao is so complicated, how can I force the information out of your hands? Why don't I hand you over to the sect leader? Firstly, your knowledge can supplement my Xianxiang sect's teachings. Secondly, I can force you to reveal the secrets of the immortal Tao. Thirdly, with such great merit, why can't the sect leader let me enter the palace of inheritance? I can't wait. As he spoke, Shi Mujuan walked towards Zhang Xiaohua with his sword. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and activated the small sword again to stab at Shi Mujuan. However, Shi Mujuan blocked the flying sword and didn't stop at all, as if the flying sword was just a fly flying around randomly. Wow, that's too fierce. This was the first time Zhang Xiaohua met someone who treated a flying sword as an ordinary object. She stabbed it a few more times but it didn't work. She formed a hand seal and retracted the sword. She took out a jade talisman and threw it at Shi Mujuan. When he saw the light red jade talisman flying towards him, he seemed to have expected it. He handed the sword to his left hand and took out a light green jade talisman. He exerted some force and a defensive light barrier enveloped him. Zhang Xiaohua's fire talisman flew over and made a crisp sound. A flame burned on the green light barrier. However, unlike Yu Zhuchuan's light barrier, the green light barrier only flashed slightly and didn't fade much. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took out a few more talismans. She didn't give up and threw them at the light barrier one by one. The light barrier finally dimmed a little. Suddenly, Shi Mujuan's expression changed as if he thought of something. He raised his head and shouted angrily, Ren Xiaoyao, did my Yu Lao San die in your hands? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, this. Brother Ren, I already told you that I won't answer any of your questions. How could you forget? Even if you didn't say it, I would have guessed it. Yu Lao Sen usually runs away for a few days. He hasn't returned for more than a month. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? He must have wanted to settle the score with you. He didn't expect to be killed by you. This fire talisman is a good item to destroy a corpse. Zhang Xiaohua continued to shake her head. I won't say, I won't deny, and I won't agree. Alright, then I shall capture you first. Shi Mujuan raised his sword and stepped forward. Zhang Xiaohua didn't exchange blows with him directly. She continued to throw out the fire talismans. When she saw the faint green light barrier gradually extinguishing, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted. Shi Mujuan's expression changed as well. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have so many fire talismans. Finally, a fire talisman was thrown out and extinguished the faint green light barrier. Shi Mujuan kept his sword and prepared to use his qinggong to evade. However, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her clothes with a strange expression on her face. Sigh, needless to say, even though Zhang Xiaohua had many fire talismans, she had already used some on Yu Zhuchuan. This time, Shi Mujuan's light barrier was even stronger. Zhang Xiaohua's last talisman had destroyed Shi Mujuan's light barrier. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any more talismans to take out. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't taken her hands out of her clothes, Shi Mujuan laughed loudly. I knew you wouldn't have too many talismans. After he finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward again. Zhang Xiaohua leapt into the air and dodged. However, the long sword didn't let her off and chased after her closely. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the dragon binding hoop. She raised her hand and threw it at Shi Mujuan. There's more. Shi Mujuan was even more shocked. Seeing that the dragon binding hoop had enlarged and was about to wrap around his body, he already knew how powerful it was. He stabbed his long sword into the ground and quickly took out something from his chest. It was a purple golden hairpin. It was the purple phoenix hairpin that he had given to Meng that day. Then, he took out a primordial stone the size of a fist with his other hand and chanted something. Following which, he slashed the dragon binding hoop with the purple phoenix hairpin. A bolt of lightning shot out and hit the dragon binding hoop with a "pa," causing the dragon binding hoop to tumble. This is bad. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the golden hairpin that Shi Mujuan took out, she felt that it looked familiar. Then, she knew that things weren't going well. As expected, the golden hairpin was so powerful that even Shi Mujuan, who wasn't in the immortal Tao, could control it. However, the dragon binding hoop couldn't be used. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't back down now. She could only take out a vital stone from her clothes and replenish her vital energy while controlling the dragon binding hoop. Shi Mujuan was busy slacking off. When he saw the vital stone in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. Vital stones were rare even in the incense cult. As the eldest disciple of the Rui Jin Hall, he only had one. Since he could snatch one from Zhang Xiaohua, it was normal that he had more. Hence, Shi Mujuan perked up even more and carefully controlled the purple phoenix hairpin. Bolts of lightning struck the dragon binding hoop, knocking it off again and again. Zhang Xiaohua was also pitiful. All his previous battles were using immortal Tao artifacts to bully martial artists. When had he ever encountered such a true immortal Tao battle technique? Shi Mujuan was using vital stones to control the purple phoenix hairpin. This was the secret technique of the incense cult. It didn't deplete his vital energy. Yes, he didn't have much vital energy to begin with. As for Shi Mujuan, he was truly using up his vital energy. Although he had vital stones to replenish it, it couldn't keep up with the depletion of the dragon binding hoop. Soon, the vital energy in his meridians was about to dry up. Chapter 894. Seeing that the vital energy in her meridians had been depleted, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and quickly retrieved the dragon binding bracelet. Her vital energy was already depleted and even her divine sense was a little weak. If Shimujuan were to use some unfathomable method to capture her treasure, she would be in deep despair. Was there a need to explain the current situation? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less about the secrets of the way of the immortals or killing Shimujuan on the spot. Just as she was about to form a seal, she wanted to burrow into the ground. Unfortunately, the seal hadn't been completed and her vital energy couldn't be released. Shimujuan's eyes revealed a murderous glint as he swung the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand towards Zhang Xiaohua. "Good girl!" Zhang Xiaohua cried out in her heart. She immediately executed the ethereal steps and charged towards the dense forest in front of her. As she charged forward like a headless fly, Zhang Xiaohua secretly admired her luck. "Fortunately, I was on good terms with O Peng back then and learned the first 3 stages of the ethereal steps. This is a movement technique that doesn't require vital energy to execute. If I put all my eggs into the basket of vital energy, sigh, I won't be able to escape today." Just as she thought of this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She didn't have time to turn around and immediately dodged to the side. With a loud "Gotcha," an extremely thin streak of lightning struck a large tree at the side. That tree was immediately cut in half. "This? What kind of weapon is this?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "Why don't I have the luck to pick this up?" Another round of chaos ensued. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had the ethereal steps to escape, Shimujuan's qigong was even more outstanding. He was able to follow behind her effortlessly. If it wasn't for the purple phoenix hairpin, he would have caught up to Zhang Xiaohua long ago. Even though using the purple phoenix hairpin required a lot of effort, it was also Zhang Xiaohua's only nemesis. Shimujuan was very clear that if he switched to a longsword, Zhang Xiaohua might just turn around and trap him with the ring-like object. He wouldn't be able to dodge it even if he wanted to. Zhang Xiaohua was in a dangerous situation but Shimujuan controlled the purple phoenix hairpin with his wrist. It was completely different from the divine sense used by cultivators of the way of the immortals. Hence, Shimujuan couldn't hit Zhang Xiaohua easily. He only managed to hit Zhang Xiaohua occasionally and Zhang Xiaohua would be able to dodge. Of course, even so, Zhang Xiaohua was still struck by the purple phoenix hairpin a few times on his sleeves and back. However, Zhang Xiaohua still had Elder Hua's long robe on her. Even though the long robe hadn't been refined by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't unleash 100% of its defense, it was still able to block 60% of the lightning's power. However, just the remaining 40% was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to suffer. It was as if she had been pierced by a longsword. She felt a piercing pain in her heart. Her internal organs were also aching faintly. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua realized that running around wasn't of any use. She couldn't help but think to herself, the only thing I can do now is to escape through the earth. As long as I go underground, this guy won't be able to find me. As for him returning to Lingxiang Peak to report to the sect leader, I can't be bothered about that now. However, if I escape through the earth, I need to recover my vital energy first. How can I recover while running? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the crimson spiritual protection that she had just refined. That item had just been refined and there should still be vital energy inside. If she used it now, she might be able to buy herself some time. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body and dodged the lightning. She took out the crimson spiritual protection and chanted the incantation in her heart. Her hands secretly formed a seal. As expected, there was a lot of vital energy inside the crimson spiritual protection. Zhang Xiaohua only needed to insert a strand of vital energy into the crimson spiritual protection to control it. Zhang Xiaohua ran forward again and arrived at a dry open space. Zhang Xiaohua tossed the crimson spiritual protection into the air and it hovered above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and formed a seal on the crimson spiritual protection. With a schwa sound, a ring of crimson light poured down from the top of Zhang Xiaohua's head like a waterfall. It protected Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. Shi Mujuan, who had chased after Zhang Xiaohua, was shocked. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua acting like a stray dog, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua no longer had the strength to fight back. He thought that he could capture Zhang Xiaohua as long as he fought steadily. However, such a strange item had appeared. How could he not be shocked? Shi Mujuan didn't reply. He swung the purple phoenix hairpin and another bolt of lightning shot out. With a zap sound, it landed on the radiance released by the crimson spiritual protection. However, that bolt of lightning was immediately annihilated. It seemed to have no effect on the radiance. Shi Mujuan was a little surprised. Even though he didn't seem to be a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this purple phoenix hairpin was a famous magic treasure of the immortal Tao. It was given to him by the previous sect master to console Abbess Jing Gang. Shi Mujuan had never used it before. He had occasionally used it during the Orchid Evening Refinement and was invincible. However, a smile appeared on Shi Mujuan's face after a short while. Although the crimson spiritual protection was somewhat powerful, it was only a defense after all. As long as he continued to attack, it would definitely be broken. The moment the crimson spiritual protection was broken would be the moment Zhang Xiaohua would be killed. Zhang Xiaohua was in a difficult position when she saw Shi Mujuan's continuous attacks. Even though there weren't any ripples when the lightning struck the radiance, it consumed a lot of vital energy. Under Shi Mujuan's attacks, Zhang Xiaohua would be killed sooner or later. As Zhang Xiaohua racked her brains to come up with a plan to defeat the enemy, she seized the opportunity to absorb vital energy from the vital stone. She wanted to use the earth escape technique before the crimson spiritual protection was broken. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but even Shi Mujuan's face turned pale. How was this a martial arts competition? This was simply a competition to see who had more money. The vital stone in Shi Mujuan's hand was also being drained of vital energy by Shi Mujuan using the incense sect's secret technique. The vital stone was gradually turning white and the vital energy inside was also gradually decreasing. After another moment of confrontation, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already accumulated enough vital energy for the earth escape technique. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. She didn't even get up. She formed a hand seal and went underground. Before she left, she waved her hand and kept the crimson spiritual protection. When Shi Mujuan saw Zhang Xiaohua disappear from her original spot, he was jealous and gritted his teeth. I wonder which heavenly king's disciple is this fellow from the Tenrya sect. He's already so powerful at such a young age. He has so many weapons and even knows the earth escape technique. How powerful will he be when he grows up? If I don't get rid of him now, when will I be able to? When he thought of this, Shi Mujuan gave up on the idea of capturing her. He spat out another mouthful of blood and it landed on the vital stone in his hand. He exerted more force with the purple phoenix hairpin and pierced it towards the spot where Zhang Xiaohua was just standing. Crack! A bolt of lightning that was even thinner than the previous one, but it was faintly purple in color. It struck the spot where Zhang Xiaohua had disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua was unlucky. The vital energy that she had accumulated was only enough for her to use the earth escape technique once. After she went underground, the traces of her vital energy had yet to disappear completely. Shi Mujuan's bolt of lightning struck the vital energy. The bolt of lightning followed the vital energy into the ground and struck Zhang Xiaohua's thin, light green light shield. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua was forced out of the ground with a loud bang. Haha! Before Zhang Xiaohua could stop laughing arrogantly, she awkwardly looked at Shi Mujuan, who was grinning sinisterly in front of her. Her laughter was like a duck that had its throat cut off. Then, Zhang Xiaohua fumbled around in her clothes. There was no need for the dragon binding ring and the crimson spiritual protection. She had no vital energy to activate them. As for the small sword, she couldn't even break his long sword. It was better not to take it out and embarrass herself. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had run out of tricks. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and a golden hairpin that looked exactly the same as the one in Shimujuan's hand appeared. The purple phoenix hairpin. Shimujuan had been watching carefully the entire time. He saw the golden hairpin at a glance and his eyes widened in anger. He shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, you really did it. You Lao San really died in your hands." "Io." Zhang Xiaohua immediately kept it and cried out, "I took it out wrong, it was a mistake, a mistake." Then, the small mirror appeared in her hand. When Shimujuan saw the other purple phoenix hairpin, he knew that Yuzhuachuan had died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. His heart was filled with hatred. He waved the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand and attacked again. Chapter 895. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally poked his head out of the mountain rock and walked to Shimujuan's corpse. The expression on his face was very strange. There was no joy from killing his opponent, nor was there any relief from keeping his identity as an immortal cultivator. Instead, there was a kind of solemnity, caution, and a lingering fear. Indeed, the battle just now could be said to be thrilling. It was the most dangerous and most fortunate battle in Zhang Xiaohua's life. His opponent was merely the eldest disciple of the Rui Jin Palace who was at the pinnacle of the martial way, but he was already forced into a corner. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky enough to take out that little mirror with unknown effects, and this little mirror miraculously reflected the electric light of the purple phoenix hairpin back and coincidentally hit Shimujuan's head, the person who was still standing there and still gasping for breath would be unknown. Low-key. Zhang Xiaohua once again understood the essence of these two words. That day in front of Mo Xian Palace, he was forced into a corner by Shimujuan's sword. Although his face was expressionless, he was still unconvinced. He was an immortal cultivator, yet he was forced into a corner by someone from the martial way. It was truly humiliating. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use his divine abilities in front of the cult leader, he would have already made a move to teach Shimujuan a lesson. After that, until today, Zhang Xiaohua never treated Shimujuan as a real opponent. He thought that he was the same as Yuzhuachuan and couldn't take more than 3 moves from him. However, the experience of escaping from the tiger's den made him suddenly realize that although the divine abilities of the immortal way were powerful and more miraculous than the techniques of the martial way, he had only cultivated for 5 years. What about Shimujuan? It was at least 30 years. In terms of time, he couldn't catch up even if he tried. Moreover, judging from Shimujuan's skillful control of the purple phoenix hairpin, although it was a magic treasure of the immortal way that was easy for immortal cultivators like Zhang Xiaohua to use and its power was pure, the incense cult was a great cult that passed down the immortal way. Although most of the disciples couldn't use immortal spells, the seniors and experts of the incense cult had already racked their brains to find a way to use martial techniques to drive immortal magic treasures. Moreover, these techniques had been refined over thousands of years, so they were even more effective and perfect. In contrast, although Zhang Xiaohua was a pure immortal cultivator, he was only a half-baked cultivator. He had self-taught and comprehended it on his own. Although his foundation was solid, he lacked systematic learning and comprehensive guidance. As for Dharma weapons, there was no need to talk about them. Zhang Xiaohua was only relying on the fact that others didn't have divine senses. She had picked up Dharma weapons left behind when the immortal way was destroyed from all the junk. On the other hand, Shimujuan had a rare Dharma weapon from the incense cult. It was unknown how much more powerful it was than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Now that he thought about it, the little mirror aside, the crimson spirit shield might have been an unknown item from the incense cult 10,000 years ago. After many twists and turns, it was tossed into the heaven and earth hall. After lamenting over Shimujuan's advantage, Zhang Xiaohua exhaled deeply and shook his head slightly. All his previous battles were basically one-sided. As long as Zhang Xiaohua took out her Dharma weapon and found a divine ability that others couldn't match, the results would be immediate. In this battle, although Shimujuan used martial techniques, the entire process was a battle of divine abilities of the immortal way. It was completely different from what Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Other things aside, Zhang Xiaohua's only impression of this battle of the immortal way was that it was fast and brutal. In a battle of the immortal way, other than fists and feet, there was also a series of weapons such as sabers, swords, rods, and so on. The two of them used their inner energy and competed with each other. There was always a competition process. In comparison, the battle of the immortal way seemed to be much faster. For example, in that instant just now, Shimujuan was injured by the little mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. As for the brutality, it was even more so. The Dharma weapon used in the battle was incomparably powerful. Just a flash of lightning was enough to kill Shimujuan, a great expert of the martial way, in an instant. There was almost no chance for him to retaliate. The martial world under the immortal way was such a strange martial world. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be fascinated. During the battle, there would definitely be Dharma weapons flying around in all sorts of colors. The flying sword would probably be flying around in all directions. Perhaps, someone would also use something as big as a mountain to smash down. Wouldn't that be the legendary, toppling mountains and overturning seas? However, the battle scene was indeed beautiful, but, the ending might also be tragic. Shimujuan, who had been chasing after her, was now, a headless corpse, all because of an inconspicuous little mirror. At this moment, the little mirror had already been kept in Zhang Xiaohua's coin pouch. She treated it very seriously. This item had not been refined yet, but it had immediately saved Zhang Xiaohua's life. Needless to say, it was definitely a good item. Zhang Xiaohua reminisced about the friendship she had with Shimujuan during the battle. Then, she lamented the difference between the immortal way and the martial way. She reached into her pocket and took out a freshly made offensive jade talisman. With a shake of her hand, she threw it at Shimujuan's body. A wisp of flame appeared and slowly incinerated the corpse, turning it into a handful of dust that scattered into the air. Looking at the ground, other than the primordial stone and the purple phoenix hairpin, there was also a palm-sized triangular token and a fist-sized beast head paperweight on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua did not go up to them. She waved her hand and the two items flew into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua first looked at the triangular token and scanned it with her divine sense. There were some obscure ripples that were different from her identity token. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel at ease and kept it in her coin pouch. Then, she looked at the paperweight. It was the same. However, the ripples it emitted were very heterogeneous and there was an indescribable feeling to it. Since it was a Dharma artifact, Zhang Xiaohua did not mind and kept it. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze fell on the grass. It was the purple phoenix hairpin that had almost taken his life. He was not in a hurry to pick it up. Instead, he first took out the purple phoenix hairpin that he had obtained from Yuzuchuan. He frowned and used his divine sense to examine it carefully again. He was very puzzled. This purple phoenix hairpin clearly had a seal on it and he could not activate it. How was it that Shimujuan was able to activate it with just a primordial stone? Very puzzled, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the purple phoenix hairpin on the ground. Indeed, it was the same as the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It could not be activated directly. Ah, eldest disciple Shi, you really died too early. If I could use the bewitching finger, I would like to know the secret behind it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly and kept the two purple phoenix hairpins. He also accepted the half-used primordial stone without hesitation. Even though he knew that it was far inferior to his own primordial stone, it was still better than nothing. Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly throw it away. Io. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. Shi Mujuan is tailing me from behind. Will he stab Huan to death when he enters the swamp? Zhang Xiaohua immediately rode on the wind and headed straight for the mountain path. He was running away in a panic just now. How was he able to determine the direction? It would be troublesome to look for him now. Zhang Xiaohua estimated the direction and walked for half an incense's time. He did not know where he was. Just as he was about to stop and take a look, he suddenly became alert. His body fell to the ground like a rock. He did not stop and instantly burrowed into the ground. After a while, a small head appeared beside a small stream. This was a small stream that came from the west and flowed to the east. Beside the stream, between two big trees, there was a person wearing green clothes and a bamboo hat. He was standing there quietly. Who is this person? Looking at his clothes, he doesn't seem to be an inner disciple of Rui Jinhao. Could he be a subordinate of Spring Equinox or Awakening Zhe? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought, who cares who he is? Either way. Io, that's not right. I am now a guardian disciple of the fragrant religion. Even if I don't care, there's nothing wrong with listening in. Zhang Xiaohua dispelled the idea of leaving. She hid at the side and secretly watched. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, but the man was still standing there quietly, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaohua was almost convinced by his self-restraint. Needless to say, it must be because he was careless when he was young, and was punished by the teacher. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing there quietly. While she was thinking, another disciple wearing similar clothes came from afar. He also used his qinggong. However, Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with his clothes. It was the same clothes that the outstanding disciple of Dan Expanding Hall, Lu Lihong, wore in Wuming Hall. Needless to say, this person must be an outer disciple of Wuming Hall. Although the Wuming Hall disciple was still far away, he was much taller than Lu Lihong. He should be a famous disciple of the Wuming Hall. Sure enough, when the disciple came closer, the man in green turned his head with a smile and said loudly, "Senior Brother Guan, long time no see. Your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds." Senior Brother Guan frowned and stopped. He looked around and seemed to be observing. Then he said in a reproachful tone, "Junior Brother Cheng, you don't have to be so loud to welcome me." He, Junior Brother Cheng laughed and said, "Senior Brother Guan is as careful as always. No wonder you can do well in Wuming Hall. I really envy you." No, each has its own advantages. Wuming Hall is a place of trouble. How can it be compared to Junior Brother Cheng's Shuyu Hall? Shuyu Hall. That Junior Martial Brother Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "If Senior Martial Brother Guan didn't mention this Shuyu Hall, I would feel a bit better. Now that you mention it, I can't help but feel angry. When I came to spread the fragrant religion, I heard that Shuyu Hall was a good name, so I chose this place. Who would have thought that it was a place to mine jade? I have been a miner for many years." Ha ha ha. Senior Martial Brother Guan also laughed. "Junior Martial Brother Cheng, don't complain. Back then, we were all young and didn't think too much. Since the Heavenly King wants us to come, we will come. As for what we do, isn't it all the same? Are they all working for the Heavenly King?" Heavenly King. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping, was stunned. "Oh my God, we met someone from the Tenryu sect." Chapter 896. Of course, the foreign teachers she met before all called them Lord Spring Breeze, or Lord Jingzhe. Who would call them Heavenly King? The Tenryu sect was really generous. No one would have thought that they would choose such a remote place. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't happen to know, how would she know? Unlike that Jingzhe, who had only guarded Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered him several times in a row. Since she knew that it was a matter of the Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua paid attention to it. Junior brother Cheng said with a bitter face, "If I could, I'd rather go back in time. I won't be bothered by the name Shuyu." Senior brother Guan smiled and didn't answer. It seemed that he was used to such complaints. Junior brother Cheng had to shut up when he saw that senior brother Guan didn't answer. He asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Guan, what's the situation recently?" "Nothing. We've already reported to the Venerable. Those that we haven't found are probably the secrets of the incense cult. With our status, I'm afraid we don't have any hope." "Indeed, it's the same for me. We've already reported to the Venerable. Besides, what good things do we have in the Shuyu Hall? A few months ago, a lot of people died in the Orchid and Dusk refinement. Everyone in the hall is crying and saying that they want to practice martial arts again. TSK. I heard that your Wuming Hall was also annihilated. What's the use of practicing martial arts in the Shuyu Hall?" Senior brother Guan smiled faintly and said, "After practicing martial arts, you'll have some strength and a sense of security. It's better than putting your life in the hands of others." Then, senior brother Guan looked around and said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll go back. Wuming Hall doesn't seem to be doing anything these days, but it's very tight inside. I'm always scared. Although this place is remote, maybe someone will see us." "Oh, senior brother Guan, you were talking loudly when you came here. Why are you scared after just a few words? Besides, aren't you out on an errand? Even if I return later, I can still report to my superiors. Can you just tell me that Wuming Hall is safe and sound?" Senior martial brother Guan laughed. "You won't be able to see the Venerable One anyway. You only asked someone else to pass the message. Are you afraid that the Venerable One will be angry?" Soon after, he thought for a while and said, "Since junior martial brother Cheng wants to know, I'll tell you something that can't be considered information. Our Wuming Hall has suffered a great loss since the Orchid Dusk refinement. Although our morale is a bit low, the inner disciple test that has just begun is worth watching. With senior brother Guan's martial arts, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the inner sect test." Junior martial brother Cheng interrupted. "Of course not. Senior martial brother Guan said proudly, "It's just that I don't dare to go beyond the Venerable One's orders. If I go to the lingering fragrance peak, the Wuming Hall will be empty again. I'm afraid that the Venerable One will be worried again. Capable people are always busy. Then I'll have to trouble senior martial brother Guan. However, is there anything unusual about this inner sect test?" Senior martial brother Guan shook his head. "There's nothing unusual about the inner sect test, but there's something strange. The disciples who performed well in the inner sect test will of course enter the next round and wait for the next test. However, the disciples who were eliminated are not the same as before. Instead, they are gathered by the hall leader. Together with the hall leader's name, a total of thousands of people are sent to the Dragon Creek Valley on the Dragon Head Peak." What's the Wuming Hall doing?" Junior martial brother Cheng blurted out. "Are they doing something? Who knows? This is all done by hall leader Peng and the others. How would I know? Oh, also, when I came out from the Dragon Head Peak, I heard a piece of news. It said that the lingering fragrance peak sent a disciple named Ming Qing to be the deputy hall leader of the Wuming Hall. I don't know if it's true or not." Junior martial brother Cheng shook his head. "Senior martial brother Guan, do you still need to say this? This Ming Qing must be related to these thousands of people. Maybe he's the deputy hall leader of these thousands of people. This piece of news is so important. How can you say that you don't have it?" Senior brother Guan shook his head. "Because you urged me so much, I didn't do anything about it. Anyway, these things came from lingering fragrance peak, so the Venerable One must know about it." I think it won't be too late to tell you after a few months when the truth is out. Then he smiled bitterly. We're all trapped here. A few months is not much different from a few days or a year. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng's eyes lit up. He whispered mysteriously, Senior Marshal Brother Guan, speaking of this, I also have a piece of news similar to yours. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Let me tell you. What is it? Junior Brother Cheng looked around and said, Senior Brother Guan, you know that the immortal Tao formation of the cult of incense is like a tortoise's shell, protecting the 19 peaks of the cult of incense tightly. Even venerables like us have no way to send news out when the formation is closed. But, how is it that the cult of incense is able to send news out at any time? Isn't that obvious? It must be because they can control the cult of fragrance's formation. How do you think they can control it? I don't know. Why did you suddenly think of this? Moreover, Senior Marshal Brother Guan, do you think the cult of fragrance's formation consumes that qi? Where does it come from? I'm going to faint. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng, why don't you just say it? It's like this. It seemed like she should make a trip to 9 Radiance Peak if she had the chance. However, was this the time to think about the future? Then, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. She should find the odd beast, Huan, first before thinking about anything else. Looking at the direction the two of them left in, it was obvious that Zhang Xiaohua was flying with Senior Marshal Brother Guan of Wuming Hall. He was out on official business, so he would definitely take the main road. She had followed the main road earlier. If she were to follow Junior Marshal Brother Cheng from Shuyu Hall, she would not know where she would end up. Sure enough, not long after, a wide mountain path appeared in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua found the familiar place without much effort and found Huan again. Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huan and continued forward. When the sky was about to turn dark, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of her. It was similar to Tianmu Peak, but much smaller than Yixiang Peak. Needless to say, this should be Wuming Hall's Dragon Head Peak, the place where Senior Marshal Brother Guan left earlier. Shall we go up and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then, he jumped up from Huan's back. Was there a need to say more? On this Dragon Head Peak, the existence of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still waiting for him to find. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She patted Huan's bald horn, and Huan also cried out in joy. She didn't need to raise her whip and gallop. Chapter 897. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the foot of Dragon Head Peak, the sky was already dark. He raised his head and looked at the peak that was about the same size as Tianmu Peak. He unconsciously frowned. Dragon Head Peak was Wuming Hall's encampment. There must be a lot of experts on the mountain. If he rode on the wind, he might be discovered. Using the earth escape technique was obviously the best method. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua urged Huan again. Just when he was about to find a secluded place, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves from the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and decided to wait at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, 2 uniformed disciples came down from the mountain. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing at the side of the mountain path, they were stunned. The disciple in front shouted, "Which peak are you from? Why are you here at Wuming Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua rode on the David's deer. With the help of the moonlight, they could only see that she was young. Mo Xiangong's attire was different from the Rui Jin Hall's. She was definitely different from the inner disciples that the Wuming Hall's disciples usually saw. This disciple obviously thought that Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple from another hall. Zhang Xiaohua patted the David's deer and went forward. She handed over her waist token and said with a pleasant expression, "I am an inner disciple of Mo Xiangong. I am heading to Huanshu. I am just passing by here. I don't intend to go to Wuming Hall. Inner disciple. The Wuming Hall's disciple was shocked. He hurriedly received Zhang Xiaohua's waist token respectfully and looked at it with the help of the moonlight. Indeed, this waist token was similar to the waist tokens of the Rui Jin Hall's disciples that he had seen before. However, it was different from his own waist token. He immediately got off the horse and respectfully returned the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. When the other disciple saw his senior martial brother get off the horse, he also got off the horse immediately. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and jumped down from the David's deer. She stretched out her hand to receive the waist token. When had the Wuming Hall's disciple seen such a humble inner disciple? He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart, but he still smiled apologetically and said, "Excuse me, senior martial brother, it's already late. Why don't you rest on the mountain for the night and continue tomorrow?" The disciple next to him also saluted and said, "The newly appointed vice hall master of the inner sect also arrived at Dragon Head Peak this afternoon. If senior brother knows him, you can meet him." Ming Qing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred as she asked. "Yeah, that's right." The disciple who had some doubts before immediately had his doubts completely dispelled. Seeing that this inner house disciple was young and daring to call Ming Qing by his full name instead of some martial Uncle Ming, his position in the inner house must not be low. Thus, he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Ming is currently in Dragon Creek Valley. If Martial Uncle wants to go up the mountain, this disciple will call someone to send you off." Zhang Xiaohua casually asked, "Where is Dragon Creek Valley?" The disciple didn't dare to hide anything and pointed in a direction and said, "Dragon Creek Valley is a valley in front of Dragon Head Peak. There isn't a good way to go from the foot of the mountain and you can only go from the waist of the mountain. If Martial Uncle wants to go there, you will have to go up the mountain first. Please wait for a moment, this disciple will send a signal and ask the junior martial brothers to come and receive you." "Don't," how could Zhang Xiaohua alarm others? She waved her hand and said, "Ming Qing just arrived and he must be very busy. I won't disturb him. It won't be too late to visit him after I'm done with my business in Huansu." "Oh, right, is this the way to Huansu?" When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to Huansu, the disciple's eyes were filled with reverence. That was the forbidden area of the incense cult. Normally, the disciples of Wuming Hall wouldn't even mention it. As expected of a young martial uncle of the inner house, he actually wanted to go to Huansu. Yes, martial uncle wants to go to Huansu. This disciple hasn't been there before, but I heard that it's very dangerous. Please be careful. Also, I heard that Huansu is very special. You can see it from afar, so there's no need to worry about getting lost. This disciple is Yang Li from Wuming Hall, and this is my junior martial brother, Chang Hong. I wish martial uncle success. Ha ha ha, well said, I'll remember it. You can go back to your work. When I have time, I'll come to Wuming Hall and mention your names." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. The two disciples were overjoyed and respectfully bid their farewells. Only after they had led their horses far away did they mount their horses and gallop off. Looking at the two people leaving respectfully, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. If it was a few months ago, how could a little medicine boy from Pill Expansion Hall be taken seriously? Now, it was just a small waist token and they didn't dare to ask for her name. They were so polite and considerate. Sigh, nothing could be better than this. However, it was still quite useful. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised a little. The direction that Chang Hong from Wuming Hall pointed to was the same as the direction that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go. Zhang Xiaohua patted the David's deer and rushed forward for a while. He found a remote place and put the David's deer down. Then, he went underground and went straight to Dragon Creek Valley. Any human would have curiosity. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. Since he knew that there wouldn't be any danger and he wouldn't encounter any restrictions or formations that he was most afraid of, why didn't he go and take a look? Moreover, what about Ming Qing, who had shown mercy to him when he barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak with his sword a month ago? Zhang Xiaohua went up the Dragon Head Peak. First, he went underground. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he jumped up to a tall tree and looked carefully. It was not convenient to see things in the dark. However, this was nothing to Zhang Xiaohua. He had long been able to see things in the dark. It was just that he wasn't used to it. He always felt that some firelight was very comfortable. At this time, standing on a high place and looking ahead, there was a large fire in the distance. Wasn't that the location of Dragon Creek Valley? After finding the place, Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and rushed to Dragon Creek Valley. However, after a few steps, he heard some movement. He quickly went underground and released his divine sense. It was the patrolling disciples of Dragon Head Peak. After waiting for them to go over, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to come out. He still used the earth escape technique. Dragon Creek Valley was a large open valley. There were no ready-built houses. In front of a large number of tents, there were bonfires. Many disciples of Wuming Hall were sitting on the ground. Some were whispering to each other while some were wiping their swords. Zhang Xiaohua appeared from a dark place. He heard a low voice saying, "Third senior brother, we have been here for half a month. Why is there no movement? What do you think is going on?" "Sixth brother, you ask me. How would I know? I am the same as you. I came here the moment I was defeated in the inner sect assessment. Although I came later than you, I didn't hear any movement. You came here earlier than me, so you should know more about it. Don't say any more. Senior brothers, I was sent here by the elders in the hall without even participating in the inner sect assessment. I am also confused. Even the martial uncle who sent me here didn't explain clearly. It seems that they don't know either. Anyway. I think it should be a good thing. Think about it. Although we were defeated in the inner sect assessment, we are still the elites of Wuming Hall. If they can gather us together, of course they will use us. By the way, in the afternoon, I saw a few inner sect disciples coming over. Maybe, we will become inner sect disciples directly. Come on, don't daydream. The disciples who won in the inner sect assessment didn't enter the inner sect. We were all defeated. How can we enter the inner sect directly? I think, are we going to go out again, to show off our skills outside? Really? Really? The people beside him were surprised. Yes, I remember a few years ago when our fragrant religion joined forces with the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance to destroy the Misty School. It was also like this. Half a year in advance, we gathered some disciples. I don't know what they were doing. Once the sect protection array was activated, they would go out together. Yes, I know about that too. Back then, my martial arts were not good enough and I wasn't chosen. I heard from my senior brother that everything that happens here has to be kept secret. No one is allowed to spread it. Even now, I still don't know what they did. That's right, I know it's in the Dragon Creek Valley. Moreover, their martial arts have improved a lot after returning. I feel that they must have obtained some of the secret techniques of our fragrant religion. Maybe it's the martial arts of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Isn't it? Do you still need to say it? The inner sect disciples of Fragrant Peak came this afternoon. Isn't it obvious? If that's the case, then my martial arts might be better than the junior brother who defeated me. When I go out, won't I beat him to a pulp? Forget it. The disciples who won were directly promoted to the inner sect. They are much better than us. How can you fight them? Besides, we have to go out and fight with them. Let's wait until you come back. But, that's not right. It's still too early for the sect protection array to be activated. They don't need to gather us so early. Shoo, that's right. Last time, when we destroyed the Misty School, it was half a year earlier. This time, it's a year and a half earlier. Senior brother, say, which sect do you think our fragrant religion is going to go against this time? It can't be, the Dalan Temple, right? Impossible. One person said resolutely. Going against the Dalan Temple is a matter for the inner sect disciples. It has nothing to do with us. At most, it will be the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance is also a super sect in the pugilistic world. With just us, how is it possible? The disciple pointed at the bonfire in the Dragon Creek Valley. Everyone was silent. That's right. With just these people, it was impossible for them to be the opponent of the Righteous Alliance. But in today's pugilistic world, how many sects could the fragrant religion take action against them? It was impossible for the Righteous Alliance. It was impossible for the Dalan Temple. It couldn't be the Tenrya sect. It was already good enough that they didn't come to destroy you. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much about the pugilistic world situation. At this time, she just treated it as a story and listened with great interest. At this time, a disciple made a shoo sound and whispered. Be careful, the inner sect disciples are coming out. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, in the middle of the valley, a few people dressed as Rui Jin Palace's disciples walked out of the tent. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see them clearly. It was not a big deal, but Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Other than Ming Qing, the rest of them looked familiar. Why? There was no other reason, but he had seen them when Zhang Xiaohua was challenging Lingering Fragrance Peak. A few of their swords were even shattered by Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 898. While they were talking, Ming Qing led a few disciples out of the tent and walked around the Dragon Creek Valley. They looked at the tents, bonfires, and everything else of the Wuming Hall disciples. Only then did they arrive in front of a large rock and leaped onto it. They raised their heads to look at the full moon in the sky and quietly stood there. Ming Qing's disciples didn't dare to say anything when they saw Ming Qing's expression. After a while, Ming Qing jumped down from the rock and said, "Let's go." The disciples looked at each other and one of them smiled apologetically and asked, "Martial Uncle Ming, is there something on your mind?" Ming Qing turned to look at the disciple and said softly, "No, what's on my mind?" "Huh, Martial Uncle Ming, don't hide it from us. Just like you, we were scolded by the Hall Master because of that distant Fire Hall disciple. We were only scolded because our martial arts weren't as good as his. Did you go easy on him?" Ming Qing smiled and said, "You really know how to think." Then, he sighed and said, "I didn't go easy on him. That disciple's martial arts were indeed powerful and his divine strength was shocking. I wasn't his match. Didn't you see? Even Hu Ben was defeated by that disciple in terms of strength. But, senior uncle, she only used one sword strike and it almost took that disciple's life. That disciple fought from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top. He was already exhausted and his internal energy was limited. Naturally, he wasn't senior brother Shi's match." Ming Qing disagreed. "But that's the problem. Martial Uncle Ming, you and Martial Uncle who didn't manage to stop that disciple, and, the disciple he was looking for was actually Zixiao. Wouldn't that make Martial Uncle Shi hate him?" "What? What are you trying to say?" Ming Qing unknowingly stopped in his tracks. What else can we say? It's just that I feel that Palace Hall sending us to this dilapidated valley on Dragon Head Peak, I'm afraid that Martial Uncle Shi has a small opinion of you." Ming Qing laughed and waved his hand. It's not as complicated as you think. Of course, the palace master reprimanded me for that disciple of the distant fire temple. Even Hu Ben was reprimanded. However, he relied on his own ability to break into Mo Xian Palace. Others may not know, but how could you not know? He showed mercy to all of you and didn't hurt any of you. Could it be that he wants me and Hu Ben to kill you? Didn't you see that senior martial brother Su injured that disciple? Wasn't he also injured? Hu Ben and I wanted to injure him, but at the same time that we injured that disciple, it was unavoidable that we would be injured by others. Since we are all disciples of the lingering fragrance peak, there is no need for us to fight to the death. As for senior brother Shi, that's naturally different. Senior sister Xia, cough cough, she was snatched away by someone else. If he didn't act ruthlessly, that would be strange. Furthermore, in the end, the sword actually didn't stab down. It must have been Lord Sect Leader who stopped it. Since Lord Sect Leader gave his approval, why would Lord Palace Master vent his anger on us? Didn't you see how senior brother Shi avoided it? Even when we left Rui Jin Hall, he didn't return. I'm just thinking that since Lord Sect Leader sent us here so early to teach Wuming Hall's disciples martial arts, there must be some big movement in the pugilistic world. Previously, when we dealt with the Misty School, even though the three sects joined forces, many of our brothers died. This time, I'm afraid there will be more. Our spreading fragrance cult has relied on the blessings of our ancestors to stay here. We are far away from the bloodshed and killing in the pugilistic world. This is really a paradise. As for Lord Sect Leader, speaking up to this point, he stopped and didn't continue speaking. The few disciples looked at each other. They understood that Ming Qing felt that the spreading fragrance cult's disciples had already suffered a lot of casualties. Looking at the movement this time, it would definitely be bigger than the previous time. The casualties would be even greater. He felt that it was unwise for Lord Sect Leader to recklessly take part in the pugilistic world's vendetta. However, how could they, as disciples, question Lord Sect Leader's orders? They could only smile and say, since Martial Uncle Ming isn't worried about being reprimanded by Lord Sect Leader, it's good that we're tired of staying at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Coming to Dragon Creek Valley and going to the pugilistic world is also a good thing. Everyone hugged Ming Qing and didn't mention this matter anymore. They only talked about their daily affairs and returned to the tent. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua revealed herself from the side of the big rock. Looking at Ming Qing's back, she thought, this Ming Qing has a merciful heart. I wonder which sect Lord Sect Leader is going to attack this time. Forget it, anyway, the disciples of the Misty School are all at Shixin Peak. I don't know anyone in the pugilistic world. It has nothing to do with me. It's better for me to look for my precious pill furnace. After that, she formed a seal and went straight to Dragon Head Peak. A few days later, on the broad road, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the back of the David's deer. His eyes were closed, and his left and right hands were forming different seals. He was meditating and comprehending the heavenly Tao. It was the sun hanging high in the sky. It shone on his body, making him feel warm. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. His eyes were not open, but the seals in his left and right hands were continuously forming seals. Then, Zhang Xiaohua flew up and floated in the air. The most amazing thing was that as Zhang Xiaohua floated forward, his figure gradually faded. Finally, after a few moments, he completely disappeared. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared above the David's deer. He lowered his head and looked at his hands and feet. He couldn't help but laugh, so it's like this. Then, Zhang Xiaohua disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was on a tree not far away. The Misty School's flying skill is really magical. Although I haven't learned it, this concealment technique is exactly what I can use. In the future, I can fly in the wind during the day, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. When he was at Shixin Peak, he began to practice the flight technique. However, his cultivation was still shallow and he couldn't comprehend it. Even the genuine qi in his body was far from enough to support it. Therefore, he first practiced the flight technique's concealment technique. However, he couldn't fully master it. Until now, when he was comprehending the way of heaven, he suddenly had an epiphany and comprehended the final trick. Zhang Xiaohua flew back to Huan's back. He touched his nose and praised, "You have a good character." It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua was happy. Along the way, in addition to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Longsho Peak, he also found another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Dongting Peak yesterday. At this time, there were 5 identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt. This also proved that Zhang Xiaohua's guess was correct. There was an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on the 19 peaks of the fragrant cult, but what's the use of having an identical furnace on each peak? This thought had now become a major problem for Zhang Xiaohua to ponder. Huan didn't seem to understand Zhang Xiaohua's confusion. She just walked along the main road and walked in the middle. A few days ago, they would occasionally meet disciples of the fragrant cult on the main road. However, since yesterday, after coming down from Dongting Peak, they didn't meet any disciples of the fragrant cult. Perhaps we are almost at the Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua thought, I wonder how far it is. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of the Huansu. What is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a continuous mountain range. In the mountain range, the sky was really covered with dark clouds. It wasn't that there were flashes of lightning in the dark clouds, but that the dark clouds were constantly changing. Could that be the Huansu? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more she felt that it was right. Didn't the disciples of Wuming Hall on Longsho Peak say that they could see it from afar and would never get lost? Wasn't it true? Let's go and see what exactly is the Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's bald horn. Huan quickened her pace and headed in the direction of the Huansu. As the ancient people said, seeing the mountain will cause the horse to run to death. That was right. Although Zhang Xiaohua saw the dark clouds above the Huansu and the flashes of lightning, it was only 2 days later when she arrived at the Huansu. As Zhang Xiaohua got closer to the Huansu, she gradually saw the true appearance of the Huansu. What kind of place was it? He saw a huge plain between the mountains, which was not inferior to the Yulon Prairie in the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this plain was not covered with green grass or tall trees. Instead, it was filled with huge broken walls, just like the collapsed houses of ordinary people. However, these walls were extremely tall and wide. Although they had already collapsed, the remaining walls that were still standing were more than 3 times the height of ordinary houses. Moreover, the broken pillars were even more frightening. The thickness of the pillars was more than 2 people's height. There was no need to talk about the other things, they were all incomparably huge. The Huansu, perhaps this is how the Huansu came to be. Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and unconsciously understood. Above the huge ruins, there were the dark clouds that Zhang Xiaohua saw 2 days ago. The dark clouds shrouded the entire ruins, as if there was a heavy rainstorm. These dark clouds slowly rotated. In the middle, some thick lightning shot out from the clouds from time to time and struck down. Although Zhang Xiaohua was still far away from the center, the rumbling thunder had already entered her ears. Great, seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. There was only half of the true qi in his meridians. The rest was absorbed by the delusion breaker Dharma Eye in his left hand. He was worried about how to solve this problem. Now that he saw lightning, how could he not be happy? Other people were afraid of lightning but Zhang Xiaohua was not. On the deserted island overseas, he had tempered his body with lightning. He had absorbed the chi of heaven and earth into his meridians and cultivated the carefree heart sutra to the middle level. Even though the lightning above Huan Su was fierce, it would not be too dangerous if he were to guide the lightning carefully. Chapter 899. The majestic sight of the ruins of Huan made Zhang Xiaohua sigh. When he saw the lightning flashing under the dark clouds from afar, he had already imagined that the deserted island in the sea would be covered in red clouds. However, not only was the boundless dark clouds in the sky out of his expectations, even the huge ruins of Huan in front of him left him dumbfounded. He could not believe that the ruins of Huan were really the ruins of ruins. Just as he was thinking, a few disciples came from afar with their lightness techniques. They shouted from afar, "Where are you from? How dare you come to the forbidden area of the sect?" Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. When the four of them came closer, he took out his waist token and handed it over. He said gently, "I am the disciple of Mo Shuigong's guardian. This is my waist token." Mo Shuigong. Guardian disciple. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They were really surprised. Mo Shuigong was a female disciple and was their senior sister. They had never heard of a guardian disciple. One of them took Zhang Xiaohua's waist token with vigilance and checked it carefully. It was exactly the same as Mo Shuigong's waist token. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's attire, it was similar to the attire of Rui Jinhao. Ren Wufeng wasn't sure and passed the waist token to the others to check. He then cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, I am Ren Wufeng, a disciple of Rui Jinhao. May I know your name?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. My surname is also Ren and my name is Xiaoyao." Ren Xiaoyao? Ren Wufeng frowned. This name was unfamiliar and he had never heard of it. He asked embarrassedly, "Ren. Senior brother, forgive me for being slow. I have never heard of the position of guardian disciple in Mo Shuigong on Lingxiang Peak. Guardian disciple and guardian disciple are the responsibilities of Rui Jinhao's disciples. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this forbidden area of the ruins of Huan is also an important place of our sect. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll disappoint the sect leader." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Just a month ago, I was appointed by Jiaozhu Darren as a protector disciple. It's the first time in recent years that Shidi is suspicious. Junior Marshal brother, please verify the authenticity of the waist token first." The disciples spread the word among themselves and exchanged glances. They nodded slightly and returned the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. Ren Wufeng smiled and said, "Senior brother Ren, this waist token is naturally real. May I know why senior brother has come to the ruins of Huan?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to smile bitterly. "What can there be? Lord Sect Master is just testing me to come to Huan Su to receive Senior Marshal Sister Xia Qing and the others." Senior Marshal Sister Xia. Hearing this, Ren Wufeng's expression relaxed a little but was also a little surprised. Xia Qing and the others had been in the ruins of Huan for more than half a month and had not come out. These disciples had been worried for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua's words indicated that she was a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Otherwise, she would not know the whereabouts of Xia Qing and the others. Secondly, this seemingly inconspicuous senior brother Ren was actually here to receive Xia Qing. Could this person's martial arts be higher than senior martial sister Xia Qing's? Zhang Xiaohua's words were usually said casually, but at this time, these disciples misunderstood. Abbess Jing Yi had only sent him over to take a look and give some advice. However, after hearing what he said, coupled with the fact that Xia Qing and the others hadn't moved for a long time, these disciples thought that Zhang Xiaohua was here to help Xia Qing. Ren Wufeng was solemn and respectful. He cupped his hands and said, then I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother Ren. Senior Marshal Sister Xia and the others have been in for a long time, but there was no news coming out. I was panicking and wanted to send this news back to Lingxiang Peak. I didn't expect Lord Sect Master to already know and send Senior Marshal Brother here in advance. Now I'm relieved. Ah. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that these people had misunderstood her meaning. However, she looked at the lightning and thunder in the middle of the ruins of Huan, which was exactly where she wanted to go. She did not explain and cupped her hands. In that case, please tell me the details of Senior Marshal Sister Xia's situation so that I know what's going on. Yes, that's what I should do. Ren Wufeng nodded. Senior Marshal Sister Xia and her group of 5 arrived here 20 days ago. They said that they were here on Lord Sect Master's orders to check on that thing. Senior Marshal Brother must know that someone was killed by the Divine Thunder a month ago at Lingxiang Peak. Lord Sect Master suspected that something had happened to that thing. In fact, I've been here for many years and that thing would occasionally move, but it shouldn't affect Lingxiang Peak. Of course, this is only my guess. That thing is incomparably mysterious, perhaps its power is unknown. Of course, Ruins of Huan is the forbidden area of our cult of fragrance. Only Mo Nuo Gong's disciples can enter. We only patrol the periphery and monitor the changes of that thing. We don't dare to enter the interior. So when Senior Marshal Sister Xia came, I couldn't explain why, so Senior Marshal Sister Xia could only bring the others in to check. That thing? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. What is that thing? Why is it so mysterious? But, according to Ren Wufeng, that thing is a secret that all the inner disciples of the cult of fragrance know. It's not good for me to ask too much. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could only vaguely ask, then where did Senior Marshal Sister Xia enter from? Are you sure, that thing is a little strange? Ren Wufeng pointed with his finger and said, of course. I've been patrolling this place for a long time and I can still see this abnormality. On the day that Lord Sect Master asked about it, there was a 5-colored ray of light that flew away, but the direction was a little off. It wasn't facing Lingxiang Peak. And Senior Marshal Sister Xia entered from here. It was us who sent her over. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the direction Ren Wufeng was pointing at and said casually, that thing, will emit a 5-colored ray of light every once in a while. It's not fixed. Anyway, I haven't figured out the pattern. Yes, that thing. Why would it emit a 5-colored ray of light? Haha. Ren Wufeng laughed and said, about this. Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you're testing me. Didn't I say just now that I've never entered the ruins of Huan before? How would I know what that thing looks like? Perhaps only Lord Sect Master and the disciples of Mo Xian Palace who have entered before would know what that thing is. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled. I'm just asking casually. Junior Brother Ren, please don't blame me. Then, she said, saving people is like putting out a fire. If there's nothing else, I'll go in now. Junior Brother Ren, what do you think? Now. Ren Wufeng was stunned. He turned to look at the disciples beside him and asked curiously, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you don't know about the ruins of Huan? Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was wrong and did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, that's right. I only knew about the ruins of Huan in the past and did not know the details inside. Moreover, I was sent here by Lord Sect Master when I entered Mo Xian Palace. He did not explain in detail. I have to ask Junior Brother Ren for advice about the whole story. Oh, I see. Ren Wufeng was enlightened and nodded. Since Senior Marshal Brother Ren doesn't know, I'll explain it briefly. I can't say that I'm asking for advice. I just heard some things from the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. By the way, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, have you heard of the orchid dusk refinement? Of course. Every disciple should know about the famous orchid dusk refinement of our fragrant cult. Yes, I'll let Senior Marshal Brother Ren know. I heard that the size of the ruins of Huan is bigger than the orchid prairie. Moreover, there are many ferocious beasts in the orchid prairie. It's the same in the ruins of Huan. There are ferocious beasts in here too. Zhang Xiaohua was a little shocked. She looked at the pile of ruins and asked, what do they eat? Ren Wufeng shrugged and said, I've also heard rumors. However, I've seen the saber-toothed tigers in the outermost layer. As for what they live on, I don't know. Saber-toothed tigers? How are they compared to the thunder tiger? Zhang Xiaohua asked. There shouldn't be much of a comparison. Ren Wufeng said with a bitter face. The saber-toothed tigers in the ruins of Huan are ferocious beasts that even the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace have to avoid. How can they be compared to the thunder tiger? So powerful, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Of course, if not, the time to enter the ruins of Huan is not fixed. We can only enter calmly when the saber-toothed tigers do not appear and reduce the chances of encountering the saber-toothed tigers. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head. At this moment, the sky above the ruins of Huan was dark. How could there be sunlight? Seeing this, Ren Wufeng smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, don't be anxious. There's still an hour and it'll be the noon. I'll remind you. Alright, other than the saber-toothed tigers, what other ferocious beasts are there? What about the blood wolves and giant apes? Senior Marshal Brother, you must be joking. Those are the ferocious beasts in the orchid prairie. How can there be any in the ruins of Huan? According to the senior marshal sister who went in, other than the saber-toothed tigers, there are also the heaven-reaching ape, earth-splitting rhinoceros, fire wolf, and mountain-shaking bear. As for their specific strengths, the senior marshal sisters are rather afraid of them and do not mention them. Therefore, I don't dare to guess rashly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm already very grateful that junior brother Ren can say so much. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any reaction on her face, Ren Wufeng said anxiously, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you should not be careless. These ferocious beasts are not like the ones refined by Yulan Mu. Even if the disciples of Mo Xian Gong went in and encountered them, they would avoid them if possible. If they really could not avoid them, they would escape. Unless they really could not escape, they would fight with them. As for those who fought with them, according to the senior marshal sisters, they only have a 50-50 chance of survival. They are not confident at all. So powerful. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had seen Peacock's martial arts before. Based on this, he could deduce the other disciples. Such martial arts only had a 50-50 chance of survival in the ruins of Huan. It was appropriate to use the ruins of Huan as an example of a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It seems that the ruins of Huan is really the forbidden area of the fragrant cult. In this case, should we still enter the forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua immediately hesitated. At this moment, Ren Wufeng shouted, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, look, that is the saber-toothed tiger. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of Ren Wufeng's finger. She saw a few ferocious beasts slowly walking past the huge pillar. When she saw them clearly, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 900. The collapsed pillars were scattered between the walls. There were a few extremely tall tiger-shaped ferocious beasts. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that these tiger-shaped ferocious beasts had long sword-like fangs that protruded from both sides of their mouths. That should be where the saber-toothed tiger got its name from. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to have sensed the movement here. It raised its head and saw Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Woo, it let out a long hiss and charged towards them. The others followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard Ren Wufeng chuckling and saying, "Senior brother Ren, don't be anxious. This beast can only stay in the Huan Su and won't be able to take half a step out. There's no need to be afraid." Looking at the others, they were all as steady as Mount Tai and had relaxed expressions. Could it be that the Huan Su is like the Yulon Grand Canyon and also has a restriction? They were still a few meters away from the Huan Su and Zhang Xiaohua's divine perception couldn't reach it. Sure enough, the saber-toothed tiger was agile and easily jumped over the tall pillars and the abandoned walls. It didn't take long for it to get close. However, just like the Yulon Grand Canyon, the saber-toothed tiger stopped when it was still a distance away from the edge of the ruins. It opened its bloody mouth and protruded its sword-like fangs. It roared at Zhang Xiaohua and the others as if it was demonstrating its power. The other saber-toothed tigers did the same. After a long time, perhaps they were tired. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and the others were only looking at them indifferently, the saber-toothed tigers turned around and continued to walk in the direction they were heading in. After the saber-toothed tigers were far away, Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "Junior brother Ren, this Huan Su, is there something similar to the Great Mountain Protecting Array?" Ren Wufeng glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a hint of meaning in his eyes and smiled. "Senior brother Ren is indeed wise. That's right, I heard from senior sister Mo Shui Gong that the entire ruins of Huan is an enormous formation, even more powerful than the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, I've only heard of it and have never been inside. I don't have the fate to see it either. Then, can we see all the monsters that junior apprentice brother Ren mentioned just now?" Ren Wufeng shook his head. "That's not it. I've only seen saber-toothed tigers here. I've never seen any other beasts before. Perhaps it's inside." "Oh. I see." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Based on past experience, the closer one was to the periphery of the array, the weaker the ferocious beasts would be. They would be able to encounter a saber-toothed tiger at the outermost area of Huan Su. Looking at that saber-toothed tiger's vigorous figure and ferocious appearance, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. As for the other ferocious beasts, there was no need to talk about them. This ruins of Huan. Should he still enter it? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. However, at this moment, a huge bolt of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a five-colored ray of light appeared below the bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, it flew towards the southwest. "Look, senior brother Ren!" Ren Wufeng shouted. "That's the ray of light emitted by that thing. I don't know what it's used for. There seems to be too much of it this time." "That's right, what is it used for? What is that thing?" Zhang Xiaohua was also astonished. However, he suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart. It was a feeling that he wanted to take that thing for himself. It was a feeling that this thing was extremely important to him. How does this thing have anything to do with me?" Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. Then, he turned around and asked Ren Wufeng, "Junior brother Ren, are you sure that this ray of light is the same as the one that struck our lingering fragrance peak?" Ren Wufeng shook his head. "That day, I told Lord Sect Leader clearly that when the lightning struck lingering fragrance peak, there was indeed a five-colored ray of light. However, the direction was not lingering fragrance peak. As for where this ray of light went and whether it was lightning or not, I have no idea." Then, he smiled and said, "If I knew, wouldn't senior sister Xia and the rest not have to go in?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. Previously, he had wanted to go in. Now that his mind was affected, all the more he wanted to go in and take a look. As for the ferocious beasts, he would deal with them accordingly. Alright, senior brother Ren, you can go in now. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was pondering, Ren Wufeng cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Ren, I wish you a safe journey. Bring senior sister Xia and the rest out of the ruins of Huan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. I'll be counting on junior brother Ren's auspicious words. Then, Ren Wufeng pointed at a collapsed door and said, Senior brother, you can go in from here. I don't know what's inside. All right. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and bade them farewell. Zhang Xiaohua rode on the David's deer. Before they even got close to the ruins of Huan let out a low cry and did not dare to take another step forward. Zhang Xiaohua brought the David's deer with good intentions, hoping that Huan could also find some kind of opportunity inside, like Little Martin, to have more powerful magical powers. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly. He turned around and threw Huan aside. He told Ren Wufeng and the rest that they did not need to pay attention to it. When he came out, he would naturally find it. With the great wisdom sword in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua approached the collapsed door again. With his divine sense, he knew that the door was surrounded by arrays and there was only a gap in the door. He didn't know if it was because the array had been there for a long time or if this was the entrance to the array. Zhang Xiaohua sent his divine sense into the door and didn't see anything unusual. He extended his sword and walked in. Inside the door, there were also broken walls and it looked no different from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto a section of the wall and looked around. All he could see was ruins and he couldn't see anything unusual. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and headed towards the center of the ruins of Huan. He executed the ethereal steps and flew towards the center of the ruins of Huan. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the disciples behind him couldn't see him anymore. He flew up and prepared to use his imperial wind technique to fly inside. Just as he was floating in the air, before he could use his imperial wind technique, he felt a huge force tugging at his body from the ground. It was as if he couldn't resist and was pulled to the ground. Pa! He landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense and looked around. He didn't see anything unusual. However, when he executed the imperial wind technique again, he couldn't fly. When he executed the earth escape technique again, the ground under his feet was as hard as iron and he couldn't burrow through it. The earth escape technique is actually prohibited in the ruins of Huan. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He originally wanted to execute the imperial wind technique to enter the center of the lightning and see if there was anything unusual. He wanted to see if he could take advantage of it before he went to look for Xiaqing and the rest. Since the array restricted his earth escape technique, he could only execute the ethereal steps and slowly walk in. If he could just use the ethereal steps, it wouldn't be a troublesome task. However, when Zhang Xiaohua walked for a few hundred feet, he jumped down from a collapsed palace and flew towards another pillar. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed by and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Shit, someone is sneak attacking me. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the flash of light appeared in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to raise his sword and his left hand was in front of his chest. Without thinking, he used his arm to block the flash of light. Chi! His brand new robe was cut open and the flash of light was blocked by Venerable Fire Dragon's robe. After that, the flash of light disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw clearly that it was a streak of heaven-earth essence Qi. It was like a long sword and it disappeared in a flash. My God, what's going on? Since when did my character become so bad? Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly. However, he immediately understood that since the Huan Su was an array, there would definitely be an attack. Xiaqing and the rest had entered the array with Nun Jingyi's guidance and wouldn't be attacked by the array. Nun Jingyi only asked him to help Xiaqing and didn't ask him to enter the array. Of course, there was no need for her to tell him the way to enter the array. Wasn't he just looking for trouble by barging in? However, when he thought about the lightning in the middle of the Huan Su and the feeling that the item gave him, Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. He carefully walked in from another direction. After walking for a few feet, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. The great wisdom sword in his right hand blocked in front of him. It was precisely a flash of light that attacked him. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. It was really the sound of two swords clashing. The flash of light was immediately shattered. Immediately after, before Zhang Xiaohua had the time to relax, a few more flashes of light came at him in a disorderly manner. Zhang Xiaohua raised his sword as if he was fighting with someone. He used all kinds of techniques and struck down the flashes of light one by one. Ha! After striking down the flashes of light, Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings were actually slightly denser with heaven-earth essence qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He executed the worry-free heart sutra and absorbed the heaven-earth essence qi into his body. However, just as he refined the heaven-earth essence qi, before he could rejoice, he suddenly heard a few howls. He looked to the side and saw a few saber-toothed tigers running towards him. They seemed to have smelled something. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spread out his body and walked a few feet forward. He carefully hid his body under a roof. Just as he hid, the saber-toothed tigers arrived. They stopped at the place where Zhang Xiaohua had struck the flashes of light. The saber-toothed tigers were happily circling around there. They opened their mouths and seemed to be breathing with all their might. "Io!" Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously slapped his forehead. Those saber-toothed tigers obviously didn't smell his scent. They clearly smelled the dense heaven-earth essence qi just now. Sure enough, when the saber-toothed tiger finished absorbing the yuan qi, it turned left and right and was about to leave. At this moment, one of the saber-toothed tigers suddenly turned its head and sniffed the ground. It raised its head and looked in the direction where Zhang Xiaohua was hiding. It happened to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. Wu, the saber-toothed tiger, let out a cry and pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Sigh, needless to say, it had already discovered Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. Seeing that the saber-toothed tigers were about to catch up to them, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. She held her heavy sword and stared coldly at the excited saber-toothed tigers, calm. Chapter 901. The saber-toothed tigers seemed to be human-like. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing with her sword, they were startled at first. Then, a few saber-toothed tigers separated and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's two sides, surrounding Zhang Xiaohua in the middle. Then, the saber-toothed tiger that faced Zhang Xiaohua pounced on her. When it was in front of her, it swung its head and its sword-like fangs immediately slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's neck. My God, this saber-toothed tiger actually knows moves. As Zhang Xiaohua thought, the heavy sword in her hand met the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Dang! The two weapons collided. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes were filled with shock and pain. Its body borrowed the rebounding force from the heavy sword to turn its body. With a "hoo" sound, its tail swept over. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the saber-toothed tiger's moves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. She knew that this tail sweep was extremely powerful. Since she couldn't withdraw her heavy sword in time, she could only curl up her body and flip in the air to dodge the tail. However, the saber-toothed tiger's tail was extremely nimble. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua dodge, the tail swept over Zhang Xiaohua's head and immediately slashed down diagonally. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already recovered her strength. She raised her heavy sword and used all her strength to meet the tail head-on. Dang! A loud sound was heard as the two iron rods collided. Zhang Xiaohua's hand was numb and even the heavy sword sank down. Oh my god! Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. How did this saber-toothed tiger grow? Its tail is actually like an iron rod and its strength is not small. This, even the experts in the pugilistic world are inferior to it. Zhang Xiaohua was horrified, but the saber-toothed tiger was even more horrified. They lived in the ruins of Huanshu. Their heads were tough, their claws were sharp, and their tails were strong. Even thick pillars could be easily chopped off. However, they had never suffered such a big loss. The saber-toothed tiger's tail was swung up by Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. It almost lost its balance and fell to the ground. When the saber-toothed tiger stabilized its body, it became even angrier. It squatted back and opened its mouth to spit out a small golden sword that was smaller than a palm at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more stunned. Could this saber-toothed tiger be like the Yulon Grand Canyon's Blood Wolf King and could spit things out from its mouth? That small golden sword arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohua's chest in a flash. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua raised her heavy sword and blocked in front of her. With a ding sound, the small golden sword was smashed into pieces and turned into wisps of heaven and earth's qi. Zhang Xiaohua was also forced to take a step back. Looking at her heavy sword, it was not injured at all. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face again, there was no expression of surprise. Seeing that the small golden sword was smashed into pieces and dissipated in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. This was no different from the Blood Wolf King's wind blades. It was the result of the spiritual beast's manipulation of heaven and earth's qi. This saber-toothed tiger was obviously more powerful than the Blood Wolf King. Zhang Xiaohua had already encountered this battle situation before. Moreover, although the qi of heaven and earth in Huan Su was denser than outside, it was not enough to support the unlimited usage of the saber-toothed tiger. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was not nervous. It was just that the Blood Wolf King had also released a lot of wind blades last time. Presumably, this saber-toothed tiger would be able to release more. Zhang Xiaohua's dragon binding ring to deal with the Blood Wolf King was not very useful at this time. After all, there were several saber-toothed tigers by the side, eyeing covetously. Trapping one was useless. She still had to find a way to subdue the saber-toothed tiger. Just as she was thinking, the saber-toothed tiger's small golden sword shot out one after another. The speed was faster than the previous and the strength was also stronger than the previous. Zhang Xiaohua did not have any good ideas. She could only block and dodge at the same time. Luckily, the other saber-toothed tigers had good individual fighting qualities. They stepped forward and attacked together. With a "hoo" sound, a small sword that was bigger than usual flew over. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to use her heavy sword to block, the small sword bent and dodged under the heavy sword. It was actually the same as the flying sword that Zhang Xiaohua used. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to swing her sword and immediately dodged to the side. Her left hand hurriedly took out Chasing Dream, wanting to use Chasing Dream to deflect the golden sword. At this moment, a huge shadow pounced over. It was the saber-toothed tiger that took advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's carelessness to open its mouth and attack with its sharp teeth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought of an illusion and did not hesitate. She used the ethereal steps and lowered her body. Like a wisp of smoke, she scuttled past the saber-toothed tiger's body. And the Chasing Dream in her hand, did not forget to raise it high above her head. Sure enough, it was effective. When Zhang Xiaohua scuttled past the saber-toothed tiger, the golden sword that was chasing after her also closed in. However, just as it reached Zhang Xiaohua's face, it turned into Yuan Qi and disappeared in the air. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger again, it was crawling on the ground with blood flowing out. Even its intestines were flowing out. After twitching a few times, it did not know that Zhang Xiaohua had cut open its stomach. Eh? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly at the saber-toothed tiger's ignorance of the illusion. She stared at the saber-toothed tiger cautiously, guarding against any changes. In the saber-toothed tiger's blood, she found a golden bead that was smaller than a green bean. This bead was so small that if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe it, and that this golden bead emitted a strong yuan qi fluctuation, Zhang Xiaohua would not have noticed it. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move, the saber-toothed tigers beside her roared angrily. They opened their mouths and shot out all kinds of small golden swords. These small swords were different in color and size, but they were all powerful and fast. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. She abandoned the great wisdom sword and held chasing dream in her hand. She then focused on drilling into the saber-toothed tiger's stomach. The saber-toothed tiger's stomach was indeed its weak point. Zhang Xiaohua tried the saber-toothed tiger's back, but the small sword could not pierce it at all. However, the pure white fur on the stomach could be easily pierced by chasing dream. Not long after, the remaining saber-toothed tigers were dealt with by Zhang Xiaohua. Without exception, they all crawled on the ground and died with their stomachs cut open. Holding the golden beads in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua carefully examined them. These beads were extremely round and contained an astonishing amount of yuan qi. Zhang Xiaohua tried to absorb the yuan qi from the yuan stones, but she could not absorb a single trace. What is this? Why is it so strange? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be puzzled. She pinched the hard beads in her hand. The golden light gave off an extremely sharp feeling. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her hand and kept the few small beads into a jade box. She then took out the Blood Wolf King's corpse from her waist and did the same thing. She cut open the Blood Wolf King's abdomen. Sure enough, she found a small white bead in the Blood Wolf King's abdomen. It was actually smaller than a green bean. That white bead was the same as the golden bead. It contained an extremely strong yuan qi of the world. However, this milky white brilliance gave off an unfathomable feeling. Looking at the two different beads, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly slapped her forehead. The brilliance of this bead was extremely similar to the pale white bead that Huang Feng spat out from its mouth. However, Huang Feng's bead was much bigger than this one. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Why did these beasts have such a plaything in their abdomen? What was it used for? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That day in the secret room in the Yulon Grand Canyon, she saw the disemboweled black lightning. Wasn't it the same as these saber-toothed tigers? Could it be that the elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak killed Black Lightning just to snatch this bead? Zhang Xiaohua nodded in her heart. That's right. Huang Feng split one of his beads into two and gave it to Little Martin and Little Dog. The two of them were saved. Since the Blood Wolf King and the saber-toothed tiger had this small bead, they were able to spit out wind blades and golden swords from their mouths. This bead must have a great use, it's just that she didn't know about it. Hee, I've picked up a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She kept the corpses of the saber-toothed tigers and the Blood Wolf King into her belt. Who knew if there were any secrets on their bodies that she didn't know about? After packing up, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the black vortex was still far away. She was still in a pile of ruins. She didn't know if it was the place she came in from. Anyway, she didn't know the route. She still had to walk towards the center of the Huansu. Wasn't there a path everywhere? Zhang Xiaohua confirmed the direction and used the ethereal steps to move forward. After walking for a while, she still didn't see any saber-toothed tigers. This made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. Could it be that the heavens are benevolent? Asking me to kill less? I just want to accumulate some fun beads. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them either. And Zhang Xiaohua was sure that if the saber-toothed tigers didn't provoke him, he wouldn't kill them. This was in line with his vow to not kill innocent people. However, the saber-toothed tigers didn't know how powerful he was and his vow. This was a little too sanctimonious. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was regretfully walking forward, he arrived at a rather large empty area. It was a 3 feet wide area and there wasn't anything. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think too much and entered it. However, when he entered, he realized that something was wrong. The scene in front of him changed and it was a vast area. Oh no, I'm so careless. I actually barged into an illusion array. Zhang Xiaohua was very regretful. Of course, there were so many places around. He could have gone around casually. Who would be like him and barge in like a headless fly? Just as he was trying to figure out a way to break out of the formation, a group of lights rose up from the horizon not far away. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care if he didn't look, but when he saw the rapidly approaching lights, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yes, he had never been so surprised. Chapter 902. In the illusion, countless rays of light rose from the horizon not far away, like a group of meteors flying over, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be dumbstruck. He had never been so happy before. Those rays of light were none other than flying swords. That's right, the meteor-like flying swords were flying towards Zhang Xiaohua from not far away. This scene was normal, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was different. Zhang Xiaohua had learned the flying sword and obtained a few nameless sword moves from Elder Yu. He used his spiritual consciousness to drive Chasing Dream and he was able to use it well. However, it was a pity that Chasing Dream was caught by a martial arts expert in the underground hall of the nameless mountain villa. After that, Zhang Xiaohua obtained the dream-weaving sword technique and the moves of the flying sword were even more abundant. Gradually, he was able to attack his opponent from different angles. However, this was still far from enough. In front of Shimujuan, the first disciple of the Rui Jin Palace, his flying sword was actually broken by him and he could not even get close to him. This did not seem to match the reputation of the flying sword of the immortal Tao. Even Zhang Xiaohua was secretly puzzled. After thinking about it countless times, he could only attribute it to his shallow knowledge and did not obtain the essence of the flying sword. However, when he saw the flying swords that filled the sky today, he finally understood that he was wrong from the beginning. Moreover, he was completely wrong. The flying sword of the immortal Tao was never like the flying sword of the martial Tao, where each move was used to fight the enemy. Although he used his divine sense to drive the flying sword, the moves that he learned were derived from the moves of the flying sword by others and turned into moves of the martial Tao. Although he changed back, the essence of the moves was still the same. When he drove the flying sword, he only increased the speed of his Qin Gong to infinitely increase, allowing him to launch different moves from different angles. In essence, this was still the way of the martial Tao and was very different from the flying sword of the immortal Tao. Looking at the flying swords in the sky again, every single one of them was exactly the same. Moreover, every single one of them was a sword technique. All of the flying swords had actually used all the moves of a set of sword techniques. In an instant, they had firmly trapped Zhang Xiaohua in one place, leaving no room for him to dodge. This was the true meaning of the immortal Tao flying sword. If Zhang Xiaohua sent these 10,000 Jumangs flying toward Shimujuan, how could that fellow dodge? He was afraid that his soul would scatter in a single exchange. However, it looked easy. If Zhang Xiaohua were to perform it, where would she start? How could he turn one Zhu Meng into 10,000 Zhu Meng? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was lost in her thoughts, the tens of thousands of flying swords approached. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to hide, there was nowhere for her to hide. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. She immediately recovered from her shock and quickly swept her divine sense to the side. Where could she possibly hide? Death at dawn. These words inadvertently flashed across Zhang Xiaohua's mind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had also calmed down. Her gaze was somewhat deep as she stared at the flying swords that were as bright as the stars. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, she had only taken a glance and felt that these tens of thousands of flying swords did not seem to be any different. However, now that she was on the brink of death, after calming herself down, she realized that the sword shadow in one of the flying swords was actually somewhat blurry. It was completely different from the brightness and clarity of the other flying swords. Could it be that this is the flaw? But how could there be a flaw here? Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about it. She immediately swung her heavy sword and drew a large circle in front of her chest. Then, she threw it towards the blurry area. Kacha, clang, a few crisp sounds rang out. A gap the size of a person was actually created among the sword shadows. It was just enough for Zhang Xiaohua to squeeze through. With a shwa sound, the sword shot past Zhang Xiaohua and landed on the ground beneath her feet. Following that, another wave of brilliance rose from the distance. Just like before, they flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, in this wave of swords, there was a gap in the swords that Zhang Xiaohua had knocked down. Zhang Xiaohua's fear was greatly dissipated. She only needed to aim at the gap and jump into it. How could there be any danger? However, Zhang Xiaohua used his finger to scratch his chin and had an idea. He extended his hand and took out the crimson spirit shield from his bosom. He formed a seal and a breath of clear air sprayed onto the crimson spirit shield. The crimson spirit shield immediately emitted a brilliance and gradually rose above Zhang Xiaohua's head. It protected Zhang Xiaohua's entire body tightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see if this meteor-like flying sword was as sharp as he imagined it to be. Sure enough, when the flying sword hit the crimson spirit shield's defense like a moth to a flame, it did not take long before the brilliance dimmed. Wonderful! Zhang Xiaohua did not test it anymore. She jumped out from the gap and formed a seal to withdraw the crimson spirit shield. After testing the prowess of the swords, Zhang Xiaohua began to ponder on how to break this illusion array. Needless to say, these swords could only exist in an illusory array. Those blurry sword shadows were probably due to the fact that the illusory array was too old, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was insufficient, resulting in such a huge flaw. Otherwise, how could Zhang Xiaohua's few sword flashes shatter all the sword shadows in that area? As for this illusion array, if Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right, it should be an empty space of a few feet. However, she did not know if this illusion array could expand the size of the empty space. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and executed the ethereal steps. She picked a direction and ran forward. That net of swords also followed. No matter where Zhang Xiaohua ran to, waves of swords would shoot over. Cough cough, of course, the swords were just decorations now. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the mood to provoke them. Even if she could not provoke them, she could still avoid them. Every time she jumped, it would be fine as long as she jumped accurately. As expected, after a few waves of swords, when Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was about to reach the end of the empty space, the swords no longer rose from the distance. That was close. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on her forehead and smiled. If this illusion array could change its size, would not be able to escape even if I were to die of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps out of the illusory array and came to the tall pillar that appeared in the ruins. Looking back at the ordinary empty space, Zhang Xiaohua had a lingering fear. He wanted to break the illusory array and see how it turned the flying swords into a group of swords. However, he had never seen this array before and had no way of breaking it. Even if there was a flying sword hidden under the empty space, he could not burrow into the ground now, so how could he get it? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua raised the heavy sword and advanced cautiously. This time, Zhang Xiaohua learned her lesson. Whenever she saw an empty space, she would avoid it. She did not move in a straight line and made a detour. However, it was not all for naught. During this period, she met a few saber-toothed tigers. Under their attacks, Zhang Xiaohua did not show any weakness and kept a few golden pearls. The Huan ruins covered a huge area. Zhang Xiaohua ran for a long time until the sun set. Only then did she reach a huge abandoned palace. Of course, this palace was the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. It had long collapsed and only a few golden and dazzling fragments of stone and broken walls showed its former glory. This is. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the place with her divine sense and found a plaque with faint energy under a pile of rubble. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and walked over. She took out the great wisdom sword and cleared the rubble around the plaque. She even removed the huge rock that was pressing down on the plaque, revealing a plaque that was taller than Zhang Xiaohua. On the plaque, there were 3 large words, Rui Jin Hall. If Zhang Xiaohua was not proficient in the Shua Wen Jie, she might not be able to recognize it. Rui Jin Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was stunned. She pinched her chin and pondered. This name was actually the same as the Rui Jin Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Could there be a connection between the two? Could it be that this ruin was where the Mo Sua Palace used to be? What happened later on that caused it to be moved to Lingering Fragrance Peak? But what was the reason for this? To be able to destroy such a large area of the palace, it was almost the same as pushing down the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak. Forbidden ground, forbidden ground. There are indeed endless secrets inside. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her gaze from the plaque of Rui Jin Hall and looked at the large damaged palace behind her. Based on her previous experience, this palace shouldn't have any restrictions. Forget it, I should find that thing as soon as possible or replenish the energy of heaven and earth required by the delusion breaker magic eye. Wouldn't it be better for me to recover my cultivation as soon as possible? When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated and took a detour to the side. However, things didn't go well. Just as she took a detour around the palace, she encountered 2 saber-toothed tigers that were several times larger than the ones she saw previously. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had already learned the essence of Tiger Slayer. After a few tricks, she still managed to sneak attack the 2 saber-toothed tigers from below. She killed the 2 saber-toothed tigers and obtained the bead that was 1 size larger than the golden bead. Just as Zhang Xiaohua kept the bead and the saber-toothed tigers, she suddenly thought of something. Yellow wind was like the wind and flew at a fast speed. The small bead in its stomach was pale white. The Blood Wolf King could spit out wind blades from its mouth and the small bead in its stomach was also pale white. As for the saber-toothed tiger, it could actually spit out small golden swords and the small bead in its stomach was actually golden. This. Could it be related to the 5 elements? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua turned back to look at the place she came from. The illusory array she encountered just now was mainly made of flying swords. There were no other attacks, and the saber-toothed tiger's body was as hard as iron. What did this mean? Didn't Ren Wufeng, who was outside the Huan ruins, say that the Huan ruins was a huge array formation? Then, what was this array formation? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of excitement. She looked at the Rui Jin Palace next to her and suppressed the urge to go in. First, she used her divine sense to check the heaven and earth yuan qi in the air. Then, she quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the Rui Jin Palace with a surprised look on her face. Chapter 903. Zhang Xiaohua came back from the front with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. He walked further ahead and used his divine consciousness to check the thin qi of heaven and earth in the air. The density of the qi of heaven and earth in front of him was similar to the surroundings of the Rui Jin Hall, but his divine consciousness felt different. The qi of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the Rui Jin Hall had a sharp and prickly feeling, but further ahead, it was filled with warmth and vitality. Even the scene of the ruins was different. From the entrance of the Huan Su to the Rui Jin Hall, there were rocks, broken walls, broken pillars, and other objects that were incomparably hard. There wasn't even a blade of grass. Further ahead, weeds, small trees, and wisteria gradually appeared. It was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua had guessed. The qi of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the Rui Jin Hall should have the majority of the qi of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the Rui Jin Hall. Further ahead, the qi of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the Rui Jin Hall should have the majority of the qi of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the Rui Jin Hall. Weren't these the qi of heaven and earth in the five elements? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised because he had imparted the five elements Dian formation to Nie Qianyu in the past. That formation was related to the qi of heaven and earth in the five elements Dian formation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhang Xiaohua had only roughly grasped the formation, but he had never seen the qi of heaven and earth in it, let alone setting up the formation. Even the five elements Dian formation that he had imparted to Nie Qianyu from the Rejuvenation Valley was simply changing the qi of heaven and earth in the five elements Dian formation to five people or five other things. This kind of five elements Dian formation could only be said to be similar in form but not in spirit. It could only realize some superficial changes in the formation, but the true essence of the formation or the killing move was impossible to realize. As for the theory of the five elements, Zhang Xiaohua had boldly deduced it from the medicinal herbs. However, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen the true qi of heaven and earth. Today, when he saw the difference in the qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua had already sensed that the formation of the Huan Su was related to the qi of heaven and earth. Even if it wasn't the five elements Dian formation, the method to break it would be effective. With a ready-made immortal Dao array in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel her hands itch. According to the array formation of the five elements Dian formation, the five elements vital qi was divided into five regions. Every region had a so-called array core, which was suppressed by a single attribute Dharma treasure. The five regions of the five elements Dian formation could be arranged according to the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. Every region had endless dangers and there was a rather strong connection between the regions. Zhang Xiaohua had just accidentally walked forward. Presumably, the five elements formation of the ruins of Huan should also be moving inwards layer by layer. Looking at the Rui Jin Palace that had collapsed for God knows how many years, Zhang Xiaohua had already understood that this Rui Jin Palace might be the eye of the metal attribute area of the five elements formation. In other words, there must be a metal attribute magic weapon in this Rui Jin Palace. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to break this five elements formation, she must first find the metal attribute magic weapon in this Rui Jin Palace. However, since it was the eye of the formation, it must be filled with danger and murderous intent. Is there a need to go in? Although Zhang Xiaohua was very impulsive and had the tendency to be blinded by greed, she still held her chin with her hand and hesitated. Forget it, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Zhang Xiaohua steeled her heart and took out the crimson spirit shield. She formed a seal and the shield flew to Zhang Xiaohua's head. It spewed out a red brilliance and protected Zhang Xiaohua. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Another green light shield rose and covered Zhang Xiaohua. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart finally calmed down. Holding the Great Wisdom greatsword in his hand, he leaped up and jumped onto the signboard, walking straight in. The ruins in the sharp gold palace were not much different from the ruins outside. It was just that there were more broken walls. At a glance, one could see that there were many rooms in the palace. There were also many curtains, silk, and other things in the ruins of the sharp gold palace. Some of them had decayed, but some still had a luster. Zhang Xiaohua walked in cautiously. After an incense stick's time, she did not see anything strange. She also did not see any traps or formations. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Because the sky above the Huan Su was covered with dark clouds, it became dark earlier. Only the occasional flash of lightning in the distance added a lot of strangeness to the sky. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning flashed. Although it was extremely far away, it still illuminated the entire Ruijin Palace. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked because he saw a figure standing beside a short pillar not far away. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately hid behind a pillar. She cautiously called out, "Is that senior sister Mo Shuigong in front?" After a long while, there was still no response. There was only the faint sound of thunder in the distance. Eh? Zhang Xiaohua secretly poked her head out. When she took a closer look, she realized that the figure was actually motionless. This. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a while, but the figure still did not move. Could it be a dead person? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and felt that it was very possible. She did not keep the crimson spirit shield and continued to walk towards the figure. As she got closer, Zhang Xiaohua understood that it was a person dressed in palace attire. The style of the palace attire seemed a little old. "Senior sister. Are you alive or dead?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Cough, cough. The woman naturally could not answer. Zhang Xiaohua came closer and scanned with his divine sense. The woman was dead. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. Just when she wanted to take a closer look at how the woman died, she suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think. She exerted force on her feet and wanted to dodge to the side. However, before he could pull himself up, a ray of black light suddenly appeared and pierced right into his chest. With a pu sound, the black light was blocked by the brilliance of the crimson spirit protection, and its strength was greatly reduced. However, the black light seemed to be incomparably sharp, and it was also very agile. It was like a small snake, and after a few struggles, it broke through the defense of the crimson spirit protection and directly plunged into it. There's no mistake. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her body was still in midair when she stretched out her hand to grab the black light. The martial art broke through the crimson spirit shield but was blocked by the defense of the jade talisman. After a few struggles, it finally stopped moving. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's hand reached out to grab it, the black light shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. This. Heaven and earth yuan qi can be used like this? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned by the method of the immortal Tao. Although the black light was formed by the metal attribute yuan qi, its sharpness was not inferior to a divine weapon. Moreover, it had a spirituality that weapons did not have. This was almost beyond Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked. Born in the immortal Tao era, where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was scarce, how could she know the methods of the immortal Tao? This transformation of yuan qi into black light was just an extremely simple method to mimic the shape of an object. Moreover, it was just the power of some magical tools. Zhang Xiaohua leapt onto the short pillar at the side. After waiting for a long time and seeing that there was no more black light, she jumped back down. There was no need to look carefully. In the chest of the palace-dressed woman, there was a bowl-sized hole. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. This black light came too suddenly and was extremely sharp. Even if she released her divine sense, she could not completely escape. If not for the Crimson Spirit Shield, with just the defense of the Jade Talisman, she would have been seriously injured even if she did not die. Even if this palace-dressed woman's martial arts were strong, or perhaps she was a famous disciple of Mo Xiangong, it was inevitable that she would fall here. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, I don't know which generation this senior sister is from. Meeting. It's fate. I can't do anything, so I can only let you rest in peace. The floor of the Ruijin Palace Hall was paved with jade, which was as hard as gold. Zhang Xiaohua went to the loose soil outside the hall. Although it was also hard, she could always dig a hole. However, when she placed the woman's body into the hole, a cyan jade slip fell out from the woman's wound. Zhang Xiaohua casually took it and simply looked at it with her divine sense before stuffing it into her bosom. After burying the woman, Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Thank you, senior sister, for the jade slip. Although I don't know what is inside, I am still grateful. In addition, I hope that senior sister's spirit in heaven will bless me so that I can. I can avenge you and find the artifact of the Ruijin Palace Hall. After that, Zhang Xiaohua continued to move forward. This Ruijin Palace Hall was really big. In the dark night, the flashing of lightning made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little dizzy. Along the way, she was attacked by similar black light from time to time. However, under the protection of the Crimson Spirit Shield and the defense of the Jade Talisman, she was not injured at all. Although she didn't know the time in the dark night, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that it was almost midnight. She prepared to find a place to rest in the palace hall. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's sight was empty. She had actually arrived at a rather large open space. This open space was different from the open space in the illusion array. It seemed to be the garden in the middle of the palace hall. There were a few rare rockery piled up in the middle. And in this rockery, the heaven and earth origin energy seemed to be much denser. Great Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. After searching for a long time, this should be the core of the metal origin energy array. However, what kind of dangerous trap could there be here? Zhang Xiaohua held the Great Wisdom Sword in his hand and released Chasing Dream. He even crushed a defensive Jade Talisman. Only then did he expand his body and rush to the top of the fake mountain like a wisp of smoke. Unfortunately, even when he steadied himself on the fake mountain, he did not see anything strange happen. Could it be that this is the legendary, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. She looked around again. Around the rockery, there was a faint pressure of origin energy leaking out. No matter how she looked at it, this wasn't a good place. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a realization. The core of this array must be an extremely powerful array. And this array required a lot of heaven and earth origin energy. Now that the heaven and earth origin energy was thin, even the incense cult couldn't be that strong. This powerful array, could it last? After waiting for a while, there was no movement. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area and went straight to the middle of the rockery. In the middle of the rockery, there was a small dried-up pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a large circular groove. Between the grooves, there was a cover. Vaguely, there was a strong golden light that shot out from within. There must be a metal-type magical artifact inside. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua immediately figured it out. He leaped forward, and just as he approached the circular groove, golden light beams rose from the surroundings of the small pool. They gathered in the air and transformed into the shape of a huge blade, slashing downwards. Chapter 904. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since there were no traps on the fake mountain, everything would be fine. When he saw that huge golden blade fall, he was immediately shocked. That huge golden blade was like a mountain, directly chopping down. Moreover, he had a feeling of being locked on by divine sense. It seemed that no matter how he twisted and turned, that golden blade would definitely chop down on his forehead. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's head was dripping with sweat. He clearly knew that this huge golden blade was definitely formed from metal attribute energy. However, he also clearly knew that as long as this golden blade fell on his body, he would definitely be split into two pieces. It was no different from a real huge blade. Immortal Tao actually had such endless methods. Zhang Xiaohua was once again convinced. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to carefully ponder whether this golden blade was stronger or the 10,000 flying swords. That golden blade was already on his head. His mind quickly turned. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly raised the great wisdom sword with both hands. He saw that huge golden blade was getting closer and closer. Just based on its power, it firmly suppressed Zhang Xiaohua. However, when it really came close, Zhang Xiaohua also clearly saw that the edges of that golden blade were already somewhat blurred. With a loud clang, the great wisdom sword blocked the golden blade. And the huge power of the golden blade instantly smashed Zhang Xiaohua's feet to the ground. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's arms were now inexhaustible. Moreover, his bones had always been tempered, so he wasn't smashed into meat paste. However, even like this, Zhang Xiaohua's arms were still sore and numb. He had never encountered such a situation. With a hua sound, the huge golden blade that was blocked by the great wisdom sword immediately turned into specks of golden light and disappeared. Immediately after, in the sky, that huge golden blade condensed again. "Io, this won't do." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and became anxious. Zhang Xiaohua had already thought through all the instruments in his arms. There was no need to mention the Crimson Spirit Protection and the defensive Jade Talisman. He almost couldn't block that black light just now. This golden blade's aura was monstrous and would definitely be defeated in one blow. As for the small sword that he was using previously, he shouldn't take it out and embarrass himself. The great wisdom sword seemed to have a natural restraint against the energy of heaven and earth. Once he blocked the golden blade, with just strength, he would be exhausted sooner or later. In the end, the remaining energy would definitely come down and split his intestines open. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua realized that the junk that he had picked up for half of his life was, really junk. At the crucial moment, none of them were useful, lame. Fortunately, the dead Shimujuan had given him the purple phoenix hairpin. This was the treasure of the fragrant cult. However, before Zhang Xiaohua knew how to use the purple phoenix hairpin, Zhang Xiaohua had inadvertently. "Io." Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something. Of course, didn't she have a small mirror that she didn't know how to use but could still be used? This was also something that he had picked up, but when he was resisting Shimujuan, it was actually able to reflect the electric light of the purple phoenix hairpin and kill Shimujuan in one blow. This must be the best piece of junk that he had picked up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think further. The golden knife was already above her head. Zhang Xiaohua raised the small mirror above her head and injected vital energy into it naturally. When Zhang Xiaohua injected vital energy into the small mirror, the mirror itself didn't have any reaction. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohua had tried it before. However, when the golden knife was about half a foot away from the small mirror, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the golden knife had already started to be projected into the small mirror. As the yuan qi of heaven and earth increased, the small mirror gradually glowed and a layer of golden brilliance appeared. When the golden knife really hit the small mirror, the small mirror immediately emitted a dazzling brilliance with the small mirror as the center. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's hand sank as if there was a heavy weight pressing down on her arm. Even though Zhang Xiaohua's arms were incomparably strong, she was still able to press him down by an inch. A clear footprint was imprinted in the middle of the pond. As the brilliance on the small mirror spun, the huge golden knife was lifted above Zhang Xiaohua's head. However, the golden knife continued to press downwards as if it wouldn't stop until it had cut Zhang Xiaohua into two pieces. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua roared and injected all the vital energy in his body into the small mirror. After receiving vital energy, the small mirror spun even faster and emitted a faint, woo-woo sound. Suddenly, the small mirror emitted a soft, ga sound that sounded like the cry of a red-crowned crane. The golden brilliance also shot up into the sky and lifted the huge golden knife. Then, it reflected the huge golden knife. As if time had reversed, the huge golden knife disintegrated in mid-air and turned into rays of golden light that returned to the surroundings of the pond. Plop! Zhang Xiaohua fell on his butt in front of the groove. Right now, not only did he not have any vital energy, he didn't even have the strength to move his arms. However, this was still a dangerous place. Zhang Xiaohua only rested for a short while before he activated Chasing Dream and opened the groove's lid. Inside, there was a dazzling golden pearl that was the size of a duck's egg. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and the pearl immediately flew over. However, just as the pearl flew out of the groove, the entire groove shook. Following that, the fake mountain and the ground also shook. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that in order to break the 5 elements Dian formation, he had to break all 5 of the formation's cores simultaneously. If he only broke one, the other cores would change and the entire formation's mechanisms would be triggered. On the way in, he had already thought about it. He just happened to have 5 identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. When he took out the artifact from the array core, he would immediately place one of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in the array core to suppress the array core. When he was hit by the shocking attack of the golden knife, he forgot about this matter. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out one of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces from his belt and threw it into the groove. The base of the huge furnace happened to press down on the groove and the groove immediately stopped shaking. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and immediately used the ethereal steps to dash out of the fake mountain. While he was in mid-air, he placed the jade talisman in various places and set up a restriction. When he landed, he immediately closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. When he woke up the next day, the sky was still dark. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and there wasn't any difference from yesterday. As for the fake mountain, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was blocked inside and he couldn't see it clearly. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and took out the golden pearl from his money pouch. This pearl was the size of a duck's egg and it emitted a golden brilliance. However, when he looked at it, there wasn't any glaring feeling. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and felt that the pearl contained a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi. It was similar to the metal attribute yuan qi in the sharp gold hull. Furthermore, there was an additional golden energy. What is this pearl? 5 elements pearl. It didn't seem to be mentioned in the jade slip. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he couldn't help but circulate the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to absorb the yuan qi in the pearl into his body. It was a pity that even if he used all his strength, he couldn't absorb a single strand of metal attribute yuan qi. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. There is obviously a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi in this thing. Why can't I absorb it? No wonder the Lingering Fragrance Peak's Lord sect leader didn't touch this treasure and let me take advantage of it. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts were simple. If it was only so, why would the Lingering Fragrance Peak leave it here? If you took the golden pearl, the five elements' great array would be broken and the Huan ruins would no longer have an array to protect it. Why would Nanjing-yi do such a thing? If Nanjing-yi knew that she had sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Huan ruins to lead a wolf into the house, wouldn't she have jumped off the suicide cliff a second time? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the golden pearl and liked it even more. The yuan qi in it seemed to be a golden liquid that could rotate. After a while, he took out a jade box and placed the golden pearl inside. He then used the most powerful technique he knew on it, afraid that it would reveal its aura. After packing up, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay here any longer. He came out of the sharp gold hall and headed straight to the center of the Huan ruins. It was unknown if it was because Zhang Xiaohua had taken the golden pearl away, the outer area of the Huan ruins no longer had the support of yuan qi. Along the way, he didn't encounter any restrictions. As Zhang Xiaohua ventured deeper into the ruins, the scenery around him started to change. There was a touch of green, and some weeds and vines appeared in the ruins. There were even a few large trees growing on top of them. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was probably because he had entered the wood element area. In his spiritual sense, the yuan qi was more lively and had more vitality. I wonder what kind of mechanism there is here. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be curious. Just as he was thinking, he slipped and stepped on a piece of moss. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from above. This sound was somewhat familiar. It was the sound of thunder in the distance. At first, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it, but when he looked up, he was shocked. This wasn't thunder. In the sky, there were countless huge green logs. They were colliding with each other and rolling, making loud noises and smashing towards Zhang Xiaohua. This is the attack method of the wood element's qi. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was obvious that the strong were bullying the weak. Countless huge logs were smashing down. Who cares about your magical powers? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed again. He used the great wisdom sword to fight with others. Didn't he also have the same idea? This was karma. In a flash, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't have a better way to break the trap. Without any reason, he could only take out the small mirror and pour his qi into it. Then, he raised it up, however, after waiting for a long time, the huge log still didn't fall. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. When he looked up again, the huge green log was just rolling in the sky. When it was about 4 feet above his head, it suddenly disappeared. Looking at the aggressive huge log above, and then looking at the small mirror in his hand that didn't have the slightest reaction despite pouring his qi into it, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looks fake. And here I was wondering how powerful this mechanism was. TSK, so it's just an illusion. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately slapped her forehead. How was this an illusion? This was a disaster caused by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She reckoned that this formation was extremely powerful and required a vast amount of wood-type yuan qi. The formation I in the wood-type region could only provide enough yuan qi to drive this formation. It was already impossible for it to form a formation. This is another sign of my good character. Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin, secretly pleased with herself. Zhang Xiaohua put away the small mirror and looked at the huge tree above her head. She took the great wisdom sword and walked around it. After another incense stick's worth of time, they suddenly heard a few high-pitched cries in front of them. Chapter 905. This sound was very familiar. It sounded like the giant ape in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Could it be the Tong Tian ape that Ren Wufeng mentioned? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. This was an area where the wood elemental energy gathered. If there were any ferocious beasts related to trees or grass, it would not be strange. Hearing the whistling sound, Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. She curled up and hid on top of a broken pillar. Just as Zhang Xiaohua hid, the sound of the chirping sound was already near. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head slightly, revealing her eyes. She saw 4 or 5 giant apes that were twice the size of the giant ape leaping over from afar. These Tong Tian apes were somewhat different from the giant ape. Not to mention the ferocious snow-white fangs in their bloody mouths, not to mention their fist-sized eyes that were blood-red in color. Even their knee-length arms were strange. The shoulders of the Tong Tian apes were incomparably thick. Their arms were also thick and long. When they raised their arms, it was as if they were connected together. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them Tong Tian apes. When the Tong Tian apes leaped to a place, they were blocked by a thick pillar. The Tong Tian ape did not dodge. Instead, it stretched out its arms and hugged the pillar. With a resounding cry, the huge pillar was lifted up. Then, it exerted force and opened a path to the side. As for the heaven-piercing ape, it had a long body and raised its head towards the sky. "E-A-O-A-O," it cried out. As it cried out, it beat its chest with its 2 arms. It appeared to be incomparably excited. Not waiting for the Tong Tian ape to stop, the other Tong Tian apes beside it also jumped up and rushed to the side. They shouted and threw away the broken stones that were blocking the path. Fortunately, half a piece of red wood with a wisp of curtains hit the pillar that Zhang Xiaohua was on. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly jumped up and was about to dodge to the side. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure just rose, she was seen by one of the Tong Tian apes. The Tong Tian ape's blood-red eyes immediately flashed with excitement. It seemed that it had not seen such an interesting toy for a long time. In its hand was a stone-like object. With a shake of its hand, it accurately threw it towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Cough cough, looking at the accuracy, it was indeed practiced. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that her figure was exposed, she knew that it was not good. These Tong Tian apes were familiar with the terrain and had extraordinary strength. She might not be a match for them. Hence, she immediately used the ethereal steps and ran along the side of the broken wall to escape. The Tong Tian ape that discovered Zhang Xiaohua roared and jumped up from the ground. With a leap, it covered several feet and chased after her. This Tong Tian ape's movement did not matter, but it also alarmed the others. One by one, they saw Zhang Xiaohua running away. "Yo!" The few Tong Tian apes howled and threw the things in their hands at Zhang Xiaohua. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and her speed slowed down. Seeing that the Tong Tian apes were approaching, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about being discovered by Xia Qing and the others. She made a hand seal and wanted to fly away. However, after casting the hand seal, Zhang Xiaohua's figure did not float. Instead, because of the delay, the Tong Tian apes were much closer. It can't be, even the flying technique is restricted. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that this place was the same as the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon. There was also a restriction. Hence, she did not dare to delay. She exerted force on her feet and turned to the side. Zhang Xiaohua's plan was very good. She wanted to use her qinggong to escape the pursuit of the Tong Tian apes and then look for the eye of the array. However, she did not expect that the Tong Tian apes, in addition to their extraordinary strength, also had the advantage of being as fast as lightning. In addition, they were very familiar with the array. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they surrounded Zhang Xiaohua in a shabby place. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and stretched out the great wisdom sword. Previously, she had seen the 10,000 swords and that shocking blade. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer interested in taking out Chasing Dream. Thinking about the huge body of the Tong Tian apes, chasing Dream really might not be useful. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had stopped, the heaven-piercing apes stood up straight, raised their heads, and let out a series of "A-woo! A-woo!" Again, they beat their chests with their hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was happy. She leaped and thrust out Great Wisdom Sword. Like lightning, it pierced the leg of the nearest Tong Tian ape. Who would have thought that the other party was also cunning? Since the long sword could not get close to its body, it stopped shouting and clenched its huge fist. With a "hoo" sound, it smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's long sword. Seeing the fist smashing towards her, Zhang Xiaohua did not dodge. She raised her long sword and met it head-on. She also wanted to test the strength of this Tong Tian ape. With a "pa" sound, Zhang Xiaohua's long sword hit the Tong Tian ape's fist. With a "woo" sound, the Great Wisdom Sword was knocked back and blood flowed out of the Tong Tian ape's fist. Ah! The Tong Tian ape screamed in pain. It took 2 steps back and raised its arm to look at its wound. Zhang Xiaohua also took a step back and stood still. She had a preliminary understanding of the Tong Tian ape's strength. Seeing the Tong Tian ape in pain, Zhang Xiaohua had a slight smile on her face. However, that smile did not last long. She was shocked again. The wound on the Tong Tian ape's fist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the torn wound actually disappeared. Is there a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua screamed. This kind of fighting, how could she win? Sure enough, when the heaven-reaching ape's wounds were no longer painful, it immediately faced the sky and howled. The other heaven-reaching apes also echoed in the same manner. Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out the dragon-binding hoop from his chest. The ferocious beasts in the ruins of Huan were very proud and did not attack in groups. He could use this weakness to capture them one by one. However, seeing the dragon-binding ring expanding in mid-air, the Tong Tian ape was not afraid. After seeing that its fist was ineffective, it immediately hammered its chest with its hand and spat out a green gas from its mouth. The green gas turned into a thin stick in mid-air and hit the dragon-binding ring. Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and hit the dragon-binding ring. With a crisp sound, the green stick turned into nothingness and the dragon-binding ring was also sent flying. After a few rounds, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the dragon-binding ring was useless. At this time, the Tong Tian ape sneered. It no longer used its long arms to fight the enemy. It only opened its mouth and the green stick was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua's head. Seeing the stick close to her, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. Wood element energy is lively and has the meaning of life. Seeing how the Tong Tian ape can heal its wounds so quickly, I know that. However, the 5 elements restrict each other. Although metal restricts wood and wood restricts water, can I use the golden pearl that I got from the sharp gold palace yesterday? But then, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. That golden pearl could not be used by herself. There was only a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi in it. How could she defeat the Tong Tian ape? Since she thought about the 5 elements restricting each other, Zhang Xiaohua thought about many things. She unconsciously slapped her forehead and smiled bitterly. Among the 5 elements, although metal restricts wood, even a farmer can use fire to burn wood. I have a ready-made fire talisman here, why not use it? As she spoke, she took out a few jade talismans that were the size of small copper coins. With a wave of her hand, she hit a few of the Tong Tian apes. The Tong Tian apes were howling with joy. How could they care? They stretched out their hands and impatiently wanted to hit the jade talisman away. With a soft "pa" sound, a wisp of flame burned on the Tong Tian ape's hand. The Tong Tian apes had been in the ruins of Huan for many years and had never come into contact with fire. When they were burned, they were first stunned. Then, they felt an instinctive fear. Their other hand immediately slapped to extinguish the wisp of flame. Unfortunately, this was not an ordinary fire. The moment their other hand touched the wisp of flame, it immediately burned. The Tong Tian apes did not have any experience in extinguishing fire. In just a short while, their entire bodies were burning. The pain that came from their bodies was different from before. The wounds that were burned by the fire would not heal in a short period of time. Instantly, the Tong Tian apes exploded. How could they be bothered to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua? They scattered in all directions and ran away. Zhang Xiaohua jumped onto a pillar and chased after a Tong Tian ape that was running towards the center of the ruins of Huan. There was no water source in the ruins of Huan. The Tong Tian ape only ran for a short while before its entire body was burning. Then, it scurried in all directions, messing up the pillars and broken walls. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to give it a stab with her sword, but at this moment, the Tong Tian ape was in a frenzy. How could she have the chance to do so? After waiting for a while, the Tong Tian ape's breath gradually weakened and its howls became softer. Zhang Xiaohua then used her sword to cut its throat to reduce the pain. The fire talisman was very domineering. Not long after, the huge Tong Tian ape was burned to ashes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the ashes with her divine sense. Indeed, there was a small green bead that was the size of a mung bean in the ashes. She waved her hand and held it in her hand. It was the same as the one she got from the saber-toothed tiger. Then, Zhang Xiaohua used her lightness technique to search around. She found the other few green beads as well. Only then did she feel at ease and continue to move forward. Perhaps there were only a few Tong Tian apes nearby. Although Zhang Xiaohua occasionally heard high-pitched cries, they were all very far away. If it was purely for the green beads, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to hurt any innocent people. She picked the original route and continued to move forward. There was no need to elaborate on the dangers along the way. There were a few small green sticks that were similar to the Tong Tian apes. The slightly bigger ones were huge wooden sticks. Fortunately, there was no frightening scene like the one she encountered at the beginning. However, as she walked, Zhang Xiaohua discovered something unusual. She saw that within the ruins, there were suddenly more white skeletons. From the edge of the Huan ruins to here, Zhang Xiaohua only saw a female disciple who was killed by the black light in the Rui Jin Hall. She did not see any corpses and thought that there were no traces of people here. However, there were suddenly more white skeletons. Didn't it mean that many people had been here before? Chapter 906. As the number of bones increased, Zhang Xiaohua naturally became more careful. Just like before, he activated the Crimson Spirit Protection and the defensive Jade Talisman, and inspected the scattered bones. The injuries were also different. Some were on the head, some were on the ribs, and most of them were not injured. Presumably, the bones were not injured. However, the wounds that could be seen were all fine and small holes, as if they were pierced by needles. This is strange. If they were killed by the sky-piercing ape, their bones would definitely be smashed. How could they be intact? Even if there were complete bones, it would be a hole the size of a bowl. How could it be so small? Could there be other ferocious beasts? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. However, since there were so many bones, it naturally meant that the route was correct. Even if it was not the same palace as the Ruijin Palace, with Zhang Xiaohua's greedy character, there was no reason for him not to go. Holding the Great Wisdom Sword in his hand, Chasing Dream was also driven within 10 feet in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua steadily moved forward. After walking for half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. It was not because of the shocking number of bones here, but because his nose suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. This fragrance was very strange. Although it was extremely faint, it was very refreshing when one smelled it. However, if one smelled it carefully, it would be a little fleeting. Even Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts were about to be affected, and he was gradually pulled to pursue it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly felt alarmed. A thin silk vine appeared from the messy ruins under his feet. Like a green lightning, it directly wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's ankle. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had been released all along, but his mind was attracted by the fragrance. He was not careful and was entangled by the silk vine. Seeing the thin silk vine, he immediately understood the cause of death of the bones he saw earlier. How could he not be alarmed? With a slight movement of his finger, Chasing Dream whizzed over and cut the silk vine with extreme precision. The Chasing Dream was extremely sharp, and the vine was immediately cut in half. However, the vine seemed to have a life of its own. After a faint green liquid seeped out, the vine trembled twice as if it was in pain. With a whoosh, the vine didn't withdraw. Instead, it raised its head and wanted to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's body. How can this be? Zhang Xiaohua thought as she waved the great wisdom sword in her hand and smashed the stem of the vine on the ground in front of her. Pa! The silk vine broke from the stem, and the front part fell to the ground like a dead snake. As for the rest, they immediately retreated when they saw how powerful it was. Before Zhang Xiaohua could pick up the broken vine to take a closer look, there was a sudden gust of wind. When Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look, he could not help but be shocked. She saw that all around the ruins where she was standing, from an unknown place, perhaps it was the broken wall, the cracks in the ground, or the cracks in the pillars, countless vines like willow branches filled the sky and covered Zhang Xiaohua from all directions. This. Could it be that the willow tree has turned into a spirit? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She stabbed the great wisdom sword into the ground and took out the nameless long sword from her waist. Those vines were really powerful. Zhang Xiaohua had just pulled out the sharp sword when countless vines flew towards Zhang Xiaohua from all directions to attack her. Although Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, she didn't panic. She had already tested it with Chasing Dream and Great Wisdom, and it wasn't particularly hard to deal with. Thus, she formed a seal with her left hand and controlled Chasing Dream within a radius of 1 zhang. She tried her best to cut off the vines that had penetrated deep into the area. At the same time, she injected true qi into the long sword in her right hand, activating the sword ray and waving it around her body. Perhaps there had never been such a scene in the Huangsu. A small sword was like a dancing spirit, dancing wantonly within a radius of 1 zhang. Every time it moved, a section of green vines would fall to the ground. Every time a section of green vines fell to the ground, a small stream of green liquid would splash out. The same went for the 3 qi long sword ray in the small sword. Not long after, countless broken vines fell to the ground below Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and took a few steps forward. There was nothing in front of him again. Ever since he entered the Huangsu, he had never felt so refreshed. Although these vines were fatal to ordinary experts of the pugilistic world, to Zhang Xiaohua, they were just like the willow branches that he used to play with in the Guizhuang house when he was young. They didn't have any killing power at all. In another half a cup of tea's time, the ground was splattered with countless green liquid. Within the liquid, there was a faint fragrance. It was what Zhang Xiaohua had smelled earlier. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was casually killing the vines and moving forward, the countless vines suddenly disappeared as if they were blown away by the wind. At the same time, a piercing whistling sound came from afar. That laughter was like a whistle. It was extremely sharp and didn't seem like it came from a human's mouth. Before Zhang Xiaohua could hesitate, a row of afterimages descended from the sky. It was a branch that was as thick as a bowl and as soft as a willow branch. It was like a long whip that was commonly seen in the pugilistic world. However, the speed of the whip was so fast that one couldn't see the real body. One could only see a row of afterimages. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped into the air without hesitation. He wanted to dodge the whip first. However, just as the branch passed under him, the front end of the branch swung again. It came crashing down on him. Zhang Xiaohua pointed his finger and chasing dream flew far away. He pounced towards the head of the branch that was 10 feet away. Then, he waved his right hand and the light of the sword exploded. In an instant, he slashed at the branch that was heading towards him. With a chi sound, the light of the sword slashed at the branch. It went in and a fragrant liquid spurted out. However, the light of the sword only went in. It couldn't cut it. The branch trembled and shook off the sword. At this moment, Chasing Dream had also pierced into the head of the branch. With a thought, it went through the body of the branch and directly pierced through the thick branch. In pain, the branch waved its claws and bared its fangs in the air. Miraculously, with just these few movements, the small hole that Chasing Dream had pierced through was already gradually shrinking. The wound caused by the sword light was also gradually shrinking. The power of wood, the power of life. It is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood the meaning of the power of wood. Even weapons like Chasing Dream and the long sword's power of metal could not restrain the huge branch. Seeing that the weapon was ineffective, Zhang Xiaohua's first thought was to use fire talismans. He shook his hand and kept the long sword. A few fire talismans flew out. With a pu sound, a few wisps of fire ignited on the branch. However, these wisps of fire were too small. Compared to the huge branch, they were not enough. Even Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. The branch seemed to be in pain as the wisps of fire burned. However, immediately after, a light green liquid spurted out from the branch and suppressed the wisps of fire, and extinguished them. The miracle that Zhang Xiaohua hoped for did not happen in the end. Sigh, is the battle of the immortal Tao so complicated? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and began to think about what kind of weapon to use. After thinking for a while, he still could not think of anything. The weapons in the money pouch seemed to be useless against the branch. At this moment, the branch brandished its claws and brandished its fangs again. In a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heroic spirit was unleashed. He reached out and pulled the great wisdom sword out from the ground. He laughed and said, "It's just a willow branch. I want to see what kind of trouble you can cause after I smash you into pieces." As he spoke, he waved the heavy sword and smashed it towards the branch. That branch was very nimble. However, it could not withstand Zhang Xiaohua's sword techniques. With a puchi sound, the great wisdom sword pierced into the branch. A light green liquid spurted out. Zhang Xiaohua did not look carefully. He pulled out the great wisdom sword and with a shake of his hand, the sword flowed out. With a shwa 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 sound, 7 to 8 fist-sized holes were left on the thick branch. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her sword and was about to stab again. Who knew that the branch's reaction was different from before? The branch's trembling was light at first. Then, it expanded and did not stop. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. To her surprise, she discovered that the places where the great wisdom sword pierced were different from the wounds caused by Zhu Meng and the others. They did not heal. Instead, the light green liquid did not stop flowing out. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Everything has its vanquisher. Then, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to bare her fangs and brandish her claws. She leaped up and used the dream-weaving sword technique to stab at the trembling branch in midair. With a few pu sounds, a few more holes appeared on the branch. The branch circled around and whipped towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua dodged, but the branch took advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's dodging. With a "so" sound, it actually retreated. How could Zhang Xiaohua let it go? She leaped up and chased after it. The speed at which the branch retracted was very fast. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua lost track of it. After walking for another 5 minutes, another damaged palace appeared in front of her. Beside a pillar, there was a plaque with the words, "Greenwood Palace," written on it. Seeing the plaque of the Greenwood Palace, Zhang Xiaohua's heart tightened. Needless to say, if she continued to walk forward, she would definitely reach the Ruoshui Palace, Fire Palace, and Thick Earth Palace. However, she did not know if there was a Mo Shui Palace in the center of the ruins of Huanshu within the Five Elements Great Formation. Looking around, this Greenwood Palace was not much different from the Fire Palace. According to her memory, Zhang Xiaohua walked in fearlessly with the Great Wisdom Sword in her hand. Outside the Greenwood Palace, there were not many bones left. There were only a few scattered bones. They must have been injured by the thick branch. After entering the Greenwood Palace, it was extremely clean. Presumably, no one had escaped the attack of the branch and died on the way to the Greenwood Palace. However, what was in this Greenwood Palace that was worth so many people coming here? Why did no one go to the Ruijin Palace, which was also the eye of the formation? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Greenwood Palace that was densely covered with green vines. She flashed and went straight in. When she arrived at the eye of the formation, she could not help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 907. What entered his sight was a thick tree trunk that was about 10 feet wide. If a normal tree was this thick, it would definitely be shockingly tall as well. However, this tree was only 30 feet tall, almost as tall as the collapsed palace. The strangest thing was not the height of this tree. People called it a tree because it had lush branches and leaves. However, this tree only had a thick branch at the top of the tree. The other parts of the tree only had small branches. It looked very uncoordinated. The entire tree trunk looked very withered and yellow. Other than the thick branch that was green, the other branches were mostly yellow. This branch, needless to say, was the branch that attacked Zhang Xiaohua just now. At this moment, the branch had already shrunk back to its original appearance. However, the place where it was pierced by the Great Wisdom Sword still had not healed. Green juice continuously seeped out, and the entire open space was filled with this fragrance. As if it could see Zhang Xiaohua's arrival, the branch lightly waved in the air, emitting a crackling sound. It seemed to be intimidating, but in reality, it revealed its fear. Why did someone come in here? Zhang Xiaohua sized up the big tree in the open space, and also looked around. Just opposite her, under a broken stone pillar, she saw a set of white bones. This person can actually come here. It is enough to show that he is not ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly muttered to herself. Her gaze landed on a jade box that was commonly seen in the fragrant religion. Beside the jade box, there was a small package. The clothes on the white bones had already rotted, but the package was still intact. Presumably, the quality of the package was special. Zhang Xiaohua was even more concerned about the things inside. While Zhang Xiaohua was looking ahead, the thick branch gradually became impatient. It swayed a few times in the air, and like a sharp sword, it pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Her body nimbly jumped up, and she did not fight with the branch. She only rushed towards the big tree that was similar to a tree stump. The branch seemed to know Zhang Xiaohua's intention, and became even more flustered. It waved with a shwa-shwa sound, wanting to block Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was not a divine ability of the immortal Tao, it was extremely nimble within the small space. The branch tried to block her several times, but it was useless. A few times, it was pierced by Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword, adding a few more holes. Not long later, Zhang Xiaohua had already rushed to the front of the big tree. Thinking about the white bones on the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any mercy in her heart. She stretched out her hand, and the great wisdom sword lightly pierced into the thick tree trunk. However, it was not like what she had imagined. There was no green juice spurting out. It was just like piercing into a withered tree stump. Zhang Xiaohua twisted the heavy sword, and a big hole was drilled into the tree trunk. What fell from the tree trunk were some withered tree dregs. It was comparable to the firewood that Zhang Xiaohua picked up in the Guizhuang house. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua piercing the heavy sword into the tree trunk, the branch seemed to know that its end was near. It immediately whipped towards Zhang Xiaohua in a frenzy. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother with it, and swung the heavy sword, cutting a big hole in the tree trunk with a few slashes. She flashed into the tree and continued to chop down the tree. Indeed, this big tree, it would be more appropriate to say that it was a tree stump. Chopping it down was not an easy task. Not long later, Zhang Xiaohua, with the great wisdom sword in his hand, came out from the other side of the tree stump. It was exactly as he had guessed. Most of the tree stump was withered wood. Only the center of the tree trunk had green juice flowing out. He cut off the green part in the middle of the tree stump, and the branches waving outside immediately stopped. There was no sign of life at all. Looking at this thick tree stump, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that under this tree was the eye of the five elements formation. He threw the heavy sword away, and stretched out both hands, pushing on the tree stump. He shouted loudly, and with the strength of his two arms, the thick tree trunk shook violently. Ah, ah, ah. Zhang Xiaohua shouted 3 times in a row. The huge tree trunk shook a few times, and the entire ground shook. Zhang Xiaohua actually pushed the huge tree trunk to the side, and even the roots of the tree trunk were exposed. Seeing that the tree roots were almost as thick as a person, Zhang Xiaohua stuck out his tongue, picked up the heavy sword, and chopped randomly. After cutting off the roots, he stood under the tree stump, bent down, and raised both hands, like a deity holding up the sky. Open! Zhang Xiaohua shouted again. This time, there was a loud bang. The huge tree finally fell to the ground, and the ruins in front of it were smashed into smithereens. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "This Xiaoxia has not done this kind of shady business for a long time. I'm not unfamiliar with it." Walking to the middle of the big tree again, Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, but he frowned a little. He saw that at the root of the big tree, there was still a small tree root exuding vitality, and below the small tree root was the eye of the formation. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took the heavy sword again and cleaned up the surroundings, only exposing the small tree root. The small tree root was very cute. It was only 3 inches long, and it was like a chopstick. There were 3 small buds at the front, and there was a small tail at the bottom. The strong vitality came from this small tree root. Looking at the small sapling in his hand, and then at the huge tree trunk lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this must be a kind of strange species. He only pondered for a moment, and then made up his mind. He cast a few spells on the small tree root, then took out a jade box, and put it away properly. After putting away the small tree root, Zhang Xiaohua cleaned up the place where the tree root was, revealing the eye of the formation of the Greenwood Palace. It was a green jade box. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it with his divine sense, and there was no restriction on it. Thinking about the power of the strange tree just now, there was indeed no need to add any extra restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade box opened. A dim green brilliance was reflected from the jade box. The source of the brilliance was a wooden bead that was similar to the golden bead. The green brilliance contained a strong vitality, and it was the power of wood. Good stuff, Zhang Xiaohua secretly sighed, and picked up the jade box from the ground. Like the sharp gold palace, the eye of the formation was broken, and the whole greenwood palace shook slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He took out an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, and suppressed it on the eye of the formation of the greenwood palace. The whole formation was temporarily stabilized again. After placing a restriction on the jade box, Zhang Xiaohua placed the wooden bead and the golden bead together. Until now, he still did not know what the use of the 5 elements beads would be. However, thinking about how this 5 elements array protected the whole Huan Su, it must be an extraordinary item to be able to be the eye of the formation. Since it was an ownerless item, of course, only the virtuous could occupy it. The white bones in the greenwood palace were the same as the ones he saw outside the palace. The ribs and spine in front of the chest were shattered, and it should have been killed by the strange tree. Zhang Xiaohua did not see anything valuable around the strange tree. If it was not taken away by someone, it would have fallen into the jade box in front of the white bones. Zhang Xiaohua cautiously used his divine sense to check the surroundings of the white bones. Then, he waved his hand, and the jade box flew into his hand. The lid of the box was opened, and there was something covered with silk. As the lid was opened, a strong fragrance and dense heaven and earth yuan qi surged out. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. He lifted the silk and revealed the thing inside. What? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was really shocked. After entering the Huan Su, everything he saw was strange. No matter if it was the heaven-reaching ape, the saber-toothed tiger, or the strange tree, none of them surprised him as much as the thing inside the jade box. Under the silk, there was something that looked like a small baby. That thing's 4 limbs, head, and body were all very lifelike. It was just like a living baby. Only now, that thing looked withered, like an apple that had lost its moisture. It was abnormally dry. After covering the fruit with the silk and keeping the jade box, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. According to his estimation, this thing might be the thing that those people who died on the road wanted to get. It should also be the fruit of that strange tree. However, what kind of tree could bear a fruit that looked like a baby? This is really puzzling Immortal Tao. Why is it so colorful? After keeping the jade box, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on the small package on the ground. That package was not big and was about the size of the jade box. After opening it, there were a few jade slips, a few small booklets, and 2 silk slips that were similar to the package. On the silk slips, there were words written in blood that had long dried up. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to read the blood letters. He picked up the booklets and flipped through them casually. They seemed to be some kind of peerless martial arts cultivation method that Zhang Xiaohua had no fate with. Those jade slips were the same as the jade slips from the sharp golden hull. There were no restrictions on them, but Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to read them. He only saw that there was sufficient heaven and earth yuan qi in the booklets. The things recorded would not disappear for the time being, so he just put them aside. Sigh, there's actually nothing good. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and finally picked up the 2 blood letters. There were only a few words on the top, and it said, Yunai, Mo Qin Yan of the sharp golden hull. The one who saw this blood letter must be a disciple of the lingering fragrance peak. Please send the contents of the jade box back to the lingering fragrance peak and hand it to senior sister Jing Yi. The martial arts cultivation method in this package and the jade piece picked up from the Huan Su can be used as a reward. If the jade piece is useless, you can bring it to Mo Xian Palace to exchange for other things you need. Senior Sister Jingyi? Could it be the current Abbess Jingyi? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised, but he suddenly thought of something that Meng said before he left. Abbess Jingyi also had a disciple of the sharp golden hall who was close to her in the early years. Could it be this person? Of course, Meng only heard about it from hearsay. He did not know the name of the disciple of the sharp golden hall. Zhang Xiaohua was also not sure. When he opened the second blood letter, he could not help but sigh. Chapter 908. The second letter was written in blood. I left Jingyi, my love. On the Lingxiang peak, there were 3 tests of love. Our love was stronger than gold and we worked together to achieve success. It's just that the heavens have no eyes and we were not fated to be together. I was indignant and knew that only by stepping into the path of immortality could I have the possibility of continuing my previous fate with my love. According to ancient legends, there was a path to heaven in Huanshu and there was an immortal fruit in the Greenwood Palace. If a martial artist took it, he could step into the path of immortality. I disregarded the prohibition and left without saying goodbye. I entered Huanshu without permission, hoping to have this immortal fate. However, I tried my best and narrowly escaped death. When I picked the last grass Huandan, I was found by the tree spirit and was seriously injured here. I don't have long to live and have no fate with the path of immortality. I left this thing as a gift to my love, hoping to step into the path of immortality and spread the power of the incense. I have no fate with my love and also have no fate with the path of immortality. I have no resentment. It's enough that my love could care about my feelings in her spare time. Mo Qingshan's last words. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua finished reading the blood letter and couldn't help but sigh. This Mo Qingshan was really unlucky. Out of the 3 tests of love, he and Nun Jingyi easily passed the 2 most difficult tests. Only the final test of fate was missing a blood wolf. In Huanshu, although he picked the last grass Huandan, he was still found by the tree spirit and lost his life. The things in his hands could not be used and others benefited. It was really a difference of 1,000 miles. Or it could be said that Mo Qingshan and Nun Jingyi were really not fated. Looking at himself and his dream, he never knew that the incense cult had the 3 trials of love. He just wanted to see his dream, so he ignored the cult's rules and rushed to the lingering fragrance peak. In order to save his life, his dream jumped off the cliff. The 2 of them passed the 2 most difficult trials of the 3 trials of love in a muddle-headed way. As for the 3rd test of fate, cough cough, it was even more needless to say. Although Chen Chen said clearly that almost all the beasts in the testing forest were killed, there were hundreds of blood wolf tails in his belt that he brought back from the Yulon Grand Canyon. He only had to pretend a few times in the testing forest and 100 blood wolf tails would come out from his belt. It did not take any effort at all. But, is this the fate that the heavens speak of? Zhang Xiaohua secretly gave herself a thumbs up and made up her mind to carry forward the behavior of picking up trash. Who knew when trash would become fate? Thinking about the process of him stepping onto the path of immortality, and then looking at Mo Qingshan's encounter, he was actually killed by the tree spirit after obtaining the Chao Huan pill. He felt even more sad than the people outside the Greenwood Palace. Could this also be the fate that the path of immortality talked about? If you don't have the immortal fate, you won't have the opportunity to consume the immortal pill even if you obtain it. Abbess Jingyi, on the other hand, had long been the leader of the Aroma sect and had stepped onto the path of immortality. Even this Chao Huandan had been branded as Senior Sister Jingyi. Perhaps, this was also immortal fate. But this so-called Chao Huan pill has already withered to such a state. Can it still be consumed? Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused, but the qi of heaven and earth and the rich fragrance in the jade box could not be faked. Perhaps it really could be used. Should I return it to Abbess Jing Yi or keep it for myself? This thought only flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind for a moment. Since she had already read Mo Qingshan's blood letter, she should be faithful and return this Chao Huan pill to Mo Xiangong. Regardless of whether this Chao Huan pill was useless, as cheap as straw, or if it still had an effect, as precious as an immortal pill, she couldn't be greedy. This thing was exchanged with Mo Qingshan's life, and he gave it to his love. Zhang Xiaohua put everything away and saluted the skeleton. Mo. Senior, don't worry. I already know about your matter. Although we haven't met, your matter played a certain role in my meeting with the person in my dream. I definitely won't touch your blood letter and jade box. When I return to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I'll give them to the leader. Oh, that's right, I won't bring your remains back. After all, you're already a skeleton now. You're no longer the elegant young man in the leader's eyes. If she sees an eerie skeleton, it will damage your image in her heart for no reason. Don't you think so? I believe that even if you come back to life, you'll raise both hands and feet to support my decision. Then, Zhang Xiaohua dug a hole on the ground and buried Mo Qingshan's remains. After burying Mo Qingshan's remains, the sky was dark. Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue on his journey. Instead, he set up the restriction and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. After a moment, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and took out the few jade slips that Mo Qingshan left behind. Along the way, he had been releasing his divine sense, but he didn't see any jade slips that had the fluctuation of heaven and earth's vital energy. Mo Qingshan was only a martial artist, but he was actually able to pick up so many jade slips in the Huansu. It was really strange. The jade slips didn't record any cultivation techniques, but some immortal arts. Zhang Xiaohua took a simple look and knew that it wasn't something that he could cultivate with his current qi refinement middle stage, so he skimmed through it. However, when he saw one of the arts, he couldn't help but be delighted. The ancient words on the jade slip were, Transfiguration Art. It's widely rumored in the pugilistic world that there's a transfiguration art that can change a person's appearance into another person's. It's really magical. What is this transfiguration art? After Zhang Xiaohua read it from the beginning to the end, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. It turned out that this transfiguration art could change a person's bones, completely turning them into another person. It was similar to the transfiguration art through different means. And, perhaps it should be said that it was much more exquisite than the transfiguration art. The transfiguration art could only change a person's appearance, and through changing clothes and other means, conceal the eyes of others. If a person was close to the person and looked closely, they would be able to see the traces left behind by the transfiguration art on the person's face. The transfiguration art could also change a person's appearance by changing the bones on the person's face. It was a kind of change that came from the inside out, and there wouldn't be any traces on the person's face. In particular, the transfiguration art could change the height of a person's bones, thus changing the person's height. This wasn't something that the transfiguration art could do. Of course, since the transfiguration art was so useful, the conditions to use it were even more stringent. Without a profound cultivation, how could one change the bones at will? Although the jade slip didn't state what kind of cultivation one needed to practice the transfiguration art, looking at the cryptic chant, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it wasn't easy. Although she knew that practicing the transfiguration art was very difficult, Zhang Xiaohua still memorized the chant from beginning to end. Firstly, he was temporarily bored and didn't have anything to do. Secondly, he was young and curious. He imagined that if he could change his appearance and not only stare at Ren Xiaoyao's name, but also change a person, it would definitely be more fun. That chant was very hard to pronounce and also difficult to understand. Zhang Xiaohua compared it to the memory in the jade slip while trying to figure it out word by word. From time to time, according to his own understanding, he would apply the divine ability of the chant to his body. Although it was an extremely simple use, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly discovered that it seemed to be very easy for him to use this method. As long as he truly understood it and used the chant correctly, his bones would obediently change according to his imagination. It wasn't as difficult as the jade slip said. What's going on? Could it be that I'm a genius? Or is this transfiguration art specially designed for me? Zhang Xiaohua thought happily. In fact, he already had a faint answer in his heart. The Big Dipper mystical fist tempered his bones every day. The strength of his arms was still constantly increasing. This ability to control his bones at will might be one of the effects of the Big Dipper mystical fist. With such a convenient condition, how could Zhang Xiaohua not focus on cultivating the transfiguration technique? A few days later, Zhang Xiaohua was in Lihua Hall, which was not too far away from the dark clouds in the center of Huangsu. When Zhang Xiaohua took out a fiery red bead from the formation eye of Lihua Hall, a few crows that could spit fire from their beaks cawed and flew away in all directions. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua came out of Greenwood Hall and entered the area of Ruoshui Hall. He killed a few water-repellent rhinoceroses, dodged a group of water snakes, broke the formation of Ruoshui 3000 in Ruoshui Hall and obtained a blue water bead. He then entered the area of Lihua Hall. Lihua Hall was different from the other places. The temperature was extremely high and the broken walls were slightly red. With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, he was not afraid of cold or heat. The heat was not a problem for him. After killing a group of fire wolves and fire snakes that were similar to water snakes, he came to Lihua Hall. However, whether it was Ruoshui Hall or Lihua Hall, Zhang Xiaohua did not see any white bones. He thought that it was a rare place. However, Zhang Xiaohua encountered a problem in Lihua Hall. The formation eye of Lihua Hall was protected by the Great Fire Crow Formation. Zhang Xiaohua was trapped for half a day and was helpless. Even if he took out the newly obtained small mirror, it would not cause any harm to them. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to try one by one to see which one would work. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to try one by one to see which one would work. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to try one by one to see which one would work. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to try one by one in his money pouch to see which one would work. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to try one by one to see which one would work. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although he didn't know how to use it, he didn't ask for a detailed explanation. As long as it could scare the crows and save him from the Great Fire Crow Formation, it would be enough. Just now, when he was holding the paperweight to scare the crows, he accidentally triggered a mechanism. The beast head on the paperweight actually shot out dozens of faint red lines, sucking the dozens of crows into the paperweight. Only then did the Great Fire Crow Formation break, leaving only a few fire crows to flee for their lives. Everything has its nemesis. Zhang Xiaohua was still sighing. He never thought that this thing, which was used as a paperweight, would actually be a Dharma artifact. Moreover, it looked like an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It was able to completely absorb the dozens of fire crows. However, he was immediately puzzled. Anything with a space could not be put into a money bag. The belt could only be placed outside, but how could this paperweight be put into the money bag? Chapter 909. After putting away the beast head paperweight, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the Lihua Palace and looked at the plaque that fell on the ground. Lihua Palace. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Zhang Ping'er, who was far away in the Lihua Palace on lingering fragrance peak. Seeing something reminded one of people, I wonder if she's in a good mood now. Thinking of Zhang Ping'er, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of Mo Xian's dream of waiting for him in the palace. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with a burst of sweetness. The feeling of someone waiting to return home was really wonderful. Only when one truly had this kind of concern could one understand the true meaning within. Perhaps I should have gone back earlier. Zhang Xiaohua, who was already somewhat used to wandering, suddenly felt like a wandering prodigal son and had an additional feeling of homesickness. After leaving the Lihua Palace, there was only the thick earth palace left in the five elements formation. Zhang Xiaohua had only seen the disciples of the Lihua Palace on lingering fragrance peak and had only interacted with the disciples of the Ruijin Palace. She had also heard some stories about the elders of the Greenwood Palace. However, she didn't know anything about the Weak Water Palace and the Thick Earth Palace at all. Therefore, the Thick Earth Palace that she was about to enter was filled with a strange feeling. Zhang Xiaohua held the Great Wisdom Sword and felt that the weather was gradually cooling down. The crimson color of the ruins on the ground was also gradually receding. She knew that the Thick Earth Palace was in front of her. When she came in, Zhang Xiaohua had already encountered several kinds of ferocious beasts that the disciple of the Ruijin Palace, Ren Wufeng, had mentioned. Only the mountain-shaking bear had not been encountered. As the name implied, this bear was definitely very strong. Perhaps it was in front of her. After walking for another half a day, it was always peaceful. Not only did she not encounter any mountain-shaking bear, but she also didn't encounter any dangerous mechanisms. Occasionally, Zhang Xiaohua would accidentally trigger some mechanisms, but they all had a strong start and weak finish. They could only scare Zhang Xiaohua and didn't have any effect at all. After passing through several palaces, Zhang Xiaohua knew, this must be because the formation eye in the Thick Earth Palace is not working. The qi of heaven and earth contained in the earth beads should be exhausted soon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. However, the Thick Earth Palace should be the most protected place in the innermost part of the five elements formation. It should be the place with the most abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth. How could it be exhausted? While she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua heard a loud and clear cry not far from her side. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and swept to the side with her divine sense. She found a place to hide and hid. Just like before, as soon as she hid, a huge black bear with long black fur ran over from afar. When the black bear came near, it stood upright and was 3 times as tall as Zhang Xiaohua. Its 2 huge front paws swung left and right in front of its chest, which was comparable to the action of the heaven-reaching ape when it beat its own chest. The black bear sniffed the air with its small eyes. Without any hesitation, it immediately headed towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua was hiding. Oh no, why is this mountain-shaking bear's nose more sensitive than the saber-toothed tiger, heaven-reaching ape and other ferocious beasts? Even the fire wolf's nose can't compare to it. Zhang Xiaohua really admired these ferocious beasts at this time. However, when the mountain-shaking bear found Zhang Xiaohua's hiding place, although it could smell some scent, there was no trace of anything unusual. Other than the broken pillars and the collapsed walls, the mountain-shaking bear crawled down again and sniffed carefully. Then, it roared angrily, as if it was angry. It raised its huge fan-like bear paw and slammed it directly at the broken pillar. With a loud rumble, the pillar was actually broken into 2, and Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed out from one of the pillars. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the other side of the wall and asked curiously, "I've already concealed myself. How did you know I was here?" When the mountain-shaking bear saw Zhang Xiaohua's sudden appearance, it jumped in shock and retreated half a step. Then, it roared again and slapped down with its paw. Seeing mountain-shaking bear's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua also came to a realization. This mountain-shaking bear did not see him, he must have smelled his aura, but could not find him, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation and used the pillar to vent his anger. Coincidentally, she was on the pillar and was accidentally found by the mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear was very tall. When it stood up, it was about the same height as the broken wall. When it slapped down with its paw, the sharp cold light of the bear's paw could be seen from afar. If one was hit by this huge paw, even if one didn't die, a large piece of flesh would be ripped off. Zhang Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword and pointed it directly at the mountain-shaking bear's palm. The mountain-shaking bear had no intention of dodging. The sword palm didn't make any sound. Zhang Xiaohua only felt that the sword tip seemed to have hit a rock. It was abnormally hard and the great wisdom sword couldn't pierce through it. The mountain-shaking bear's paw grabbed and tried to grab the great wisdom sword. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. How could she allow the mountain-shaking bear to grab the sword tip? Forcefully pulling back, she dodged. With a flip of her wrist, the great wisdom sword smashed down with a "pa" sound, hitting the mountain-shaking bear's arm. Before Zhang Xiaohua could smile, the mountain-shaking bear swung its arm and blocked the great wisdom sword. It seemed that the attack just now had no effect. Although Zhang Xiaohua's attack didn't have any effect, it successfully angered the mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear roared and raised its two front paws to attack Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the great wisdom sword was ineffective and took out the nameless dagger. Activating the sword chi, she fought with the mountain-shaking bear. However, after a few rounds, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the mountain-shaking bear not only had boundless strength, its skin was also thick. Even if the sword chi pierced its body, it would turn a deaf ear to it. It didn't care at all. Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. This mountain-shaking bear was in the 5 elements formation. If it was released into the Jianhu, it would be comparable to a few top experts. It would definitely cause a reign of terror. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the dragon binding hoop that she hadn't used in a long time. Forming an incantation, she threw it into the air. When the mountain-shaking bear saw the dragon binding hoop suddenly expand in the air and cover its head, there was no panic in its eyes. It was just a little dazed. In its small eyes, there was a faint joy. The dragon binding hoop grew with the wind. When it grew to the same size as the mountain-shaking bear, Zhang Xiaohua had used up a lot of her true qi. Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and the dragon binding hoop wrapped around the mountain-shaking bear. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Forming another incantation, the dragon binding hoop gradually shrank, wanting to bind the mountain-shaking bear. However, the dragon binding hoop hadn't shrunk much before Zhang Xiaohua couldn't move it. The mountain-shaking bear was like a metal pillar, incomparably hard. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to move the dragon binding hoop, it couldn't shrink. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She wanted to use her remaining true qi to move the flames within the dragon binding hoop, wanting to use fire to restrain the mountain-shaking bear's earth. However, the dragon binding hoop's flames weren't easy to move. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua refined the flames, it was a huge problem. Now that she didn't have enough true qi, it was even more impossible. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua simply stretched out her hand and took out a few fire talismans. Shaking her hand, she threw them at the mountain-shaking bear. Unexpectedly, most of the fire talismans were sent flying by the mountain-shaking bear's paw. Only a few landed on its body. Almost at the same time, all the fire talismans lit up. To Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the moment the fire talismans lit up on the mountain-shaking bear's body, it was extinguished by the mountain-shaking bear's paw. It wasn't afraid of fire at all like the sky-piercing ape. What should I do now? This wasn't the first time Zhang Xiaohua had thought of this when she entered the Huansu. Before she could figure it out, the mountain-shaking bear stretched out its waist and grabbed the dragon-binding hoop with its two front paws. How can this be? Zhang Xiaohua panicked. She immediately withdrew the dragon-binding hoop before the bear's paw could reach her. Forget it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I should escape first. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua made the wisest decision and decided to run away. Who knew that the moment Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the broken wall, the mountain-shaking bear's tall figure immediately chased after her. It made a hee-hee sound and waved its two front paws. It looked completely different from the way it was fighting just now. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua notice this at this moment? Seeing the mountain-shaking bear chasing after her, she exerted force on her feet, wanting to escape from this perverted beast's claws. Just as the mountain-shaking bear was chasing Zhang Xiaohua, it let out a long howl. Before the howl had even faded away, the wind from all directions began to welcome it. Listening to the howl, it seemed that the wind was rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua, forming an encirclement. Zhang Xiaohua panicked. She couldn't even deal with one mountain-shaking bear. What would she do if a few more came? Although the mountain-shaking bear looked clumsy, it wasn't clumsy at all when it came to chasing after Zhang Xiaohua. Although it couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps, its running speed wasn't much slower than the Tong Tian ape. In just a few moments, Zhang Xiaohua was surrounded by 6 mountain-shaking bears. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself again. Fight! Zhang Xiaohua steeled her heart and took out Chasing Dream. She held it in her left hand and waited for the mountain-shaking bears to attack. However, the mountain-shaking bears surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and weren't in a hurry to attack. Instead, they started to communicate with each other. After a while, the 6 mountain-shaking bears revealed joyful smiles and raised their heads. Just like the Tong Tian ape, they roared towards the sky. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was even more curious. However, she didn't dare to let her guard down. At this moment, one of the mountain-shaking bears stood up straight and waved its left front paw. It didn't look like it was attacking at all. It looked more like it was greeting her. This. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and didn't dare to move casually. The mountain-shaking bear gestured for a long time before retreating. There was a gap in the circle of 6 mountain-shaking bears. However, the direction of the gap wasn't the center of Huangsu. What's the meaning of this? Are you letting me go? Or are you asking me to go there? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. The mountain-shaking bears saw that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't going to leave and they roared in unison. They even widened the gap as though they wanted Zhang Xiaohua to follow them. Could it be that this mountain-shaking bear was raised by someone? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of this outrageous idea. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.